committee set up under the Organization of American Unity at Addis Ababa last year, on which both we and the freedom fighters pinned so much hope. It is with great regret that I raise the matter at all, but I would be failing in my duty to the freedom fighters and to the cause of African liberation if I remain silent about the general dissatisfaction which exists regarding the functioning of this committee. The frequent and persistent reports from freedom fighters about the shortcomings of the aid and facilities for training offered to them, make it impossible for the government of Ghana to turn over its contribution to this committee until a reorganization has taken place for more effective and positive action. This is not a situation in which individuals or individual governments can be held to blame. It is our first essay in a task of stupendous magnitude and with stupendous difficulties. But some of the failures of the committee are inexcusable because they were so unnecessary. It failed, for instance, to make the best use of our resources since some military specialists have been excluded on ideological grounds. If the Liberation Committee had made effective use of the military experience of Egypt and of Algeria, where neocolonialist interference and espionage have been frustrated and held at bay, we would have given freedom fighters the necessary help in their liberation struggle. The choice of the Congo, Leopoldville, as a training base for freedom fighters was a logical one, and there was every reason to accept the offer of the Congolese government to provide offices and accommodation for the representatives of the liberation movements. Africa's freedom fighters should not, however, have been exposed to the espionage, intrigues, frustrations and disappointments which they have experienced in the last 8 months. What could be the result of entrusting the training of freedom fighters against imperialism into the hands of an imperialist agent? Under the Liberation Committee set up at Addis Ababa, the freedom fighters had no real security, and were not provided with instruments for their struggle, nor were food, clothing, and medicine given for the men in training. Thus, their training scheme collapsed within 2 months under the eyes of the Liberation Committee, and the freedom fighters became disappointed, disgruntled and frustrated. 1 am giving you no more than the bare bones of the complaints of the freedom fighters. It will not avail us to have a lengthy post-mortem over past failures. But these failures must be understood and acknowledged. The disappointment and frustration of the freedom fighters must not be dismissed as unreal or unreasonable. Not only the Liberation Committee, but all of us are to blame, for the way in which we allowed the Liberation Committee to let down the freedom fighters. We dare not say that they could have done their work better until we have all done better. The enormous task of liberating our continent cannot be undertaken in a spirit of compromise and surrender. By raising a threat at Addis Ababa and not being able to take effective action against apartheid and colonialism, we have worsened the plight of our kinsmen in Angola, Mozambique, Southern Rhodesia, and South Africa. We have frightened the imperialists sufficiently to strengthen their defenses and repression in Southern Africa, but we have not frightened them enough to abandon apartheid supremacy to its ill-fated due. It must be said that by merely making resolutions on African unity, and not achieving our goal of a union government of America, we have made our task of freeing the rest of the African continent harder and not easier. The North Atlantic Treaty Organization powers have not been deterred one whit from sending all the arms needed by the Salazar regime to keep down our kinsmen in its colonies. The Portuguese fascist regime has not made a single move to negotiate with the United Nations or with the nationalist forces. It has become more insolent, more mendacious, and more repressive since our conference in Addis Ababa. What has G0N for wrong? The imperialists regard our Charter of Unity as token unity, they will not respect it until it assumes the form of a union government. It is incredible that they will defy a united continent. But it is easy to understand that they do not believe that we will be able to accomplish the next stage, to organize and centralize our economic and military and political forces to wage a real struggle at apartheid, Portuguese fascism, and those who support these evils with trade, investments and arms. We have not yet made the imperialists to believe that we can set our continent in order as a mighty economic force, capable of standing together as a united and progressive people. Serious border disputes have broken out and disturbed our continent, since our last meeting. Fortunately, good sense and African solidarity have prevailed in all those instances. but the disputes have been smothered, not settled. The artificial divisions of African states are too numerous and irrational for real permanent and harmonious settlements to be reached, except within the framework of a continental union. How, for example, can we prevent the people of Western Somalia, whose Somali livelihood is cattle grazing, from continuing to look for fresh fields for grazing by traveling beyond traditional barriers without bringing them into clashes with their compatriots in Ethiopia? And yet, in a united Africa, Ethiopian land and Somalian land, even though they may be separately sovereign within the framework of a union government of Africa, will belong to a common pool which would assist the general development of cattle rearing in that part of our continent, because there would be no artificial barriers to such development. The benefit of the development will be for the benefit of both Ethiopia and Somalia. I said a little while ago, and I repeat, that the real border disputes will grow with the economic development and national strengthening of the African states as separate balkanized governmental units. That was the historical process of independent states in other continents. We cannot expect Africa, with its legacy of artificial borders, to follow any other course, unless we make a positive effort to arrest that danger now, and we can do so only under a union government. In other words, the careers and ambitions of political leaders, on the one hand, and balkanized nationalism on the other, if allowed to grow and become entrenched, could constitute a break on the unification of African states. The Balkan states of Europe are a lesson for us. History has shown that where the great powers cannot colonize, they balkanize. This is what they did to the Austro-Hungarian Empire, and this is what they have done and are doing in Mrika. If we allow ourselves to be balkanized, we shall be recolonized and be picked off one after the other. Now is the time for Africa's political and economic unification. By far the greatest wrong which the departing colonialists inflicted on us, and which we now continue to inflict on ourselves in our present state of disunity, was to leave us divided into economically unviable states which bear no possibility of real development. As long as the chief consideration of the industrial nations was our raw materials at their own prices, this policy made sense for them, if not for us. Now that their technological impetus is such that they need Africa even more as a market for their manufactured goods than as a source of raw materials, our economic backwardness no longer makes sense for them any more than for us. The output of their great industrial complexes is no longer the primitive and simple implements like hoes and shovels. They now need vaster and more prosperous markets for heavy agricultural tractors and electronic machines. They wish to sell to us, not Ford motors propelled by magnetos or turboprop transport aircraft, but the latest in supersonic jets and atomic-powered merchant vessels. Which of us, trading separately in these highly developed market areas, can survive more than a year or two without remaining either economically backward, indebted, bankrupt or recolonized? There is much rethinking on this score among the industrially advanced countries, although their outlook is obscured because their economies are still geared to monopolistic devices for getting hold of our oil and gas deposits, uranium, gold, diamonds and other raw materials, cheap, and selling their manufactured goods back to us at exorbitant prices. The poverty of the developing world has become a blot on the ethics and common sense of the industrial nations. The recent United Nations Conference on Trade and Development was not organized by accident or solely by pressure from the developing nations. The growing economic gap between the two worlds spells misery for the developing countries, but it also threatens the industrialized nations with unemployment and with dangerous recessions and economic explosion. We have reason to think that the imperialists themselves are in divided councils about the unity of Africa. They must remain ambivalent, however, as long as they retain direct control over southern Africa and neocolonialist control of the Congo. The vast mineral wealth of those territories represents profits which they cannot willingly give up, even for greater markets in the rest of Africa. But a union government of Africa would end the dilemma of the industrialized nations, because inevitably that wealth will be converted into capital for the development of Africa. The fact that imperialism and neocolonialism are in that dilemma should be for us the clearest indication of the course we must follow. We must unite for economic viability first of all, and then to recover our mineral wealth in Southern Africa, so that our vast resources and capacity for development will bring prosperity for us and 28.3. Additional benefits for the rest of the world. That is why I have written elsewhere that the emancipation of Africa could be the emancipation of man. Is there any need to point out again that we are potentially the world's richest continent, not only in mineral wealth, but also in hydroelectric power? The wealth of the Sahara is yet untapped, the waters and rivers of Tanganyika and Ethiopia are yet unharnessed. All the capital we need for the development of these regions flows out of Africa today in gold, diamonds, copper, uranium, and other minerals from southern Africa, northern Rhodesia, the Congo and other parts of the continent. Every year in the Sahara and in other parts of Africa, new stores of mineral, chemical, and petroleum wealth are discovered. What is lacking for us in Mrika, but the will and the courage to unite a divided but compact continent? Today, in countless ways, our people learn that their poverty is not a curse from the gods or a burden imposed by the imperialists, but a political defect of our independence. The general realization grows that independence is not enough without the unity of Africa, for that is the only road towards the economic emancipation and development of our continent. We in Africa are living in the most momentous era of our history. In a little less than 1 decade, the majority of the territories in our continent have emerged from colonialism into sovereignty and independence. In a few years from now, we can envisage that all Africa will be free from colonial rule. Nothing can stem our onward march to independence and freedom. While we have cause to rejoice in this achievement, our central problem as independent states is the fragmentation of our territories into little independent states and of our policies and programs into a patchwork of conflicting objectives and uncoordinated development and plans. While the post-war years have seen a phenomenon rise in the prices of manufactured goods which we need to sustain progress and development in our states, the prices of the raw materials which we export to these countries have shown an alarmingly steady decline. So the disparity between the haves or the highly developed nations and the have-nots or developing nations, becomes inevitably wider and wider as our needs grow greater and greater. How can we resolve this tragic paradox, except by uniting our forces and working together in Africa as a team? Let us look further back on the year that has just passed since we first met at Addis Ababa last year. Think of the unfortunate clashes between Algeria and Morocco, between Somalia and Ethiopia and between Somalia and Kenya, which nearly damaged and disrupted our new spirit of understanding and unity. If we had lived within a continental federal government in which the fortunes and fate of one were the fortunes and fate of all, could we have been drawn into such bloodshed with needless loss of precious African lives? What shall I say of the military upheavals and mutinies in our sister states of Tanganyika, Uganda, and Kenya? While no one among us here can tolerate indiscipline and mutiny in our armies, which of us was happy to learn that in their hour of need, our brothers were compelled to resort to the use of foreign troops, the troops of a former colonial power, at that, to bring these disturbances under control? Before the damage was completely done, our brothers were able to send away these foreign troops and, in one case, called for the assistance of troops from a sister African state. Surely, these events have a clear lesson for us alii. How can we maintain the safety and security of our respective states as our responsibilities increase and our problems become more complex, except through a united defense arrangement which will invest us with the effective and powerful means for joint action at short notice? Last year at Addis Ababa I gave the warning that if we did not come together as speedily as possible under a union government, there would be border clashes and our people, in their desperation to get the good things of life, would revolt against authority. Subsequent events have fully endorsed that warning. Look at events in the Congo. Why did they remain so confused, so frustrating, and even so tragic for so long? If we had all been jointly responsible for bringing our brothers in the Congo the assistance they needed in their hour of travail, who would have dared to interfere from outside Africa in Congolese affairs? Instead of this, what did we see in the Congo? On the one hand, internal disagreements and discord, endless maneuvering for positions among the political leaders, and even the tragedy of fratricidal strife. On the other hand, foreign intervention and pressures, intrigues and coercion, subversion and cajolery. In all this confusion, the power of imperialism has a fertile ground. It even dares to use openly certain African states to promote its selfish plans for the exploitation and degradation of the Congo. We are unable to hold back foreign intrigues, because we are divided among ourselves. None of us is free and none of us can be safe, while there is frustration and instability in any part of this continent. I do not need to go on citing specific instances of our common problems and difficulties to prove the urgency and the need for united action on a continental basis in Africa today. There is not one of us here now who does not suffer from the handicaps of our colonial past. Let us therefore move forward together in unity and in strength, confident in the knowledge that with such immense national and human resources as we possess in our continent, we cannot fail to make Africa one of the happiest, most prosperous, and progressive areas of the world. 2 years ago we were exposed to the ridicule of the world because they saw us as a divided Africa. They called US names which helped to widen the apparent breach among us, the radical Casablanca powers, the moderate Monrovia group, and the pro-French Brazzaville states. There was no justification for these labels, but to the imperialists they were a very convenient means of giving the dog a bad name and hanging him. It is to our eternal credit that last year at Addis Ababa we put our enemies to shame by forging a common charter from these groupings and emerging as the Organization of African Unity. Let it be said that at Cairo we put them to greater shame by agreeing to the establishment of a union government of Africa. Have you noticed, brother presidents and prime ministers, that so soon as we achieved this measure of agreement at Addis Ababa, the colonialists and their agents proceeded to sow new seeds of disruption and dissension among us? They became particularly active and vocal in preaching the new and dangerous doctrine of the step-by-step course towards unity. If we take one step at a time, when they are in a position to take 6 steps for every single one of ours, our weakness will, of course, be emphasized and exaggerated for their benefit. 1 step now, 2 steps later, then all will be fine in Africa. For imperialism and colonialism, to say that a union government for Africa is premature, is to sacrifice Africa on the altar of colonialism. Let us move forward together to the wider fields of our heritage, strong in our unity, where our common aspirations and hopes find abundant expression in the power of our united endeavors. All over Africa the essential economic pattern developed under co-judicialism remains. Not one of us, despite our political independence, has yet succeeded in breaking in any substantial measure our economic subservience to econ-OII-1 systems external to Africa. It is the purpose of neocolonialism to maintain this economic relationship. The developed countries need the raw materials of Africa to maintain their own industries, and they are anxious to find markets in Africa for their manufactured goods. But there can be no market for these manufactured goods unless the people of Africa have the money with which to buy them. The developed countries have a vested interest in Africa's prosperity. In many cases our most valuable raw materials, such as minerals, are owned and exploited by foreign companies. Large parts of the wealth of Africa, which could be used for the economic development of Africa, are drained out of the continent in this way to bolster the economies of the developed nations. It is true that the whole world is poised at a delicate econo-OC balance, and that economic collapse in any one part of the world would have grave repercussions on us. Our situation in Africa is so weak that we are bound to be the first and the worst sufferers if economic difficulties should set in Europe or America, and the effect upon us would be absolute and catastrophic. We have nothing to fall back on. We have become so utterly dependent upon these outside economic systems that we have no means of resistance to external economic fluctuations. We have no economic resilience whatsoever within our own continent. We are so cut off from one another that in many cases the road systems in each of our countries peter out into bush as they approach the frontier of our neighbor. How can we trade amongst ourselves when we do not even have proper means of physical communication? It is now possible to travel by from Accra to London in 6 hours. I can fly from Accra to Nairobi or from Accra to Cairo in half a day. it is easy for us to get together to talk. But on the ground over which we fly with such ease and nonchalance, it is frequently impossible to engage in the most elementary trade simply because there are no proper roads, and because we are artificially divided and mzed. Our few and negligible roads and railways always lead, ultimately, to some port. In a sense they have become symbols of our economic subservience and our dependence on trade outside the African continent. We have inherited from colonialism an economic pattern from which it is difficult to escape. Great forces are arrayed to bl our escape. When individually we try to find some econ-oi1lc independence, pressures are brought against us that are often irresistible owing to our disunity. I am not arguing that we should cut off all economic relationships with countries outside Africa. I am not saying that we should spurn foreign trade and reject foreign investment. What I am saying is that we should get together, think together, plan together, and organize our African economy as a unit, and negotiate our overseas economic relations as part of our general continental economic planning. Only in this way can we negotiate economic arrangements on terms fair to ourselves. The Organization of African Unity was a declaration of intention to unite. It was an optimistic beginning. But we need more than this. We must unite now under a union government if this intention is to have any meaning and relevance. Talk is worthless if it does not lead to action. And so far as Africa is concerned, action will be impossible if it is any further delayed. Those forces which endanger our continent do not stand still. They are not moving step by step. They are marching in double step against us. Every day we delay the establishment of a union government of Africa, we subject ourselves to outside economic domination. And our political independence as separate states becomes more and more meaningless. Brother presidents and prime ministers, as I said a few minutes ago, this decade is Africa's finest hour. Great things are in store for us if we would but take our courage in our hands and reach out towards them. How would South Africa dare to sentence Nelson Mandela and his 7 brave colleagues against protests of a united Africa? How could Portugal dare think of continuing the violation of the sovereignty of Angola and Mozambique or so-called Portuguese Guinea, if these formed part of a united government of Africa? How could a white settler minority government in southern Rhodesia dare to lock up Komu and Sithole? We have gone to Geneva to seek a major victory in our quest for fair play and justice in international trade. There were no less than 75 of us in one group set against the few of the great industrialized communities of Europe and the United States. And yet how weak was our bargaining power because of our political and economic disunity and divisions. How much more effective would our efforts have been if we had spoken with the one voice of Africa's millions? With all our minerals and water power and fertile lands, is it not a cause for shame that W.C. remain poor and content to plead for aid from the very people who have robbed us of our riches in the past? How can Egypt, strategically situated as it is, combat the imperialism and neo-colonialism and solve the press and urgent problems of the Middle East unless it has the backing of a union government of Africa? Only a human government can assist effectively in the solution of the problems of the Middle East, including the Palestinian question. Mr. Chairman. Many Let us remember, brother presidents and PNME stirs, Sahara no longer divides us. We do not see ourselves, merely as Arab America, Black Africa, English Africa, or French Africa. We are one people, one continent with one destiny. I see no way out of our present predicament. Except the force and power of a union government of Nka. By his I do not mean the abrogation of any sovereignty. I seek no regional unions as a basis for unity. Indeed, the more independent states there are within our union government, the stronger will be our unity, and the freer will be each sovereign state within the union to attend to its specific and exclusive problems. The specific fields of common action I have MMR, defense, foreign policy, and economic development, including a common currency for Africa. In this way, instead of a charter which operates on the basis of peripatetic or widely separated commissions, the control of an administrative secretariat without political direction, we shall have a government for joint action in 3 fields of our governmental erotai. It has been suggested from this rostra and it is on our da also that we should decide at this conference as to the location of the permanent headquarters of the Organization of African Unity and appoint a permanent Secretary General. If, as we agree in principle, at this conference to move on to, the end of a union government of Africa, we shall recruit a different set of criteria for selecting the headquarters of the organization and its permanent officials. We should be careful to avoid being drawn into discussions at this stage which could lead to a clash of interests as to which country should have the head. Or pro de Secretary General. This could harm the very which we are trying now to establish. I feel very strongly that the status quo should remain. Appoint a Secretary General, provided it is agreed that the appointment is made on a provisional basis only. I feel that Addis Ababa should continue as the provisional headquarters of our organization. Mr. Chairman, I would like to express on behalf of Ghana our sincere thanks to His Imperial Majesty Haile Selassie I and to the Ethiopian government for maintaining the provisional secretariat up to now. I feel, however, that before we rise we should make appropriate contributions from our various states for the upkeep of this our organization. The burden should not be Ethiopia's alone. I would like to state in this connection that Ghana is not interested in either the headquarters or the Secretary Generalship of the organization. Mr. Chairman, 280 million people in strength with a common destiny and a common goal could give progress and development in Africa a new momentum and an impetus which go beyond our wildest dreams. Do not let us speak and act as if we are not aware of the revolutionary forces surging through Africa today. Even the industrialized nations outside Africa recognize this now. Today, there may be frustration, doubt, and distrust in every part of our continent, but tomorrow we'll see a new hope and a new march to glory, under a united government capable of speaking with one voice for all Africa. Mr. Chairman, for a few moments, please permit me to refer to the pattern of economic structure which we inherited from the colonialists in Africa. All of us, under colonial rule, were encouraged to produce a limited number of primary commodities, mainly agricultural and mineral, for export overseas. Capital for development was owned by foreigners and profits were vigorously transferred abroad. A trade pattern of this sort stagnated the rest of our national economy, and our resources remained undeveloped. In consequence, indigenous capital formation was negligible, leaving all our countries in a state of abject poverty. Since independence, we have been making energetic efforts to reverse and overhaul these unsatisfactory features in our economy. In some of the independent African states great efforts have been made to relax traditional economic links with the ex-colonial powers. But none of us can say that we have succeeded in breaking those dangerous links completely. Another handicap which we suffered from colonialism was the restriction of our economies which has hampered economic development in many ways. The very fact that all the independent African states produce and maintain development plans is an indication of our deep concern for realizing nationalist aspirations and improving the conditions of living of our people. But however deep our concern, however strong our determination, these development plans will avail us nothing if the necessary capital is not available. This capital, as we all know, is everywhere desperately short. The men with the know-how are few and scattered. It is by our coming together and pooling our resources that we can find a solution to this problem. In other words, only by unified economic planning on a continental basis with a central political direction within a union government can we hope to meet the economic challenge of our time. It takes millions of pounds to build the basic industries, irrigation, and power plants which will enable us to escape from our PR and economic stagnation. Our various individual, separate, balkanized states cannot mobilize the enormous amounts of money required for these major projects and industrial complexes. We cannot bargain effectively for the essential funds from foreign sources on the best possible terms. What we are doing now is to compete between ourselves for the little capital available from foreign sources. In our scramble to get this capital we foreign firms extensive and lucrative concessions for the exploitation of our natural resources. These concessions to secure this capital exacerbate the colonial pattern of our economy. We invest more in raw materials output than in industrial development, and the continued drain abroad of profits which should have been reinvested in economic development retards the progress of our industrialization plans. In a continental federal union, we can easily mobilize the amount of capital available to the African states by the establishment of a central monetary development finance bank. Already our various states have agreed to form an African Development Bank. This, however, cannot succeed without a continental economic plan and without the necessary political direction which only a union government of Africa can provide. An African Monetary Development Bank of the kind I envisage will enable us to formulate continental agreements concerning the terms of loans and investments by foreign interests. Together, we can bargain far more effectively with foreign firms and governments for investments and loans for the kinds of industries we desire and not those they desire. We can bargain on the terms of these loans and we can ensure that the increased savings which will arise from continental development of Africa's huge resources will enable us to develop and more rapidly. The unnecessary competition amongst us for capital would cease and moreover we can work up continental tariff policies designed to protect newly developing African industries. The great risks involved in investing in our individual countries will be reduced, for in an African economic union our development projects would be backed by all the African states together. But even this healthy sign of development is in grave danger of driving us against one another. As the general conditions of our economy are similar in all the independent African states, and as our national development plans are not being coordinated, this can only lead to a concomitant expansion of our separate productive capacities in excess of the quantity which can be profitably marketed either internally or abroad. The result of this is obviously the certainty of establishing cutthroat competition among us with heavy financial losses to our respective economies. The problem of African unity must therefore be examined against the background of the economic position of the independent African states, our aspirations for rapid development and the difficulties with which we are confronted in our separate existence. If we examine these problems carefully, we cannot evade the conclusion that the movement towards African political unity will substantially and immediately contribute to the solution of the economic problems of the independent African states. Indeed, I will make bold to state that African unity based on a continental union government is the only, I repeat only, possible framework within which the economic difficulties of Africa can be successfully and satisfactorily settled. The appeal for a union government of Africa is therefore not being made merely to satisfy a political end. It is absolutely indispensable for our economic survival in this modern world of ours. We must remember that just as we had to obtain political independence from colonial rule as a necessary prerequisite for establishing new and progressive communities for our respective states, so we cannot achieve economic stability in Africa as a whole without the prerequisite of a continental union government. Indeed, we cannot hope to sustain the economic development of Africa without first accepting the necessity for a continental division of labor to ensure that particular states specialized in their respective fields for which geographical, economic and social factors make them the most suitable, can develop to their fullest capacity with the best interest of the continent as a whole in mind. Take, for example, the steel industry. This could be developed to the highest possible limit in Nigeria, Egypt, or Mauritania, or Liberia or Ghana, to mention only a few instances. If we do not unite under a federal government, it is clear that each of the states mentioned will wish in their own national interests to pursue the possibility of establishing and expanding its own steel mill. Indeed, this is being done already by some of us to the benefit, profit, and gain of foreign concerns. If, however, our resources were combined to set up steel mills on a continental basis, at strategically chosen points in Africa, we would be in a position to make the greatest possible contribution to the industrial progress of the whole continent. Without a conscious effort based on a common governmental program, we cannot hope to achieve this end. We might even find ourselves using the resources of one area of Africa to retard the progress and development of one or more other areas by cutthroat competition. How then, at this moment of history, shall we meet this great challenge? Certainly, we cannot blink at the harsh facts of life which are all too tragically familiar to us. This is especially true when we consider the economic development of Africa, on which all our other aspirations depend. The most casual glance at our continent should convince anyone that the price of our disunity is continued exploitation from abroad and foreign interference in our internal matters. No matter where we look in the continent, we will find that, to a greater or lesser degree, the same pattern of exploitation persists. For example, the economy of the Congo, Leopoldville, is still dominated by three foreign groups, which represent Belgian, French, British, and American interests. Herein lies the woe and tragedy of our beloved Congo. Two foreign firms, the Rhodesian Anglo-American Corporation and the Rhodesian Selection Trust, control the mining output of Zambia. Copper makes up 80 to 90% of Zambia's exports, yet profits and interest shipped abroad annually often mount to as high as half of Zambia's total export earnings. Thus you can see that despite political independence, nearly all of us here today are unable to exploit our agricultural and mineral resources in our own interests. Under a strong union government we would have the material resources for rapid industrialization, whereby all of us, big or small, would be benefited. But so long as we are divided, we will, to this extent, remain colonies in an economic sense. We shall remain puppets and agents of neocolonialism. The truth of this is even more evident when we examine monetary zones and customs unions. Most African states are still in monetary zones linked to the former colonial power. 1/4 of these states are in the sterling zone and 1/2 are in the franc zone. Owing to this currency arrangement, trade between the independent African states is restricted and hampered. Indeed, trade is practically impossible within this financial environment. An example of our present economic limitations as separate independent governments may be cited from our experience in our economic relations with our brothers from Upper Volta and Togo. 2 years ago, in furtherance of our natural desire for closer collaboration in all fields of development with our sister states, we performed a historic ceremony by breaking down the physical barriers established between Ghana and Upper Volta. The two governments signed a long-term trade and payments agreement under which each government agreed to grant a non-interest-bearing swing credit of about £250,000. The Bank of Ghana on behalf of the Government of Ghana was appointed as the technical agent to operate the payments agreement. In the case of the Upper Volta government, the Banque de l'Afrique Occidentale was nominated by the Upper Volta government as its agent. To this day, the Banque de l'Afrique Occidentale in Ouagadougou have refused to execute the banking arrangements drawn up by the Bank of Ghana to implement the agreement. Payment instructions issued by the Bank of Ghana to the Banque de l'Afrique Occidentale have so far not been honored. On the other hand, the Bank of Ghana has been requested by the Banque de l'Afrique Occidentale to transfer sterling in their favor before the payments instructions will be carried out, in spite of the fact that it is expressly laid down in the agreement that all payments to or from either country should be effected through the clearing account to be maintained by the two banks. HTHE agreement instituted between Ghana and Upper Volta had worked successfully. The operation of the French currency arrangements, which are the medium of commercial undertakings in Upper Volta, would have been seriously undermined. Is it therefore any wonder that the Banque de l'Afrique Occidentale made the operation of an agreement signed between OSIS African States, the best of intentions unworkable and moparatlev? Our difficulties WLTH the Republic of Togo arise from the same limitations. It will be clear from these examples that until we in Africa are able to establish our own independent currency and financial institutions, we shall continue to be at the mercy of the financial arrangements imposed by foreign governments in their own, and not in our, interest. As long as the states of Africa remain divided, as long are forced to compete for foreign capital and to accept economies to foreign powers because in our separate entities we are too small, weak, and unviable to go it alone, we will be unable to break the economic pattern of exploitation established in the days of outright colonialism. Only if we can unite and carry out coordinated economic planning within the framework of African political unity, will it be possible for us to break the bonds of neocolonialism and reconstruct our economies for the purpose of achieving real economic independence and higher living standards for all our African states, big or small? Mr. Chairman. Tilby. After all these arguments that have been advanced, can it maintain that a union government for Africa is premature? Have we not got the men? Have we not got the resources? Have we not got the will? What else are we waiting for? I know, and some of you know, that we can, right now, if we have the will and determination to do so. Mere resolutions cannot help us. Not even another charter. The Ghana-Guinea Union, Casablanca Charter, Monrovia Charter, and others, have long completed this resolution and charter writing exercise. Mr. Chairman. It is therefore with great honor and privilege that I now propose to you, Your Majesties, Brother Presidents and Prime Ministers, the framework for a Union Government of Africa. This Union Government shall consist of an assembly of heads of state and government headed by a president elected from among the heads of state and government of the independent African states. The executive of the Union Government will be a cabinet or council of ministers with a chancellor or prime minister as its head, and a federal house consisting of two chambers, the Senate and a House of Representatives. If you agree, we can appoint our foreign ministers, assisted by experts, to work out a constitution for a union government of Africa. Brother presidents and prime ministers, with our common suffering and aspirations, we should be one and a united people. Our continent, surrounded on all sides by oceans, is one of the most compact land masses in the world. Nature has endowed us with the richest and the best of natural resources. Circumstances and our common experience in history have made all of us a people with one destiny. Let us not betray the great promise of our future or disappoint the great hopes of the masses of our people by taking the wrong turning in this critical and momentous hour of decision. We cannot save ourselves except through the unity of our continent based on common action through a continental union government. Only a united Africa under a union government can cure us of our economic ills and lift us out of our despair and frustration. I make this sincere and serious appeal in the interest of our common progress, our security, and our future well-being. I hope that all of us will accept this appeal with equal sincerity. But I know that, for various reasons, some of us may not be ready or prepared to take this historic and momentous decision now. Nevertheless, I charge those of us who are ready to do so now, even if we are only a few, and how I wish it could be all of us, firstly, to come away from Cairo having agreed to the establishment of a union government of Africa. Secondly, those of us who subscribe to this solemn agreement must designate our foreign ministers to constitute a working committee to draft the constitution for the Federal Union Government of Africa. Thirdly, those who subscribe to this agreement should, within 6 months, meet at a place to be agreed upon, to adopt and proclaim to the world the Federal Union Government of Africa. Mr. Chairman, Brother Presidents, and Prime Ministers, it has been said that great things from little causes spring. How true this saying is, can be judged from the beginnings of some of the world's great powers of today. The United States started within 13 weak economically non-viable colonies exposed to serious political IIJL econometricships. Yet today, the United States of America is a world power with not less than 50 constituent states. The Soviet Union, whose scientists have astounded the world with their interplanetary exploits, began their union amid untold hardships and difficulties with but 3 states. Today, the Soviet Union is composed of 16 federated states. We cannot wait, we dare not wait, until we are encompassed by our doom for failing to seize this grand opportunity rising to the call of America's finest hour. This is the challenge which history has thrust upon us. This is the mandate we have received from our people, that we set about to create a union government for Africa now, and this is also the challenge which Providence and Destiny has thrust upon us. We cannot, we must not, we dare not fail or falter. 22. As soon as the decision was taken to hold the 1965 OAU Summit Conference in Accra, enemies of the African Revolution set to work to try to prevent the conference taking place in Ghana. Imperialist and neocolonialist agents did all they could to split the OAU, and whipped up vicious press campaigns. A deputation was sent to visit OAU states in an attempt to persuade them to boycott the conference if it was held in Accra. The excuse was made that Ghana was sheltering political refugees, and was assisting in the subversion of other African states. The governments of Ivory Coast, Upper Volta, Dahomey, Niger, the Entente states, and Togo, used this excuse to declare that they would not attend the conference if it was held in Accra. In order to remove the supposed grievance, the Ghana government expelled a number of political refugees whose presence had been resented, and their expulsions were confirmed by independent OAU observers. But the objecting states did not reciprocate by banishing Ghanaian political dissidents operating from their territories, nor did they agree to attend the conference. It was clear that their real objection to the OAU conference being held in Accra went far deeper than the question of political refugees, and Con 298 seemed the proposals for union government which it was anticipated I would place before the member states. By boycotting the conference, the object was either to prevent it being held in Accra, or if it did take place, to sabotage it by making it very difficult for any real progress to be made towards a union government of Africa. Although the opposition to the Accra summit came from French-speaking African states, not all the former French colonies were involved. Guinea and Mali, for example, were among the radical states supporting political unification. It is an old imperialist tactic to try to use superficial differences to divide peoples they wish to continue to oppress and exploit. But they are up against a fundamental unifying factor which they cannot destroy, and that is the common experience of oppressed and exploited peoples, which binds them together and ignores differences of language, culture, and traditions. The underlying conflict, reflected in the feverish diplomatic maneuverings before the Accra summit in 1965, was not between the peoples of Africa, but between Africa as a whole and imperialism and neocolonialism working through puppet, reactionary regimes representing a small minority of indigenous bourgeois elements. As it was, the opening of the conference had to be postponed for a month. The new conference buildings specially constructed for the occasion, had been completed within 10 months, but the dates of the OAU conference coincided with the postponed Afro-Asian conference in Algiers. In addition, it was hoped that a later start for the OAU conference might give time for a change of attitude on the part of the Entente states. But when in fact the conference opened in Accra on the 21st of October, 1965, the 5 Entente states and Togo were absent. Instead of going to Accra, they met in Ouagadougou in Upper Volta, and announced that they would 299 not attend the Accra summit because the government of Ghana had not expelled all the families of the so-called subversive elements. The absence of Ivory Coast, Upper Volta, Dahomey, Niger, and Togo from the conference was a stab in the back for the OAU, but it did not prevent more than 3/4 of the member states from voting in favor of my proposal for an OAU Executive Council to act as the executive arm of the Assembly of the Heads of State and Government. Of the 28 independent states which attended the conference, 22 voted for the immediate adoption of the proposals. But a 2/3 vote, i.e. 24 of the total membership, was needed to pass the resolution, and so it was agreed that the proposal should be referred back to the governments of the member states for further consideration, and a report be submitted to the next session of the Assembly. It was a disappointment not to get the proposals adopted there and then, but at least it had been clearly shown that the majority of states supported them, and I gave notice that I would place the question of the setting up of an Executive Council as an amendment to the Charter of the OAU. I considered the setting up of an Executive Council was key to the future of the OAU, for without effective political machinery it could not hope to fulfill the purposes for which it was created. Already, by 1965, it had been powerless to deal with some of Africa's most pressing problems, and was being derided by some critics as a mere talking shop. Freedom fighters engaged in a life and death struggle with imperialism are not impressed with the passing of resolutions unless they result in positive action in the form of supplies, training facilities, and so on. the OAU, like the UN, was proving to be no better than the governments which controlled it, and the peoples whose interests it was formed to serve were in ER of being betrayed. 300. The first question to be discussed when the Accra Conference opened was the crisis in Rhodesia. Somalia and other member states called for the immediate adoption of a resolution prepared at the meeting of foreign ministers which preceded the conference. At the request of Dr. Bunda of Malawi, the conference at once went into secret session, and from then on the sessions remained private except for formal announcements and the concluding session. After much discussion there was agreement on a resolution on Rhodesia which called on the British government to suspend the 1961 constitution and to take over the administration of the country. The resolution went on to urge Britain to release all political prisoners, including Joshua Komu and the Reverend Sithole, and to call a constitutional conference of representatives of the entire population. Independence should be based only on one man one vote, and free elections. It called on the UN to regard a unilateral declaration of independence, UDI, as a threat to international peace, and to take steps to deal with any such contingency. It further urged all governments and international bodies not to recognize a white minority government in Rhodesia, and to apply sanctions against it. If Britain granted or tolerated UDI, all OAU members should reconsider their economic, diplomatic, and financial relations with the British government, and use all possible means, including the use of force, to oppose UDI. The conference went on to call on the UN Security Council and General Assembly to regard the situation in South Africa, and the increasing collaboration between Africa, Portugal, and the minority government in Rhodesia as a serious threat to international peace and security. A strong call was made to all states to give maximum help to the liberation movements. On the question of political refugees, member states agreed that they must be given shelter provided that they 3°1. Did not engage in subversive activities against any OAU stat. Representatives of liberation movements throughout Africa met Accra at the time of the OAU summit and discussed common problems. It was hoped that they might create a united liberation movement and a common strategy for all oppressed areas. But although there were very useful discussions, no unified organization was established to combine strategy and tactics, and to organize the struggle as a whole. Similarly, the OAU failed to set up a single Afri High Command, though a resolution was passed agreeing to the principle of coordination in the military field. Developments in Africa since the 1965 OAU Summit Conference in Accra have shown with tragic clarity the hopelessness of trying to solve Africa's problems without unified political machinery to carry through the complete liberation of the continent and the full development of Africa's economic potential, through the optimum zone of development, for the benefit of her own people. A New Africa speech at the opening of the Summit Conference of the OAU, Accra, October 21, 1965. Your Imperial Majesty, brothers and colleagues, no honor is greater for me personally and for the government and people of Ghana than that we should have the privilege of extending to you, distinguished and eminent sons of Africa, our humble hospitality and sincere welcome. I am particularly happy that I should have lived long enough to witness with you here the historic and momentous spectacle of this great assembly of the leaders and representatives of the independent states of Africa. We are glad to recall today memories of our struggles for independence. Our prophetic imaginings of a new Africa emancipated from colonial chains, standing united and ready to play its historic role in world affairs. The dreams of generations are being steadily realized and fulfilled in many ways. Today, we raise our voices above the earth and to the world, not as the oppressed and downtrodden of mankind, but with the reborn dignity and strength of a people confident in themselves and certain of their future. It is in this spirit and with humility but with a sense of pride in our destiny that I stand before you to offer you, distinguished compatriots, a truly Mrican welcome to Ghana. Let me take this opportunity to welcome into our midst Brother Dada Jawara, Prime Minister of the Gambia, who takes his seat among us for the first time. Gambia's accession to independence is of great significance to us because her independence closest chapter of British and French colonialism in this part of our continent. Among us here also in the capacity of observers are the representatives of our courageous freedom fighters in the remaining territories of Africa still under the yoke of colonial rule. On this historic occasion our minds must be filled with the suffering and heroism of our brothers in South Africa, Angola, Mozambique, Basutoland, Swaziland, Bechuanaland, Southwest Africa and the so-called Portuguese and Spanish possessions in Africa, whose mounting struggle for freedom and independence is also our struggle. Every minute, every moment, that passes sees the intensification of this struggle. Our freedom fighters refuse to bend their knees to colonial oppression. We salute them. Allow me to assure them in your name, that we stand by them, their struggle is our struggle, and we are determined that they shall soon come to share with us the benefits of freedom and independence, and the responsibilities of managing their own affairs in a united Africa. The liberation of the whole of our continent, and the restoration of freedom and dignity to those of our brothers who are still under the colonial yoke remain our most important and immediate tasks, but we cannot forget that we are an integral part of humanity involved in all conflicts, perils, strivings and hopes of the human race all over the globe. We cannot ignore the fact that the same imperialist forces which exploit and subvert our independent states, and which exploit and oppress our peoples in the remaining colonial enclaves of Africa, are the very same forces which breed armed conflicts, civil strife, and economies impoverished on other continents. It would be folly for us to dream of Africa as a peaceful and ving continent in the midst of a world convulsed by armed conflicts, OCNTE by hunger and disease and continual menaced being penalist and aggression. The armed conflict in Vietnam presents a grave peril to world peace. We must find a way to end that conflict permanently if the world is to live in peace. In the same way, we must find the aim to end the conflict over Kashmir permanently. We in Africa believe that the unhappy conflict between India and Pakistan can be of benefit to nobody except the imperialists, the colonialists, and the neocolonialists. We must also find a way of putting an end to the current wave of aggression and armed conflicts which are today threatening the peace of the world and causing so much suffering. We in Africa therefore demand the establishment of an atom-free zone. We demand the ultimate destruction of nuclear stockpiles wherever they may be and the banning of their manufacture. On SA and other issues we expect the world to respect our point of view, our stand, our heritage, and our freedom and independence. Brothers and colleagues, we are enjoined by the Charter of the OAU to harness the material and human resources of our great NCT continent for the well-being of all our people. From the experience of the last 2 years, are we sure that the Charter as it stands at present contains adequate provisions to enable us to achieve this? The people of Africa are waiting in anxious expectation for a concrete and constructive program which will assist them to realize their hopes and aspirations. They know their suffering, they know how heavy is their burden, and we who are here today know too that if we fail them, woe betide us. It is true that all of us here are dedicated to the progress of Africa, and that we are determined to forge stronger bonds of unity in the interests of the welfare and happiness of the African people as a whole. It is also true that a number of resolutions and declarations have been made and adopted, not only by our summit conference, but also by the Council of Ministers and by the various commissions of the OAU. It is proper that we should have made and adopted these resolutions in the interests of African unity, but unless an effective political machinery is devised, to implement these resolutions, they remain no more than words on paper. In spite of these resolutions and declarations, in spite of all good intentions, in spite of our plans, the naked fact, alas, is that Africa is still an impoverished continent, immobilized by the lack of political cohesion, harassed by imperialism and ransacked by neocolonialism. That is so because our unity is still incomplete and ineffective in the face of grave threats to our existence. What use is it to us then that our continent is so rich in material and human resources? Brothers and colleagues, the fault is in ourselves, not in our stars. As I speak to you now, the situation in southern Rhodesia constitutes a grave threat to the peace of Africa. The racialist minority which has been allowed to assume power in this British colony now believes that its colonial constitution is not designed to enable it to introduce a complete aversion of apartheid in that colony. The racialist regime now threatens to take the law into its own hands and to make a unilateral declaration of independence. We recognize that Britain, as the metropolitan power, bears the ultimate responsibility for the conduct of the colonial regime and for the maintenance of law and order in the colony. But we in Africa cannot remain indifferent to the fate of 4 million Africans in that territory, and cannot allow an extension of the vile, inhuman system of apartheid to other parts of Africa. We call on the British government to do its duty and to fulfill its obligations towards all the citizens seen its colony of Southern Rhodesia. If armed force is required to bring the rebellious elements in the colony to order, we expect the United Kingdom government to use force to quell the rebellion. In the event of the United Kingdom government failing in its duty, I am sure that the member states of the OAU will take whatever steps are necessary in support of the 4 million Africans who form the majority in Southern Rhodesia. Whatever the outcome of the present crisis, the struggle for the liberation of our brothers in Southern Rhodesia will not be abandoned by the Organization of African Unity any more than it can be abandoned by the oppressed majority. We call on the British government to realize that the peace of Africa is immediately involved in the present crisis in Rhodesia, and that the only safety and prosperity which the white settler minority can find is in a just and democratic constitution which allows the majority to rule for the benefit of all the people in the territory. Another issue which requires our urgent attention at this conference is the problem of political refugees. Political refugees are a recent phenomenon in this continent, and they have arisen as an outcome of the struggle for independence. Indeed, so extensive is this question that there is perhaps not one independent African state today which has no political refugee problem. While in the fight to colony SM, we can expect a large measure of political cohesion and unity of purpose, what happens thereafter is a different matter. The responsibility for safeguarding political freedom, once it has been won, and the responsibility for fostering national development are not seen in the same light by those who only yesterday were colleagues and comrades in arms. Thus we find that Ivory Coast opposition elements come into hiding in Ghana, that Ghanaian dissidents go to live in Nigeria, Togo and the Ivory Coast. We find similar problems and difficulties virtually everywhere in Africa. We are all aware of the international convention which recognizes that any sovereign state can permit political refugees from another country to dwell in its territory. In a speech to the National Assembly on the Geneva Agreement which Ghana, and some other African states have ratified, I added an overriding condition that they do not carry out on our soil political activities aimed against their own country. It would indeed be a sad reflection on our organization, if even one African, whose well-being and progress is the duty of every one of us here, is permitted to wander around this continent, a reproach and a byword among all men, an outcast, deprived of food and shelter, a stateless individual, hounded from state to state, from country to country, without friends, and every man's hands against him. As long as political boundaries persist in Africa, boundaries which we have inherited at independence and were drawn arbitrarily, with no heed to the ethnic, economic, and social realities of Africa, so long shall we be plagued by the political refugee problem. The political refugee problem is a social and political problem, and its only solution lies in an all-African Union government within which our present boundaries will become links instead of barriers. In the National Constitution of Ghana, we have provision for the full or partial surrender of our sovereignty to an all-African Union. No member state should or can be expected to surrender its sovereignty for any lesser cause. History is made only by bold ventures and not by retreating in the face of difficulties. Those who argue that the time is not ripe or that the difficulties are too great for the establishment of a continental union government are not recognizing the imperative needs of the African continent or the overwhelming wishes and desires of the masses of the people of Africa. We can delay no longer in taking that economic destiny of Africa into our own hands. Since the founding of the Organization of Africa Unity at Addis Ababa, world trade has moved further and faster into the channels prepared by neocolonialism. The increased productivity of our wealthy sea continent benefited not us, the industrial nations. By depressing the prices of our raw materials and metals, they have stunted our economic progress. By raising the prices of their manufactured goods, they have drained away any surpluses we might have acquired. The deliberate policy of neocolonialism emerges, not only to rob us of our wealth, but to prevent us from acquiring capital for our own development. Those of us who are in the European common market and those of us outside it are equally rocked by economic storms and in danger of economic shipwreck. Everywhere in Africa, our economies are crumbling, our treasuries are getting empty, we are becoming client states, none of us can stand alone. We will remain in that condition until we take the economic and political destiny of Africa into our own hands. An African common market of 300 million producers and consumers should have a productivity, a purchasing and bargaining power equal to any of those trading and currency blocks which now rule the commerce of the world. Who is there to oppose or frustrate us, if we only have the courage to form an all-African Union government? Can the industrialized nations do without our copper, our uranium, our iron ore, our bauxite, our coffee, cocoa, cotton, groundnuts, palm oil, or will they come running to us, as we have been running to them for trade on equitable terms? It is courage that we lack, not wealth. It is true that we have made half-hearted attempts at economic cooperation, but without the drive and authority which can only come from political action. In this connection, let me quote the words of Brother Nyerere of Tanzania: "For Africa, the lesson of our East African experience is that although economic cooperation can go a long way without political integration, there comes a point when movement must be either forward or backward, forward into political decision or backward into reduced economic cooperation. The OAU must face such a choice now. We can either move forward to progress through an effective African Union or step backward into stagnation, instability, and confusion, an easy prey for foreign intervention, interferences, and subversion. Today, which has no political refugee problem. While in the fight against colonialism, we can expect a large measure of political cohesion and unity of purpose, what happens thereafter is a different matter. The responsibility for safeguarding political freedom, once it has been won, and the responsibility for fostering national development are not seen in the same light by those who only yesterday were colleagues and comrades in arms. Thus we find that Ivory Coast opposition elements come into hiding in Ghana, that Ghanaian dissidents go to live in Nigeria, Togo and the Ivory Coast. We find similar problems and difficulties virtually everywhere in Africa. We are all aware of the International Convention which recognizes that any sovereign state can permit political refugees from another country to dwell in its territory. In a speech to the National Assembly on the Geneva Agreement which Ghana, and some other African states have ratified, I added an overriding condition that they do not carry out on our soil political activities aimed against their own country. It would indeed be a sad reflection on our organization, if even one African, whose well-being and progress is the duty of every one of us here, is permitted to wander around this continent, a reproach and a byword among all men, an outcast, deprived of food and shelter, a stateless individual, hounded from state to state, from country to country, without friends, and every man's hands against him. As long as political boundaries persist in Africa, boundaries which we have inherited at independence and were drawn arbitrarily, with no heed to the ethnic, economic, and social realities of Africa, so long shall we be plagued by the political refugee problem. The political refugee problem is a social and political problem, and its only solution lies in an all-African Union government within which our present boundaries will become links instead of barriers. In the National Constitution of Ghana, we have provision for the full or partial surrender of our sovereignty to an all-African Union. No member state should or can be expected to surrender its sovereignty for any lesser cause. History is made only by bold ventures and not by retreating in the face of difficulties. Those who argue that the time is not ripe or that the difficulties are too great for the establishment of a continental union government are not recognizing the imperative needs of the African continent or the overwhelming wishes and desires of the masses of the people of Africa. We can delay no longer in taking the economic destiny of Africa into our own hands. Since the founding of the Organization of Africa Unity at Addis Ababa, world trade has moved further and faster into the channels prepared by neocolonialism. The increased productivity of our wealthy continent has benefited not us, but the industrial nations. By depressing the prices of our raw materials and metals, they have stunted our economic progress. By raising the prices of their manufactured goods, they have drained away any surpluses we might have acquired. The deliberate policy of neocolonialism emerges, not only to rob us of our wealth, but to prevent us from acquiring capital for our own development. Those of us who are in the European common market and those of us outside it are equally rocked by economic storms and in danger of economic shipwreck. Everywhere in Africa, our economies are crumbling, our treasuries are getting empty, we are becoming client states, none of us can stand alone. We will remain in that condition until we take the economic and political destiny of Africa into our own hands. An African common market of 300 million producers and consumers should have a productivity, a purchasing, and bargaining power equal to any of those trading and currency blocks which now rule the commerce of the world. Who is there to oppose or frustrate us, if we only have the courage to form an all-African Union government? Can the industrialized nations do without our copper, our uranium, our iron ore, our bauxite, our coffee, cocoa, cotton, ground nuts, palm oil, or will they come running to us, as we have been running to them for trade on equitable terms? It is courage that we lack, not wealth. It is true that we have made half-hearted attempts at economic cooperation, but without the drive and authority which can only come from political action. In this connection, let me quote the words of Brother Nyerere of Tanzania: "For Africa, the lesson of our East African experience is that although economic cooperation can go a long way without political integration, there comes a point when movement must be either forward or backward, forward into political decision or backward into reduced economic cooperation. The OAU must face such a choice now. We can either move forward to progress through an effective African Union or step backward into stagnation, instability, and confusion, an easy prey for foreign intervention, interferences, and subversion. We have a market which can absorb the produce of modem giant enterprises. We have already, through the efforts of the United Nations, established an African Development Bank. There are recommendations adopted by the Addis Ababa Summit Conference as well as by the ECA concerning the establishment of a common monetary zone. What is left now is to create a union central bank to back our individual currencies. The decision to create a central bank for Africa is a political one. Why is it that we are finding it difficult to take this decision in spite of so many resolutions, declarations, and attempts? If Africa had one political front, a central machinery, such a decision would not be difficult to take and achieve. Nothing that has happened since our Addis Ababa or Cairo meetings has caused me to alter my mind about the necessity of a union government for Africa. On the contrary, the growing perils in Africa and on the international scene, the growing strictures on world trade, the growing impoverishment of our primary producers, the persistent border disputes in Africa, the increasing instability caused by interference and subversive activities, the continued defiance and insolence of the racist minority regimes in South Africa and Southern Rhodesia, all these urge me to continue our pursuit for the political unification of Africa. Our poverty, in the midst of our unbounded wealth, our weakness in spite of our unbounded might, the greatness of our need and the justice of our cause, the cry of our hungry and oppressed countrymen, as well as the courage and readiness to make further sacrifices by our liberation forces. All these urge me to restate my conviction that we must give political form or reality to our unity. I am more than ever convinced that Africa should unite into one state with a union government. This is the view which I stated at Addis Ababa in 1963 and in Cairo last year, and I still hold to this position. It is clear from the shortcomings and difficulties experienced in the running of the OAU that it is necessary to strengthen the charter of the OAU by providing an effective machinery which will enable us to work effectively and successfully for the realization of our noble aims and objectives. Furthermore, the heads of state and government and the Council of Ministers cannot in practice meet as often as the imperative issues of a great continent demand. I have never wavered in my conviction that the most effective form for the unity of Africa is a single African state, wielding its power through a continental union government. In fact, everything that has happened since our first meeting in Addis Ababa has strengthened me in this conviction. At the same time, in order to meet the views expressed by some of my brothers and colleagues, and to achieve as much unity as is possible now, I put forward the following proposals. We should set up now a full-time body or executive council of the OAU to act as the executive arm of the Assembly of the Heads of State and Government. The Assembly of Heads of State and Government shall appoint from among themselves a chairman for the Executive Council which will be responsible for implementing the decisions of the Assembly of Heads of State and Government. I also propose that this body shall be responsible for initiating policies and making recommendations to the Assembly of Heads of State and Government on matters pertaining to the aims and objectives of the OAU as set out in Article 2 of the Charter. Under my proposals, the Assembly of Heads of State and Government shall continue to be the supreme governing body of the OAU in Article 8 of our Charter. I further propose that the Assembly shall elect a Union President and a number of Union Vice Presidents to meet periodically during the ensuing year in order to review the work of the Executive Council when the Assembly is not in session. The General Secretariat of the OAU shall be the Secretariat of the Executive Council. I am confident, brothers and colleagues, that from our deliberations we shall leave yet another significant mark on the history of our times. A united Africa is destined to be a great force in world affairs. So the battle is joined, and we cannot disengage, until the wishes and aspirations of our people have been met. Just as in the 195 zeros we stood abreast and solid in the vanguard of Africa's liberation movement, so in the 1960s we shall see an even greater struggle for the fruits of the African Revolution, a new and unified society without which the peoples of Africa cannot independently survive or prosper. Africa shall be a bright star among the constellation of nations. 23. Miguel Augustus Ribeiro, the Ghanaian ambassador to the USA. The rejection of the Food for Peace aid request followed 2 days later. The text of the USAID memoir delivered by Menon Williams to Ribeiro on November 18, 1965 was contained in a telegram from Ribeiro to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs in Accra. It read as follows. My purpose in writing Neocolonialism, the last stage of imperialism, was to expose the workings of international monopoly capitalism in Africa in order to show the meaninglessness of political freedom without economic independence, and to demonstrate the urgent need for the unification of Africa and a socialist transformation of society. The U.S. State Department reacted sharply to the publication of the book, and in an aid memoir protested particularly against Chapter 18, where I drew attention to the activities in Africa of the Peace Corps, the U.S. Information Services, the U.S. Agency for International Development, and to the World Bank. The State Department considered the book anti-American in tone, though it was neocolonialist practices and not governments which were attacked in the book. The State Department followed up its protest with the rejection of a request from my government for $35 million worth of surplus food shipments. A headline in the New York Herald Tribune of Wednesday, November 24, 1965 declared, Ghana bites U.S. hand so feeding is halted. The State Department protest was conveyed orally by Menon Williams, the Assistant Secretary of State for African Affairs, in a meeting with 310. I refer to my ciphered message WA/484 of November 2 on American reaction to Osagyefo's latest book Neocolonialism. At 12:30 this afternoon, Governor Menon Williams, on behalf of the United States government, handed me a formal aid memoir protesting against alleged attacks by Osagyefo in the United States, in public. I quote below the text of the protest. The United States has noted with profound alarm the attacks against the United States in President Nkrumah's book, Neocolonialism, the Last Stage of Imperialism. This represents an unprecedented attack by the head of state of a friendly country against the United States, a country which has by word and deed shown repeatedly over the years its desire to maintain friendly relations with the people and government of Ghana. The book appears to have been designed for the specific purpose of creating in the minds of its readers suspicion and distrust of the motives, intentions, and actions of the United States. The hostility of the book exhibits, particularly in Chapter 18, and its general provocation and anti-American tone, are deeply disturbing and offensive to the government's goodwill. The government of the United States actually therefore holds the government of Ghana fully responsible for whatever consequences the book's publication may have. Before handing in the protest, Mr. Menon Williams expressed his personal disappointment and that of his government at the attacks on the United States, which are considered by them to be very hostile. I explained that nothing had been stated in the book which had not been said before even by American writers, as evidenced by the profuse quotations from the book entitled Invisible Government, and that, far from sharp sentences intending to attack the United States, it could be inferred from arguments and conclusions in the book that Osagyefo real intention was to point out to his fellow African leaders the dangers that disunity exposes them to, and the need for the formation of a union government of Africa. I assured 311 him also of Osagyefo's high regard for the person of President Johnson, and pointed out that neither from books created from Osagyefo's past record could anyone justifiably accuse Osagyefo of indulging in personal attacks on heads of governments, even though some other heads of governments had from time to time attacked Osagyefo personally. I emphasized that what Osagyefo has attacked is a system and not the American president and government. Needless to say, the Governor Williams was not convinced. I was given the impression that the protest may not be the last word of the issue. I advised that the protest be taken seriously and an appropriate reply be sent at an early date through me or the United States charge d'affaires and copied to me. Neocolonialism is more insidious, complex, and dangerous than the old colonialism. It not only prevents its victims from developing their economic potential for their own use, but it controls the political life of the country, and supports the indigenous bourgeoisie in perpetuating the oppression and exploitation of the masses. Under neocolonialism, the economic systems and political policies of independent territories are managed and money-poolated from outside, by international monopoly finance capital in league with the indigenous bourgeoisie. The policy of balkanization pursued by the imperialist powers when forced to concede political independence in Asia, America, and Latin America, reflects the strategy of neocolonialism, the intention being to ensure their continued exploitation and oppression. In Africa, most of the independent states are economically unviable, and still have the artificial frontiers of colonialism. They are easy prey for the voracious appetites of neocolonialist empire builders. Where political balkanization has not been successful for the imperialists, economic balkanization has been pursued. A single productive process is divided between states. Communications, banking, insurance, and other key services are controlled by neocolonialists. Then regional economic groupings in Africa have been encouraged, controlled by neocolonialists, which therefore further strengthen international finance capital. Backing up these processes, the power of international monopoly finance is used to force down the price of raw materials, and to keep up the price of foreign manufactured goods. In recent times, a further tactic of neocolonialism is to appear to support liberation movements, and even to give donations to them, where such movements are thought to be the expression of bourgeois nationalism, and not the outcome of genuine socialist revolutionary effort. For the ending of direct colonial rule and the emergence of a 313. According to an article which appeared in the Baltimore Sun on November 23, 1965, State Department officials denied that the rejection of Ghana's request for food for peace aid was directly connected with the publication of neocolonialism. But they did not deny that relations between the USA and Ghana had reached a new low as a result of Nkrumah's charges that the United States is foremost among the neocolonialist powers seeking to exploit and subjugate the American continent. What appeared to annoy the State Department was the timing of the publication, and the fact that copies of the book were circulated among the American heads of state and their delegations attending the OAU summit meeting in Accra in October 1965. Neocolonialism is a stage in the development of imperialism. In the subtitle of my book I refer to it as the last stage, since I considered it the last thrust of imperialism before the ultimate and inevitable victory of the masses over all forms of oppression and exploitation. The last stage may be said to have developed with full force after the Second World War, in 1945. Before then, neocolonialism had reared its head in Latin America and elsewhere, though it was not until after the Second World War that neocolonialism became the predominant expression of imperialism. 312. Puppet government facilitates neocolonialism by opening the door to exploitation from a wider range of neocolonialists than those represented by a single former colonial power. By concentrating on political struggles to end direct colonial rule, or to force minority regimes to grant reforms, attention is diverted from economic and domestic issues, and the insidious processes of neocolonialism can proceed. Meanwhile, many of the puppet rulers of Africa masquerade as revolutionaries and liberators, and serve the interest of their neocolonialist masters by trying to mask the reactionary nature of their regimes. It is very significant that of all my books, neocolonialism is the only one which has caused a government to register a formal protest. Extracts from Neo-Colonialism. The Last Stage of Imperialism. Introduction. The methods and form of this direction can take various shapes. For example, in an extreme case the troops of the imperial power may garrison the territory of the neocolonial state and control the government of it. More often, however, neocolonialist control is exercised through economic or monetary means. The neocolonial state may be obliged to take the manufactured products of the imperialist power to the exclusion of competing product from elsewhere. Control over government policy in the neocolonial state may be secured by payments towards the cost of running the state, by the provision of civil servants in positions where they can dictate policy, and by monetary control over foreign exchange through the imposition of a banking system controlled by the imperial power. Where neocolonialism exists, the power exercising control is often the state which formerly ruled the territory in question, but this is not necessarily so. For example, in the case of South Vietnam, the former imperial power was France, but neocolonial control of the state has now gone to the United States. It is possible that neocolonial control may be exercised by a consortium of financial interests which are not specifically identifiable with any particular state. The control of the Congo by great international financial concerns is a case in point. The result of neocolonialism is that foreign capital is used for the exploitation rather than for the development of the less developed parts of the world. Investment under neocolonialism increases rather than decreases the gap between the rich and the poor countries of the world. The struggle against neocolonialism is not aimed at excluding the capital of the developed world from operating in less developed countries. It is aimed at preventing the financial power of the developed countries being used in such a way as to impoverish the less developed. Non-alignment, as practiced by Ghana and many other countries, is based on cooperation with all states whether they be capitalist, socialist or have a mixed economy. Such a policy, therefore, involves foreign investment from capitalist countries, but it must be invested in accordance with a national plan drawn up by the government of the non-aligned state with its own interests in mind. The issue is not what return the foreign investor receives on his investments. He may, in fact, do better for himself if he invests in a non-aligned country than if he invests in a neocolonial one. The question is one of power. A state in the grip of neocolonialism is not master of its own destiny. It is this factor which makes neocolonialism such a serious threat. The neocolonialism of today represents imperialism in its final and perhaps its most dangerous stage. In the past it was possible to convert a country upon which a neocolonial regime had been imposed, Egypt in the 19th century is an example, into a colonial territory. Today this process is no longer feasible. Old-fashioned colonialism is by no means entirely abolished. It still constitutes an African problem, but it is everywhere on the retreat. Once a territory has become nominally independent, it is no longer possible, as it was in the last century, to reverse the process. Existing colonies may linger on, but no new colonies will be created. In place of colonialism as the main instrument of imperialism, we have today neocolonialism. The essence of neocolonialism is that the state which is subject to it is, in theory, independent and has all the outward trappings of international sovereignty. In reality, its economic system and thus its political policy is directed from outside to world peace. The growth of nuclear weapons has made out of date the old-fashioned balance of power which rested upon the ultimate sanction of a major war. Certainty of mutual mass destruction effectively prevents either of the great power blocs from threatening the other with the possibility of a worldwide war, and military conflict has thus become confined to limited wars. For these neocolonialism is the breeding ground. Such wars can, of course, take place in countries which are not neocolonialist controlled. Indeed, their object may be to establish in a small but independent country a neocolonialist regime. The evil of neocolonialism is that it prevents the formation of those large units which would make impossible limited war. To give one example, if Africa was united, no major power bloc would attempt to subdue it by limited war, because from the very nature of limited war, what can be achieved by it is itself limited. It is only where small states exist that it is possible, by landing a few thousand Marines or by financing a mercenary force, to secure a decisive result. The restriction of military action of limited wars is, however, no guarantee of world peace, and is likely to be the factor which will ultimately involve the great power blocs in a world war, however much both are determined to avoid it. Limited war, once embarked upon, achieves a momentum of its own. Of this, the war in South Vietnam is only one example. It escalates despite the desire of the great power blocs to keep it limited. While this particular war may be prevented from leading to a world conflict, the multiplication of similar limited wars can only have one end: world war and the terrible consequences of nuclear conflict. Neocolonialism is also the worst form of imperialism. For those who practice it, it means power without responsibility, and for those who suffer from it, it means exploitation without redress. In the days of old-fashioned colonialism, the imperial power had at least to explain and justify at home the actions it was taking abroad. In the colony, those who served the ruling imperial power could at least look to its protection against any violent move by their opponents. With neocolonialism neither is the case. Above all, neocolonialism, like colonialism before it, postpones the facing of the social issues which will have to be faced by the fully developed sector of the world before the danger of world war can be eliminated or the problem of world poverty resolved. Neocolonialism, like colonialism, is an attempt to export the social conflicts of the capitalist countries. The temporary success of this policy can be seen in the ever-widening gap between the richer 316 and the poorer nations of the world. But the internal contradictions and conflicts of neocolonialism make it certain that it cannot endure as a permanent world policy. How it should be brought to an end is a problem that should be studied, above all, by the developed nations of the world, because it is they who will feel the full impact of the ultimate failure. The longer it continues, the more certain it is that its inevitable collapse will destroy the social system of which they had made it a foundation. The reason for its development in the post-war period can be briefly summarized. The problem which faced the wealthy nations of the world at the end of the Second World War was the impossibility of returning to the pre-war situation in which there was a great gulf between the few rich and the many poor. Irrespective of what particular political party was in power, the internal pressures in the rich countries of the world were such that no post-war capitalist country could survive unless it became a welfare state. There might be differences in degree in the extent of the social benefits given to the industrial and agricultural workers, but what was everywhere impossible was a return to the mass unemployment and to the low level of living of the pre-war years. From the end of the 19th century onwards, colonies had been regarded as a source of wealth which could be used to mitigate the class conflicts in the capitalist states, and, as will be explained later, this policy had some success. But it failed in its ultimate object because the pre-war capitalist states were so organized internally that the bulk of the profit made from colonial possessions found its way into the pockets of the capitalist class and not into those of the workers. Far from achieving the object intended, the working class parties at times tended to identify their interests with those of the colonial peoples, and the imperialist powers found themselves engaged upon a conflict on two fronts: at home with their own workers, and abroad against the growing forces of colonial liberation. The post-war period inaugurated a very different colonial policy. A deliberate attempt was made to divert colonial earnings from the wealthy class and use them instead generally to finance the welfare state. As will be seen from the examples given later, this was a method consciously adopted even by those working-class leaders who had before the war regarded the colonial peoples as their natural allies against their capitalist enemies at home. At first it was presumed that this object could be achieved by maintaining the pre-war colonial system. Experience soon proved that attempts to do so would be disastrous and would only provoke colonial wars, thus dissipating the anticipated gains from the continuance of the colonial regime. Britain, in particular, realized this at an early stage, and the correctness of the British judgment at the time has subsequently been demonstrated by the defeat of French colonialism in the Far East and Algeria and the failure of the Dutch to retain any of their former colonial empire. The system of neocolonialism was therefore instituted, and in the short run it has served the developed powers admirably. It is in the long run that its consequences are likely to be catastrophic for them. Neocolonialism is based upon the principle of breaking up former large united colonial territories into a number of small non-viable states which are incapable of independent development and must rely upon the former imperial power for defense and even internal security. Their economic and financial systems are linked, as in colonial days, with those of the former colonial ruler. At first sight the scheme would appear to have many advantages for the developed countries of the world. All the profits of neocolonialism can be secured if, in any given area, a reasonable proportion of the states have a neocolonialist system. It is not necessary that they all should have one. Unless small states can combine, they must be compelled to sell their primary products at prices dictated by the developed nations and buy their manufactured goods at the prices fixed by them. So long as neocolonialism can prevent political and economic conditions for optimum development, the developing countries, whether they are under neocolonialist control or not, will be unable to create a large enough market to support industrialization. In the same way, they will lack the financial strength to force the developed countries to accept their primary products at a fair price. In the neocolonialist territories, since the former colonial power has in theory relinquished political control, if the social conditions occasioned by neocolonialism cause a revolt, the loyal neocolonialist government can be sapped and another equally subservient one substituted in its place. On the other hand, in any continent where neocolonialism exists on a wide scale, the same social pressures which can produce revolts in neocolonial territories will also affect those states which have refused to accept the system, and therefore neocolonialist nations have a ready-made weapon with which they can threaten their opponents if they appear successfully to be challenging the system. These advantages, which seem at first sight so obvious, are, however, on examination, illusory because they fail to take into consideration the facts of the world today. The introduction of neocolonialism increases the rivalry between the great powers which was provoked by the old-style colonialism. However little real power the government of a neocolonialist state may possess, it must have, from the very fact of its nominal independence, a certain area of maneuver. It may not be able to exist without a neocolonialist master, but it may still have the ability to change masters. The ideal neocolonialist state would be one which was wholly subservient to neocolonialist interests, but the existence of the socialist nations makes it impossible to enforce the full rigor of the neocolonialist system. The existence of an alternative system is itself a challenge to the neocolonialist regime. Warnings about the dangers of communist subversion are likely to be two-edged, since they bring to the notice of those living under a neocolonialist system the possibility of a change of regime. In fact, neocolonialism is the victim of its own contradictions. In order to make it attractive to those upon whom it is practiced, it must be shown as capable of raising their living standards, but the economic object of neocolonialism is to keep those standards depressed in the interest of the developed countries. It is only when this contradiction is understood that the failure of innumerable aid programs, many of them well-intentioned, can be explained. In the first place, the rulers of neocolonial states derive their authority to govern, not from the will of the people, but from the support which they obtain from their neocolonialist masters. They have therefore little interest in developing education, strengthening the bargaining power of their workers employed by expatriate firms, or indeed of taking any step which would challenge the colonial pattern of commerce and industry, which it is the object of neocolonialism to preserve. Aid, therefore, to a neocolonial state is merely a revolving credit, paid by the neocolonial master, passing through the neocolonial state and returning to the neocolonial master in the form of increased profits. Secondly, it is in the field of aid that the rivalry of individual developed states first manifests itself. So long as neocolonialism persists, so long will spheres of interest persist, and this makes multilateral aid, which is in fact the only effective form of aid, impossible. Once multilateral aid begins, the neocolonialist masters are faced by the hostility of the vested interests in their own country. Their manufacturers naturally object to any attempt to raise the price of the raw materials which they obtain from the neocolonialist territory in question, or to the establishment there of manufacturing industries which might compete directly or indirectly with their own exports to the territory. Even education is suspect as likely to produce a student movement, and it is, of course, true that in many less developed countries the students have been in the vanguard of the fight against neocolonialism. In the end, the situation arises that the only type of aid which the neocolonialist masters consider as safe is military aid. Once a neocolonialist territory is brought to such a state of economic chaos and misery that revolt actually breaks out, then, and only then, is there no limit to the generosity of the neocolonial overlord, provided, of course, that the funds supplied are utilized exclusively for military purposes. Military aid in fact marks the last stage of neocolonialism, and its effect is self-destructive. Sooner or later the weapons supplied pass into the hands of the opponents of the neocolonialist regime, and the war itself increases the social misery which originally provoked it. Neocolonialism is a millstone around the necks of the developed countries which practice it. Unless they can rid themselves of it, it will drown them. Previously the developed powers could escape from the contradictions of neocolonialism by substituting for it direct colonialism. Such a solution is no longer possible, and the reasons for it have been well explained by Mr. Owen Lattimore, the United States Far Eastern expert and advisor to Chiang Kai-shek in the immediate post-war period. He wrote, "Asia, which was so easily and swiftly subjugated by conquerors in the 18th and 19th centuries, displayed an amazing ability stubbornly to resist modern armies equipped with aeroplanes, tanks, motor vehicles and mobile artillery. Formerly big territories were conquered in Asia with small forces. Income, first of all from plunder, then from direct taxes, and lastly from trade, capital investments, and long-term exploitation, covered with incredible speed the expenditure for military operations. This arithmetic represented a great temptation to strong countries. Now they have run up against another arithmetic, and it discourages them. The same arithmetic is likely to apply throughout the less developed world. This book is therefore an attempt to examine neocolonialism not only in its African context and its relation to African unity, but in world perspective. Neocolonialism is by no means exclusively an African question. Long before it was practiced on any large scale in Africa, it was an established system in other parts of the world. Nowhere has it proved successful, either in raising living standards or in ultimately benefiting countries which have indulged in it. Marx predicted that the growing gap between the wealth of the possessing classes and the workers it employs would ultimately produce a conflict fatal to capitalism in each individual capitalist state. This conflict between the rich and the poor has now been transferred onto the international scene, but for proof of what is acknowledged to be happening it is no longer necessary to consult the classical Marxist writers. The situation is set out with the utmost clarity in the leading organs of capitalist opinion. Take for example the following extracts from the Wall Street Journal, the newspaper which perhaps best reflects United States capitalist thinking. In its issue of May 12, 1965, under the headline of Poor Nation's Plight, the paper first analyses which countries are considered industrial and which backward. There is, it explains, no rigid method of classification. Nevertheless, it points out a generally used breakdown, however, has recently been maintained by the International Monetary Fund because, in the words of an IMF official, the economic demarcation in the world is getting increasingly apparent. The breakdown, the official says, is based on simple common sense. In the IMF's view, the industrial countries are the United States, the United Kingdom, most West European nations, Canada, and Japan. A special category called Other Developed Areas includes such other European lands as Finland, Greece, and Ireland, plus Australia, New Zealand and South Africa. The IMF's less developed category embraces all of Latin America and nearly all of the Middle East, non-communist Asia, and Africa. In other words, the backward countries are those situated in the neocolonial areas. After quoting figures to support its argument, the Wall Street Journal comments on this situation. Reserves, which now approximate $52 billion. At the same time, the reserves of the less developed group not only have stopped rising, but have declined some $200 million. To analysts such as Britain's Miss Ward, the significance of such statistics is clear. The economic gap is rapidly widening between a white, complacent, highly bourgeois, very wealthy, very small North Atlantic elite and everybody else, and this is not a very comfortable heritage to leave to one's children. Everybody else includes approximately 2/3 of the population of the Earth, spread through about two nations. This is no new problem. In the opening paragraph of his book, The War on World Poverty, written in 1953, the present British Labour leader, Mr. Harold Wilson, summarised the major problem of the world as he then saw it. For the vast majority of mankind, the most urgent problem is not war, or communism, or the cost of living, or taxation. It is hunger. Over 500,000,000 people, something like 2/3 of the world's population, are living in conditions of acute hunger, defined in terms of identifiable nutritional disease. This hunger is at the same time the effect and the cause of the poverty, squalor, and misery in which they live. Its consequences are likewise understood. The correspondent of the Wall Street Journal, previously quoted, underlines them. Many diplomats and economists view the implications as overwhelmingly, and dangerously, political. Unless the present decline can be reversed, these analysts fear, the United States and other wealthy industrial powers of the West face the distinct possibility, in the words of British economist Barbara Ward, of a sort of international class war. What is lacking are any positive proposals for dealing with the situation. All that the Wall Street Journal's correspondent can do is to point out that the traditional methods recommended for curing the evils are only likely to make the situation worse. It has been argued that the developed nations should effectively assist the poorer parts of the world, and that the whole world should be turned into a welfare state. However, there seems little prospect that anything of this sort could be achieved. The so-called aid programs to help backward economies represent, according to a rough UN estimate, only 0.5% of the total income of industrial countries. But when it comes to the prospect of increasing such aid, the mood is one of pessimism. A large school of thought holds that expanded share the wealth schemes are idealistic and impractical. This school contends climate, undeveloped human skills, lack of natural resources and other factors, not just lack of money, retard economic progress in many of these lands, and that the countries lack personnel with the training or will to use vastly expanded aid effectively. The wealth schemes, according to this view, would be like pouring money down a bottomless well, weakening the donor nations without effectively curing the ills of the recipients. The absurdity of this argument is demonstrated by the fact that every one of the reasons quoted to prove why the less developed parts of the world cannot be developed applied equally strongly to the present developed countries in the period prior to their development. The argument is only true in this sense. The less developed world will not become developed through the goodwill or generosity of the developed powers. It can only become developed through a struggle against the external forces which have a vested interest in keeping it undeveloped. Of these forces, neocolonialism is, at this stage of history, the principal. I propose to analyze neocolonialism, first, by examining the state of the African continent and showing how neocolonialism at the moment keeps it artificially poor. Next, I propose to show how in practice African unity, which in itself can only be established by the defeat of neocolonialism, could immensely raise African living standards. From this beginning, I propose to examine neocolonialism generally, first historically, and then by a consideration of the great international monopolies whose continued stranglehold on the neocolonial sectors of the world ensures the continuation of the system. In order to halt foreign interference in the affairs of developing countries, it is necessary to study, understand, expose, and actively combat neocolonialism in whatever guise it may appear. For the methods of neocolonialists are subtle and varied. They operate not only in the economic field, but also in the political, religious, ideological, and cultural spheres. Faced with the militant peoples of the ex-colonial territories in Asia, Africa, the Caribbean, and Latin America, imperialism simply switches tactics. Without a qualm, it dispenses with its flags, and even with certain of its more hated expatriate officials. This means, so it claims, that it is giving independence to its former subjects, to be followed by aid for their development. Under cover of such phrases, however, it devises innumerable ways to accomplish objectives formerly achieved by naked colonialism. It is the sum total of these modem attempts to perpetuate colonialism while at the same time talking about freedom, which has come to be known as neocolonialism. Foremost among the neocolonialists is the United States, which has long exercised its power in Latin America. Fumblingly at first she turned towards Europe, and then with more certainty after World War II, when most countries of that continent were indebted to her. Since then, with methodical thoroughness and touching attention to detail, the Pentagon set about consolidating its ascendancy, evidence of which can be seen all around the world. Who really rules in such places as Great Britain, West Germany, Japan, Spain, Portugal, or Italy? If General de Gaulle is defecting from U.S. monopoly control, what interpretation can be placed on his experiments in the Sahara Desert, his paratroopers in Gabon, or his trips to Cambodia and Latin America? Lurking behind such questions are the extended tentacles of the Wall Street octopus. And its suction cups and muscular strength are provided by a phenomenon dubbed the invisible government, arising from Wall Street's connection with the Pentagon and various intelligence services. I quote, "The invisible government is a loose amorphous grouping of individuals and agencies drawn from many parts of the visible government. It is not limited to the Central Intelligence Agency, although the CIA is at its heart. Nor is it confined to the 9 other agencies which comprise what is known as the intelligence community, the National Security Council, the Defense Intelligence Agency, the National Security Agency, Army Intelligence, Navy Intelligence and Research, the Atomic Energy Commission and the Federal Bureau of Investigation. The invisible government includes also many other units and agencies, as well as individuals, that appear outwardly to be a normal part of the conventional government. It even encompasses business firms and institutions that are seemingly private. To an extent that is only beginning to be perceived, this shadow government is shaping the lives of 190 million Americans. An informed citizen might come to suspect that the foreign policy of the United States often works publicly in one direction and secretly through the invisible government in just the opposite direction. This invisible government is a relatively new institution. It came into being as a result of two related factors: the rise of the United States after World War II to a position of preeminent world power, and the challenge to that power by Soviet communism. By 1964 the intelligence network had grown to a massive hidden apparatus, secretly employing about 200,000 persons and spending billions of dollars a year. Here, from the very citadel of neocolonialism, is a description of the apparatus which now directs all other Western intelligence at UPS either by persuasion or by force. Results were achieved in Algeria during the April 1961 plot of anti-de Gaulle generals. As also in Guatemala, Iraq, Iran, Suez, and the famous U-2 spy intrusion of Soviet airspace which wrecked the approaching summit, then in West Germany and again in East Germany in the riots of 1953, In Hungary's abortive crisis of 1959, Poland's F. September 1956, and in Korea, Burma, Formosa, Laos, Cambodia, and so th Vietnam, they are evident in the trouble in Congo, Leopoldville, which began with Lumumba's murder, and continues till now, in events in Cuba, Turkey, Cyprus, Greece, and in other places too numerous to catalogue completely. And with what aim have these innumerable incidents occurred? The general objective has been mentioned, to achieve colonialism in fact while preaching independence. On the economic front, a strong factor favoring Western the invisible G of Government, David Wise and Thomas B. Ross, Random House, New York, 1964. Monopolies and acting against the developing world is international capital's control of the world market, as well as of the prices of commodities bought and sold there. From 1951 to 1961, without taking oil into consideration, the general level of prices for primary products fell by 33 feet 1 inch%, while prices of manufactured goods rose 35%, within which, machinery and equipment prices rose 31 feet 3 inches%. In that same decade this caused a loss to the Asian, African, and Latin American countries, using 1951 prices as a basis, of some $41 greater than 400 million in the same period, while the volume of exports from these countries rose, their earnings in foreign exchange from such exports decreased. Another technique of neocolonialism is the use of high rates of interest. Figures from the World Bank for 1962 showed that 71 Asian, African, and Latin American countries owed foreign debts of some $27,000 million, owed which they paid in interest and service charges some $5,000 million. Since then, such foreign debts have been estimated as more than $30,000 million in these areas. In 1961, the interest rates on almost 3/4 of the loans offered by the major imperialist powers amounted to more than 5%, in some cases up to 7 or 8%, while the call-in periods of such loans have been burdensomely short. While capital worth $30,000 million was exported to some 56 developing countries between 1956 and 1962, it is estimated this interest and profit alone extracted on this sum from the debtor countries amounted to more than $5,000 million. This method of penetration by economic aid recently soared into prominence when a number of countries began rejecting it. Ceylon, Indonesia, and Cambodia are among those who turned it down. Such aid is estimated on the annual average to have amounted to $2,600 million between 1951 and 1955, $4,007 million between 1956 and 1959, and $6,000 million between 1960 and 1962. But the average sums taken out of the aided countries by such donors in a sample year, 1961, are estimated to amount to $5,000 million, in profits, $1,000 million in interest, and $5,800 million from non-equivalent exchange, or a total of $2,800 million extracted against $6,000 million put in. Thus, aid turns out to be another means of exploitation, a modern method of capital export under a more cosmetic name. Still another neocolonialist trap on the economic front has come to be known as multilateral aid through international organizations, the International Monetary Fund, the International Bank for Reconstruction and Development, known as the World Bank, the International Finance Corporation and the International Development Association are examples, all, significantly, having U.S. capital as their major backing. These agencies have the habit of forcing would-be borrowers to submit to various offensive conditions, such as supplying information about their economies, submitting their policy and plans to review by the World Bank and accepting agency supervision of their use of loans. As for the alleged development, between 1960 and mid-1963 the International Development Association promised a total of $500 million to applicants, out of which only $70 million were each received. In more recent years, as pointed out by Momter M. the TZMES, July 1, 1965, there has been a substantial increase in OMST technical and economic aid activities in developing countries. During 1964 the total amount of assistance offered was approximately $600 million. This was almost a third of the total ATD given during the previous decade. The Middle East received about 40% of the total, Asia 36%, Africa 22%, and Latin America the rest. Increased Chinese activity was responsible to some extent for the larger amount of aid offered in 1964, though China contributed only a quarter of the total aid committed, the Soviet Union provided a half, and the East European countries a quarter. Although aid from socialist countries still falls far short of that offered from the West, it is often more impressive, since it is swift and flexible, and interest rates on communist loans are only about 2% compared with 5 to 6% charged on loans from Western countries. Nor is the whole story of aid contained in figures, for there are conditions which hedge it around: the conclusion of commerce and navigation treaties, agreements for economic cooperation, a right to meddle in internal finances, including currency and foreign exchange, to lower trade barriers in favor of the donor country's goods and capital, to protect the interests of private investments, determination of how the funds are to be used, forcing the recipient to set up counterpart funds, to supply raw materials to the donor, and use of such funds, a majority of it, in fact, to buy goods from the donor nation. These conditions apply to industry, commerce, agriculture, shipping and insurance, apart from which are political and military. So-called invisible trade furnished the Western monopolies with yet another means of economic penetration. Over 90% of world ocean shipping is controlled by the imperialist countries. They control shipping rates and, between 1951 and 1996 they increased them some 5 times in a total rise of about 60%, or the upward trend continuing. Thus, net annual freight expenses incurred by Asia, Africa, and Latin America amount to no less than an estimated $1,600 million. This is over and above all other profits and interest payments. As for insurance payments, in 1961 alone these amounted to an unfavorable balance in Asia, Africa and Latin America of some additional $370 million. Having waded through all this, however, we have begun to understand only the basic methods of neocolonialism. The full extent of its inventiveness is far from exhausted. In the labor field, for example, imperialism operates through labor arms like the Social Democratic parties of Europe led by the British Labour Party, and through such instruments as the International Confederation of Free Trade Unions, ICFTU, now apparently being superseded by the New York Africa American Labor Center, AALC, under AFL-CIO Chief George Meany and the well-known CIA man in labor's top echelons, Irving Brown. In 1945, out of the euphoria of anti-fascist victory, the World Federation of Trade Unions, WFTU, had been formed, including all world labor except the U.S. American Federation of Labor, AFL. By 1949, however, led by the British Trade Union Congress, Tuesday, a number of pro-imperialist labor bodies in the West broke away from the WFTU over the issue of anti-colonialist liberation, and set up the ICFTU. For 10 years it continued under British TUC leadership. Its record in Africa, Asia, and Latin America could gratify only the big international monopolies which were extracting super profits from those areas. In 1959, at Brussels, the United States AFL-CIO Union Center fought for and won control of the ICNU Executive Board. From then on a flood of typewriters, mimeograph machines, cars, supplies, buildings, salaries and, so it is still averred, outright bribes for labor leaders in various parts of the developing world rapidly linked ICFTU in the minds of the rank and file with the CIA. To such an extent did its prestige suffer under these American bosses that, in 1964, the AFL-CIO brains felt it necessary to establish a fresh outfit. They set up the AALC in New York, right across the river from the United Nations. As a steadfast champion of national independence, democracy, and social justice, unblushingly stated the April 1965 bulletin put out by the Center, the AFL-CIO will strengthen its efforts to assist the advancement of the economic conditions of the African peoples. Toward this end, SFB to TXI, and DASA CE to the African Free Trade Unions by Organisamt African Amenken Labor Center. Such assistance will help African labor play a vital role in the economic and democratic upbuilding of their countries. The March issue of this bulletin, how ER gave the game away, in mobilizing capital resources for investment in workers' education, vocational training, cooperatives, health clinics, and housing. The center will work with both private and public institutions. It will also encourage labor management cooperation to expand American capital investment in the African nations. The italics are mine. Could anything be plainer? Following a pattern previously set by the ICFTU, it has already started classes, one for drivers and mechanics in Nigeria, one in tailoring in Kenya. Labor scholarships are being offered to Africans who want to study trade unionism in, of all places, Austria, ostensibly by the Austrian unions. Elsewhere, labor, organized into political parties of which the British Labour Party is a leading and typical example, has shown a similar aptitude for encouraging labor management cooperation to expand capital investment in African nations. But as the struggle sharpens, even these measures of neocolonialism are proving too mild. So Africa, Asia, and Latin America have begun to experience a round of coups d'état or would-be coups, together with a series of political assassinations which have destroyed in their political prime some of the newly emerging nations' best leaders. To ensure success in these endeavors, the imperialists have made widespread and wily use of ideological and cultural weapons in the form of intrigues, maneuvers and slander campaigns. Some of these methods used by neocolonialists to slip past our guard must now be examined. The first is retention by the departing colonialists of various kinds of privileges which infringe on our sovereignty, that of setting up military bases or stationing troops in former colonies and the supplying of advisors of one sort or another. Sometimes a number of rights are demanded: land concessions, prospecting rights for minerals and or oil, the right to collect customs, to carry out administration, to issue paper money, to be exempt from customs duties and or taxes for expatriate enterprises, and, above all, the right to provide aid. Also demanded and granted are privileges in the cultural field, that Western information services be exclusive, and that those from socialist countries be excluded. Even the cinema stories of fabulous Hollywood are loaded. One has only to listen to the cheers of an African audience as Hollywood's heroes slaughter Red Indians or Asiatics to understand the effectiveness of this weapon. For, in the developing continents, where the colonialist heritage has left a vast majority still illiterate, even the smallest child gets the message contained in the blood and thunder stories emanating from California. And along with murder and the Wild West goes an incessant barrage of anti-socialist propaganda, in which the trade union man, the revolutionary, or the man of dark skin is generally cast as the villain, while the policeman, the gumshoe, the federal agent, in a word, the CIA-type spy, is ever the hero. Here, truly, is the ideological underbelly of those political murders which so often use local people as their instruments. While Hollywood takes care of fiction, the enormous monopoly press, together with the outflow of slick, clever, expensive magazines, attends to what it chooses to call news. Within separate countries, one or two news agencies control the news handouts, so that a deadly uniformity is achieved, regardless of the number of separate newspapers or magazines, while internationally, the financial preponderance of the United States is felt more and more through its foreign correspondents and offices abroad, as well as through its influence over international capitalist journalism. Under this guise, a flood of anti-liberation propaganda emanates from the capital cities of the West, directed against China, Vietnam, Indonesia, Algeria, Ghana, and all countries which hack out their own independent path to freedom. Prejudice is rife. For example, wherever there is armed struggle against the forces of reaction, the nationalists are referred to as rebels, terrorists, or frequently communist terrorists. Perhaps one of the most insidious methods of the neocolonialists is evangelism. Following the liberation movement, there has been a veritable riptide of religious sects, the overwhelming majority of them American. Typical of these are Jehovah's Witnesses, who recently created trouble in certain developing countries by busily teaching their citizens not to salute the new national flags. Religion was too thin to smother the outcry that arose against this activity, and a temporary lull followed. But the number of evangelists continues to grow. Yet even evangelism and the cinema are only two twigs on a much bigger tree. Dating from the end of 1961, the U.S. has actively developed a huge ideological plan for invading the so-called Third World, utilizing all its facilities from press and radio to Peace Corps. During 1962 and 1963, a number of international conferences to this end were held in several places, such as Nicosia in Cyprus, San Jose in Costa Rica, and Lagos in Nigeria. Participants included the CIA, the U.S. Information Agency, USIA, the Pentagon, the International Development Agency, the Peace Corps, and others. Programs were drawn up which included the systematic use of U.S. citizens abroad in virtual intelligence activities and propaganda work. Methods of recruiting political agents and of forcing alliances with the USA were worked out. At the center of its programs lay the demand for an absolute U.S. monopoly in the field of propaganda, as well as for counteracting any independent efforts by developing states in the realm of information. The United States sought and still seeks, with considerable success, to coordinate on the basis of its own strategy the propaganda activities of all Western countries. In October 1961, a conference of NATO countries was held in Rome to discuss problems of psychological warfare. It appealed for the organization of combined ideological operations in Afro-Asian countries by all participants. In May and June 1962, a seminar was convened by the U.S. in Vienna on ideological warfare. It adopted a secret decision to engage in a propaganda offensive against the developing countries along lines laid down by the USA. It was agreed that NATO propaganda agencies would, in practice if not in the public eye, keep in close contact with U.S. embassies in their respective countries. Among instruments of such Western psychological warfare are numbered the intelligence agencies of Western countries headed by those of the United States Invisible Government. But most significant among them all are Moral Rearmament, MRA, the Peace Corps, and the United States Information Agency, USIA. Moral Rearmament is an organization founded in 1938 by the American, Frank Buchman. In the last days before the Second World War, it advocated the appeasement of Hitler, often extolling Himmler, the Gestapo chief. In Africa, MRA incursions began at the end of World War II. Against the big anti-colonial upsurge that followed victory in 1945, MRA spent millions advocating collaboration between the forces oppressing the African peoples and those same peoples. It is not without significance that Moise Tshombe and Joseph Kasavubu of Congo, Leopoldville, are both MRA supporters. George Seldes, in his book 1000 Americans, characterized MRA as a fascist organization subsidized by fascists, and with a long record of collaboration with fascists the world over. This description is supported by the active participation in MRA of people like General Carpentier, former commander of NATO land forces, and General Ho Ying-chin, one of Chiang Kai-shek's top generals. To cap this, several newspapers, some of them in the Western world, have claimed that MRA is actually subsidized by the CIA. When MRA's influence began to fail, some new instrument to cover the ideological arena was desired. It came in the establishment of the American Peace Corps in 1961 by President John Kennedy, with Sergeant Shriver, Jr., his brother-in-law, in charge. Shriver, a millionaire who made his pile in land speculation in Chicago, was also known as the friend, confidant, and co-worker of the former head of the Central Intelligence Agency, Allen Dulles. These two had worked together in both the Office of Strategic Services, U.S. Wartime Intelligence Agency, and in the CIA. Shriver's record makes a mockery of President Kennedy's alleged instruction to Shriver to keep the CIA out of the Peace Corps. So does the fact that, although the Peace Corps is advertised as a voluntary organization, all its members are carefully screened by the U.S. Federal Bureau of Investigation, FBI. Since its creation in 1961, members of the Peace Corps have been exposed and expelled from many African, Middle Eastern and Asian countries for acts of subversion or prejudice. Indonesia, Tanzania, the Philippines, and even pro-West countries like Turkey and Iran, have complained of its activities. However, perhaps the chief executor of U.S. psychological warfare is the United States Information Agency, USIA. Even for the wealthiest nation on earth, the U.S. lavishes an unusual amount of men, materials, and money on this vehicle for its neocolonial aims. The USIA is staffed by some 12,000 persons to the tune of more than $130 million a year. It has more than 70 editorial staffs working on publications abroad. Of its network comprising IIO radio stations, 60 are outside the U.S. Programs are broadcast for Africa by American stations in Morocco, Eritrea, Liberia, Crete, and Barcelona, Spain, as well as from offshore stations on American ships. In Africa alone, the USIA transmits about 30 territorial and national radio programs whose content glorifies the U.S. while attempting to discredit countries with an independent foreign policy. The USIA boasts more than 120 branches in about 100 countries, 50 of which are in Africa alone. It has 250 centers in foreign countries, each of which is usually associated with a library. It employs about 200 cinemas and 8,000 projectors which draw upon its nearly 300 film libraries. This agency is directed by a central body WCH-TES.E name of the U.S. President, planning and coordinating its ACTVLT-1ES in close touch with the Pentagon, CIA and other Cold War agencies, including even armed forces intelligence centers. In developing countries, the USIA actively tries to prevent expansion of national media of information so as it sell to capture a marketplace of ideas. It spends huge sums for one, T1 on distribution of about 60 newspapers and magazines in Africa, Asia, and Latin America. The American government backs the USIA through direct pressures on developing nations. To ensure its agency a complete monopoly in propaganda, for in CE, many agreements for economic cooperation offered by the U.S. include demand that Americans be granted preferential rights to disseminate information. At the same time, in trying to close the new nations to other sources of information, it employs other pressures. For instance, after agreeing to set up USIA information centers in their countries, both Togo and Congo, Leopoldville originally hoped to follow a non-aligned path and permit Russian information centers as a balance. But Washington threatened to stop all aid, thereby forcing these two countries to renounce their plan. Unbiased studies of the USIA by such authorities as Dr. R. Holt of Princeton University, retired Colonel R. Van de Velde, former intelligence agents Merle Dare, Wilson Dysart, and others, have all called attention to the close ties between this agency and U.S. intelligence. For example, Deputy Director Donald M. Wilson was a political intelligence agent in the U.S. Army. Assistant Director for Europe, Joseph Phillips, was a successful espionage agent in several Eastern European countries. Some USIA duties further expose its nature as a top intelligence arm of the U.S. imperialists. In the first place, it is expected to analyze the situation in each country, making recommendations to its embassy, thereby to its government, about changes that can tip the local balance in U.S. favor. Secondly, it organizes networks of monitors for radio broadcasts and telephone conversations, while recruiting informers from government offices. It also hires people to distribute U.S. propaganda. Thirdly, it collects secret information with special reference to defense and economy as a means of eliminating its international military and economic competitors. Fourthly, it buys its way into local publications to influence their policies, of which Latin America furnishes numerous examples. It has been active in bribing public figures, for example in Kenya and Tunisia. Finally, it finances, directs and often supplies with arms all anti-neutralist forces in the developing countries, witness Chambay in Congo, Leopoldville, and Pakhung-2 in South Korea. In a word, with virtually unlimited finances, there seems no bounds to inventiveness in subversion. One of the most recent developments in NCA colonialist strategy is the suggested establishment of a businessmen corps which will, like the Peace Corps, act in developing countries. In an article on U.S. intelligence and the monopolies in international affairs, Moscow, January 190 SIXS, V. Chernyavsky writes, "There can hardly be any doubt that this corps is a new U.S. intelligence organization created on the initiative of the American monopolies to use big business for espionage. It is by no means unusual for U.S. intelligence to set up its own business firms which are merely thinly disguised espionage centers. For example, according to Chernyavsky, the CIA has set up a firm in Taiwan known as Western Enterprises INE. Under this cover it sends spies and saboteurs to South China. The New Asia Trading Company, a CIA firm in India, has also helped to camouflage U.S. intelligence agents operating in Southeast Asia. Such is the catalogue of neocolonialism's activities and methods in our time. Upon reading it, the faint-hearted might come to feel that they must give up in despair before such an array of apparent power and seemingly inexhaustible resources. Fortunately, however, history furnishes innumerable proofs of one of its own major laws, that the budding future is always stronger than the withering past. This has been amply demonstrated during every major revolution throughout history. The American Revolution of 1776 struggled through to victory over a tangle of inefficiency, mismanagement, corruption, outright subversion, and counter-revolution, the like of which has been repeated to some degree in every subsequent revolution to date. The Russian Revolution during the period of intervention, 1917 to 1922, appeared to be dying on its feet. The Chinese Revolution at one time was forced to pull out of its existing bases, lock, stock and barrel, and make the unprecedented long march, yet it triumphed. Imperialist white mercenaries who dropped so confidently out of the skies on Stanleyville after a plane trip from Ascension Island thought that their job would be duck soup. Yet, till now, the nationalist forces of Congo, Leopoldville, continue to fight their way forward. They do not talk of if they will win, but only of when. Asia provides a further example of the STT, INCTO. APLE's wit. To determine their own future. In South Vietnam, special warfare is being fought to hold back the tide of revolutionary change. Special warfare is a concept of General Maxwell Taylor and a military extension of the creed of John Foster Dulles, let Asians fight Asians. Briefly, the technique is for the foreign power to supply the money, aircraft, military equipment of all kinds, and the strategic and tactique command from a general staff down to officer advisors, while the troops of the puppet government bear the brunt of the fighting. Yet in spite of bombing raids and the immense build-up of foreign strength in the area, the people of both North and South Vietnam are proving to be unconquerable. In other parts of Asia, in Cambodia, Laos, Indonesia, and now the Philippines, Thailand and Burma, the peoples of ex-colonial countries have stood firm and are winning battles against the allegedly superior IMST enemy. In Latin America, despite punitive expeditions, the Grome Arm Tunsaritlans M. Kalamta, Venezuela, and other countries continue to consolidate gains. In Africa, we in Ghana have withstood all efforts by imperialism and its agents. Tanzania has nipped subversive plots in the bud, as have Brazzaville, Uganda, and Kenya. The struggle rages back and forth. The surging popular forces may still be hampered by colonialist legacies, but nonetheless they advance inexorably. All these examples prove beyond doubt that NCA colonialism is not a sign of imperialism's strength but rather of its last hideous gasp. It testifies to its inability to tow any longer by old M. Independence is a luxury it can no longer afford to permit LTSQ subject peoples, so that even what it claims to have given it now seeks to take away. This means that NCA colonialism can and LLGIL1 be defeated. How can this be done? Thus far, all the methods of neocolonialist shape pointed in one direction, the ancient, accepted one of all minority ruling classes throughout history, divide and rule. Quite obviously therefore, unity is the first requisite for destroying neocolonialism. Primary and basic is the need for an all-union government on the much divided continent of Africa. Along with that, a strengthening of the Afro-Asian Solidarity Organization and the spirit of Bandung is already underway. To it, we must seek the adherence on an increasingly formal basis of our Latin American brothers. Furthermore, all these liberatory forces have, on all major issues, KULO $11.1a. 335. Dr. IJDLT, A1. T541I, J.C-:TT, LBELRTW JCF, J-JU, OMO.L, TSAIT/BLLEIVLJT.C, plus FVT, LCEA. ROUVLR. And at every possible instance, the support of the growing socialist sector of the world. Finally, we must encourage and utilize to the full those still all too few yet growing instances of support for liberation and anti-colonialism inside the imperialist world itself. To carry out such a political program, we must all back it with national plans designed to strengthen ourselves as independent nations. An external condition for such independent development is neutrality or political non-alignment. This has been expressed in two conferences of non-aligned nations during the recent past, the last of which, in Cairo in 1964, clearly and inevitably showed itself at one with the rising forces of liberation and human dignity. And the preconditions for all this, to which lip service is often paid but activity seldom directed, is to develop ideological clarity among the anti-imperialist, anti-colonialist, pro-liberation masses of our continents. They, and they alone, make, maintain or break revolutions. With the utmost speed, neocolonialism must be analyzed in clear and simple terms for the full mass understanding by the surging organizations of the African peoples. The All-African Trade Union Federation, MTUF, has already made a start in this direction, while the Pan-African Youth Movement, the women, journalists, farmers, and others are not far behind. Bolstered with ideological clarity, these organizations, closely linked with the ruling parties where liberatory forces are in power, will prove that neocolonialism is the symptom of imperialism's weakness and that it is defeatable. For, when all is said and done, it is the so-called little man, the bent-backed, exploited, malnourished, blood-covered fighter for independence who decides. And he invariably decides for freedom. In the introduction I attempted to set out the dilemma now facing the world. The conflict between rich and poor in the second half of the 19th century and the first half of the 20th, which was fought out between the rich and the poor in the developed nations of the world, ended in a compromise. Capitalism as a system disappeared from large areas of the world, but where socialism was established it weighs in its less developed rather than its more developed parts, and, in fact, the revolt against capitalism had its greatest successes in those areas where early neocolonialism had been most actively practiced. In the industrially developed country, capitalism, far from disappearing, infinitely endure. Its strength was only achieved by the sacrifice of two principles which had inspired early capitalism, namely the subjugation of the working classes within each individual country and the exclusion of the state from any say in the control of capitalist enterprise. By abandoning these two principles and substituting for them welfare states based on high working class living standards and on a state-regulated capitalism at home, the developed countries succeeded in exporting their internal problem and transferring the conflict between rich and poor from the national to the international stage. Marx had argued that the development of capitalism would produce a crisis within each individual capitalist state because within each state the gap between the haves and the have-nots would widen to a point where a conflict was inevitable and that it would be the capitalists who would be defeated. The basis of his argument is not invalidated by the fact that the conflict, which he had predicted as a national one, did not everywhere take place on a national scale but has been transferred instead to the world stage. World capitalism has postponed its crisis but only at the cost of transforming it into an international crisis. The danger is now not civil war within individual states provoked by intolerable conditions within those states, but international war revoked ultimately by the misery of the majority of mankind who daily grow poorer and poorer. When Africa becomes economically free and politically united, the monopolists will come face to face with their own working class in their own countries, and a new struggle will arise within which the liquidation and collapse of imperialism will be complete. As this book has attempted to show, in the same way as the internal crisis of capitalism within the developed world arose through the uncontrolled action of national capital, so a greater crisis is being provoked today by similar uncontrolled action of international capitalism in the developing parts of the world. Before the problem can be solved, it must at least be understood. It cannot be resolved merely by pretending that neocolonialism does not exist. It must be realized that the methods at present employed to solve the problem of world poverty are not likely to yield any result other than to extend the crisis. Speaking in 1951, the then President of the United States, Mr. Truman, said, "The only kind of war we seek is the good old fight against man's ancient enemies: poverty, disease, hunger, and illiteracy." Sentiments of a similar nature have been re-echoed by all political leaders in the developed world, but the stark fact remains, whatever wars may have been won since 1951, none of them is the war against poverty, disease, hunger, and illiteracy. However little other types of war have been deliberately sought, they are the only ones which have been waged. Nothing is gained by assuming that those who express such views are insincere. The position of the leaders of the developed capitalist countries of the world are, in relation to the great neocolonialist international financial combines, very similar to that which Lord Macaulay described as excess between the hectors of the East India Company and their agent, Warren Hastings, who, in the 18th century, engaged in the wholesale plunder of India. Macaulay wrote, "The directors, it is true, never enjoined or applauded any crime. Far from it. Whoever examines their letters written at the time will find there are many just and humane sentiments, many excellent precepts, in short, an admirable code of political ethics. But each exaltation is modified or nullified by a demand for money. We by no means accuse or suspect those who framed these dispatches of hypocrisy. It is probable that, written 15,000 miles from the place where their orders were to be carried into effect, they never perceived the gross inconsistency of which they were guilty. But the inconsistency was at once manifest to their lieutenant in Calcutta. Hastings saw that it was absolutely necessary for him to disregard either the moral discourses or the pecuniary requisitions of his employers. Being forced to disobey them in something, he had to consider what kind of disobedience they would most readily pardon, and he correctly judged that the safest course would be to neglect the sermons and to find the rupees. Today the need both to maintain a welfare state, i.e. a parasite state at home, and to support a huge and ever-growing burden of armament costs makes it absolutely essential for developed capitalist countries to secure the maximum return in profit from such parts of the international financial complex as they control. However much private capitalism is exhorted to bring about rapid development and a rising standard of living in the less developed areas of the world, those who manipulate the system realize the inconsistency between doing this and producing at the same time the funds necessary to maintain the sinews of war and the welfare state at home. They know when it comes to the issue they will be excused if they fail to provide for a worldwide rise in the standard of living. They know they will never be forgiven if they betray the system and produce a crisis at home which either destroys the affluent state or interferes with its military preparedness. Appeals to capitalism to work out a cure for the division of the world into rich and poor are likely to have no better result than the appeals of the directors of the East India Company to Warren Hastings to ensure social justice in India. Faced with a choice, capitalism, like Hastings, will come down on the side of exploitation. Is there then no method of avoiding the inevitable world conflict occasioned by an international class war? To accept that world conflict is inevitable is to reject any belief in coexistence or in the policy of non-alignment as practiced at present by many of countries attempting to escape from neocolonialism. A way out is possible. To start with, for the first time in human history the potential material resources of the world are so great that there is no need for there to be rich and poor. It is only the organization to deploy these potential resources that is lacking. Effective world pressure can force such a redeployment, but world pressure is not exercised by appeals, however eloquent, or by arguments, however convincing. It is only achieved by deeds. It is necessary to secure a world realignment so that those who are at the moment the helpless victims of a system will be able in the future to exert a counter-pressure. Such counter-pressures do not lead to war. On the contrary, it is often their absence which constitutes the threat to peace. A parallel can be drawn with the methods by which direct colonialism was ended. No imperial power has ever granted independence to a colony unless the forces were such that no other course was possible, and there are many instances where independence was only achieved by a war of liberation, but there are many other instances when no such war occurred. The very organization of the forces of independence within the colony was sufficient to convince the imperial power that resistance to independence would be impossible or that the political and economic consequences of a colonial war outweighed any advantage to be gained by retaining the colony. In the earlier chapters of this book I have set out the argument for African unity and have explained how this unity would destroy neocolonialism in Africa. In later chapters I have explained how strong is the world position of those who profit from neocolonialism. Nevertheless, African unity is something which is within the grasp of the African people. The foreign firms who exploit our resources long ago saw the strength to be gained from acting on a pan-African scale. By means of interlocking directorships, cross-shareholdings and other devices, groups of apparently different companies have formed, in fact, one enormous capitalist monopoly. The only effective way to challenge this economic empire and to recover possession of our heritage, is for us also to act on a pan-African basis, through a union government. No one would suggest that if all the peoples of Africa combined to establish their unity their decision could be revoked by the forces of neocolonialism. On the contrary, faced with a new situation, those who practice neocolonialism would adjust themselves to this new balance of world forces in exactly the same way as the capitalist world has in the past adjusted itself to any other change in the balance of power. The danger to world peace springs not from the action of those who seek to end neocolonialism but from the inaction of those who allow it to continue. To argue that a third world war is not inevitable is one thing, to suppose that it can be avoided by shutting our eyes to the development of a situation likely to produce it is quite another matter. If world war is not to occur it must be prevented by positive action. This positive action is within the power of the peoples of those areas of the world which now suffer under neocolonialism, but it is only within their power if they act at once, with resolution and in unity. 24. The Unilateral Declaration of Independence, UDI, by the minority government of Rhodesia on 11 November 1965 was not only the expression of racist, settler politics, but an exposure of the workings of imperialism and neocolonialism in Africa. For the settler government, representing capitalism, made it clear in UNI that the intention was to continue indefinitely, the exploitation and repression of the African people of Zimbabwe. It was the culmination of a settler policy evolved with the direct and indirect support of the British government, and of the imperialist and capitalist interests of the West. As I said in my speech at the United Nations on September 23, 1960, the problem of Africa, looked at as a whole, is a wide and diversified one. But its true solution lies in the application of one principle, namely, the right of a people to rule themselves. No compromise can affect this cardinal and fundamental principle, and the idea that when a handful of settlers acquire a living space on our continent the indigenes must lose this right, is not only a serious travesty of justice, but also a woeful contradiction of the very dictates of history. Out of a total African population of over 230 million people, some 3% are of non-African origin. To suppose that such a small minority could in any other continent produce acute political difficulties would be unthinkable. 34.1. Yet such is the subconscious feeling of certain European settlers in Africa that to them the paramount issue in Africa is not the welfare of the 97% but rather the entrenchment of the rights of the 3% of this European settler minority in Africa. To these minority settlers a solution seems impossible unless what they describe as justice is done to the foreign 3%. Justice, they say, must be done to this group irrespective of whether it means that injustice continues to be done to the remaining inhabitants. I believe that a reasonable solution can be found to the African problem which would not prejudice the minorities on the continent. No effective solution, however, can be found, if political thinking in regard to a solution begins with the rights of the 3% and only considers the rights of the 97% within the framework which is acceptable to the rest. The world must begin at last to look at African problems in the light of the needs of the African people and not only of the needs of the minority settlers. When the OAU summit meeting took place in Accra in October 1965, the question of Rhodesia was high on the agenda, since UDI appeared to be imminent, and Britain was apparently unprepared to deal firmly with the rebellion. The situation was made worse for us because the OAU still lacked force to implement any decisions reached. We still had no African High Command, and no unified political machinery. It was my great hope that the Accra Summit would at last set in motion the formation of an all-African High Command, and also an Executive Council as the initial step in the establishment of an all-African Union government. But although the Rhodesian situation cried out for bold, revolutionary steps, the opportunity was missed, and instead, a series of resolutions were passed. The Assembly called on the United Nations to declare that a unilateral declaration of independence was a threat to international peace, and called for the putting into effect of all the measures necessitated by such a situation in accordance with the UN 342 Charter to help in bringing into office a government of Rhodesia representing the majority of the people. A further resolution called on Britain to abrogate the Rhodesia Constitution of 1961, and to take all necessary measures, even in the use of armed force, for the restoration of the administration of the territory, and to release political prisoners. The Assembly also called on Britain to hold a constitutional conference to be attended by representatives of all the people of Rhodesia with a view to agreeing to a new constitution ensuring the right of general elections, the right to vote and the holding of free elections. All governments and international organizations were asked to refuse recognition of the minority government in the event of UDI, and to apply sanctions against it. Further, OAU states were recommended to reconsider their political, economic, diplomatic, and financial relations with Britain if Britain accepted the independence of Rhodesia on the basis of minority rule. The resolution stated that member states would use all possible means, including force, against UDI, and they would support the African people of Zimbabwe in their fight to establish majority rule the country. They also agreed in principle on the following measures to be taken in the event of a negotiated independence: I. Refusal to recognize the new Rhodesian government. 2. Continued efforts to reconcile the two African nationalist parties, the Zimbabwe African People's Union and the Zimbabwe African National Union, with a view to forming a government in exile, and giving it financial, political, diplomatic, and military help. An emergency meeting of the OAU Council of Ministers to consider further action, including the most effective means of involving the United Nations. 4. A call to African members of the Commonwealth, and other African countries, to reconsider their relations. 343. With Britain, and bring the utmost pressure to bear on the British government, and, v. generally to treat Rhodesia like South America and the Portuguese American territories in applying such measures as an economic boycott. A committee was formed, including Egypt, Tanzania, Kenya, Zambia and Nigeria, to follow up the resolutions of the conference. The futility of paper resolutions and declarations of intent without effective political and military machinery to implement them, has been amply demonstrated in the case of Rhodesia by subsequent events. The settler government declared UDI on 2 November 1965 confident that the OAU was powerless to AET, and that there would be no really meaningful pressures brought to bear by Britain or the United Nations. They were prepared for economic sanctions, and did not fear them, knowing that they would be ineffective, and that South America would become Rhodesia's economic support. As events proved, after some initial dislocation, the total value of Rhodesia's imports increased beyond the level attained before UDI, and as a whole, the Rhodesian economy probably suffered less than it did in the recession which accompanied the dissolution of the Federation. A few days after UDI, on November 19, 1965, I sent the following note to the heads of state of Guinea, Zambia, Tanzania, Uganda, Sudan, Congo, Brazzaville, and Congo, Leopoldville, now Zaire. Mr. President and dear brother, the illegal and unilateral declaration of independence by the minority settler government of Southern Rhodesia has flouted and shocked African and world opinion. Apart from declarations condemning the action of the Rhodesian settler regime, and the application of sanctions, it is clear that neither the United Kingdom government, nor the other world powers intend to take the necessary effective measures, including the use of force, to crush the Rhodesian rebellion. The Rhodesian situation is a serious and direct threat to the peace of Africa, and unless the Organization of African Unity can act quickly to meet the situation, the consequences to our continent will be incalculable. As you know, I have been advocating for a long time the establishment of an African High Command which could resist such acts which threaten the territorial integrity and sovereignty of the African states. It was for this same reason that I proposed the creation of an Executive Council for the Organization of African Unity. The present situation therefore provides an urgent opportunity for us to mount an African force capable of being deployed against the illegal minority government of Southern Rhodesia. The machinery of the Organization of African Unity works very slowly, and I am convinced that we must do something now to demonstrate that we are planning realistically to deal with the situation created by the racialist rebellion in Southern Rhodesia. I suggest, in order to make our efforts more effective and realistic, that a treaty of mutual defense and security be signed between as many African states as possible, but beginning with the Revolutionary Government of the Congo, Brazzaville, the Democratic Republic of the Congo, Leopoldville, Sudan, Uganda, Tanzania, Zambia, Guinea, Ghana. The object of this treaty would be to deal with the possibility of hostilities breaking out between any of the states subscribing to the treaty and Southern Rhodesia, Portugal, and South Africa. Each member state of the treaty shall pledge itself to go to the assistance of any country or countries subscribing to the treaty. In other words, an attack on any of these countries would be an attack on all of them. There would be no objection to other African countries adhering to this treaty at any time they find it fit to do so. If you are in favor of such a treaty, it is, I am sure, desirable that we formalize it as soon as possible. I suggest therefore that we should have a meeting in Accra attended by the defense ministers of those states which adhere to the treaty to draw up the precise terms of the treaty, and plan action. It will be valuable also if the meeting could be attended by the military advisors and chiefs of staff so that all technical points could be covered. Please accept, Mr. President, and dear brother, my fraternal sentiments. Kwame Nkrumah, President of the Republic of Ghana. The reactionary coup in Ghana in February 1966, greeted so jubilantly in Salisbury by the settler government, prevented follow-up action. Zambia under the leadership of my good friend Kenneth Kaunda was left to bear the brunt of the continuing aggression of Smith's rebel regime. In 1971 the ODE still lacks unified political and military machinery, and the racist, minority government in Salisbury continues to defy the people of Africa who are the rightful owners of the land of Zimbabwe. Call for action on Rhodesia address. To the National Assembly. Mr. Speaker, members of the National Assembly, exactly 2 weeks ago today, some European settlers in the British colony of Southern Rhodesia revolted against the government of the United Kingdom and seized control of the colonial machinery of government. It is now time that we took stock of the situation thus heated and decided on what practical steps we should take. Since then there have been directed against these settlers millions of words of denunciation. If words could kill, the entire rebel regime would be now in their graves. But rebellions are put down by action, not by words. It is true there have been many calls for action, but these have been calls for action by others. We must avoid the habit of looking outside the African continent to some former colonial power to set right those problems which are our duty to settle. The time has now come for us to take action ourselves. This means that we must examine the Southern Rhodesian rebellion with utmost realism and in the realities of the African Revolution. At first sight, the rebellion in Southern Rhodesia appears to be aimed at enabling the settlers to continue unimpeded their policy of oppression and degradation of the African population. If we examine the circumstances of the revolt, however, it will be seen that this is not the explanation. The British government had already conceded to the settlers everything for which they asked short of formal independence. They could have continued as long as they liked to practice apartheid under the shadow of the Union Jack and with the assurance that whatever crime against humanity they committed they would be defended by the United Kingdom government at the United Nations. Despite the fact that the present British government when in opposition had denounced the Southern Rhodesian Constitution, despite the fact that the British Prime Minister had described Southern Rhodesia as a police state, the United Kingdom government were perfectly prepared to allow the settlers to continue to rule so long as they wished, provided only that they acknowledged the sovereignty of Britain. Why were they unwilling to do this? In such circumstances there can only be one reason for the rebellion, namely, that the settlers wished to demonstrate to the world that they were powerful enough to defy the might of Britain. Naturally, they would not have embarked on this course unless previously they had obtained promises of support from South Africa and from Portugal. What we are facing is an alliance of the three apartheid countries aimed at taking over the whole of southern Africa. The talk of Bechuanaland becoming independent in the near future becomes meaningless when viewed against this terrible background. Let me first state the position of Ghana, which remains unchanged. We consider that the United Kingdom has under the Charter of the United Nations certain positive obligations towards the African people of Southern Rhodesia which are set out in Article 73. If Britain is unwilling or unable to fulfill these obligations, the United Nations must step in. Ghana considers that the proper organ through which the United Nations should intervene is the Organization for African Unity. This view has now been supported by the Security Council of the United Nations. In a resolution passed 5 days ago, the Security Council called on the United Kingdom, and I quote, to quell this rebellion of the racist minority and to take all other appropriate measures which would prove effective in eliminating the authority of the usurpers, and in bringing the minority regime to an immediate end. Further, the resolution, and again I quote, called upon the Organization of African Unity to do all in its power to assist in the implementation of this resolution in accordance with Chapter 8 of the Charter. Chapter 8 provides that regional organizations such as the Organization of African Unity may be empowered by the Security Council to take all suitable action, including military action. In response to this decision of the Security Council, for which the United Kingdom government voted in favor, and in accordance with the resolution on Southern Rhodesia, unanimously passed at the Assembly of Heads of State and Government of the Organization of African Unity held in Accra last month, a bill will be placed before you tomorrow which will enable Ghana to play its full part in any action that may be decided upon. I would remind you that in their resolution on Southern Rhodesia the heads of state and government decided that in the event of the failure of the United Kingdom government to take decisive action on the Southern Rhodesian issue, the African states would, and once again I quote, use all possible means, including the use of force, with a view to opposing a unilateral declaration of independence. In addition, the heads of state and government decided, and I quote once more, to give immediate and every necessary assistance to the people of Zimbabwe with a view to establishing a majority government in the country. The bill which you will be asked to consider tomorrow will make it quite clear that Ghana is prepared to play its full part in implementing this resolution. Ghana's position is that the United Kingdom government, having affirmed that it has full authority and responsibility for dealing with the Southern Rhodesian situation, should act to quell the rebellion. In my view, for the various reasons which I will explain later, it will prove impossible to quell the rebellion by purely economic means. From the very beginning of all this, I have made it clear to the British Prime Minister that I consider it would be necessary for Britain to use armed force against the rebels. I am still of this opinion. Even Christ had to use the whip to drive the wicked money changers from the temple. That is why the government of Ghana believes that it is only by the use of force that this rebellion can be checked. I am extremely doubtful as to whether sanctions could be operated effectively, and I can foresee that in the end it will be necessary either for the United Nations or the Organization of African Unity to use military force to put down the rebellion, if the United Kingdom is unwilling to act. I believe that it is possible, if a complete trade boycott were feasible, for the rebel regime to be overthrown in this way. Even so, nothing would be achieved by this except the creation of a state of anarchy, and unless there was an alternative government prepared and ready to take over from the rebels. The British colony of Southern Rhodesia is a landlocked territory some 150,000 square miles in extent, in other words, it is about 8 times the size of Ghana. Southern Rhodesia is bounded on the north by Zambia and on the west by the British Protectorate of Bechuanaland. It has a southern frontier with South Africa, and on the east a common frontier with Mozambique. Its rail communications are through Bechuanaland and through Portuguese territory. There is road but no rail communication direct with South Africa. An economic blockade of Southern Rhodesia would thus require the cooperation of 4 countries, the United Kingdom, which still controls the external relations of Bechuanaland, South Africa, Portugal, and Zambia. Britain and Zambia are agreed on blockading Southern Rhodesia provided this is ordered by the United Nations. South Africa and Portugal have given no indication that they would accept a decision of the Security Council to impose economic sanctions. There is no economic reason why the United Kingdom should not enforce a blockade since Rhodesian trade with Britain represents less than 1% of the United Kingdom total trade turnover. In contrast to this, the sacrifice demanded of Zambia is colossal. 1/3 of Zambia's trade is with Southern Rhodesia. All the essential imports required to keep the Zambian economy running are supplied through a railway system which passes through Southern Rhodesia. If, therefore, as the United Kingdom government suggests, the only method of bringing down the Smith regime is to be an economic blockade, this will impose on both Zambia and Malawi an intolerable economic burden, while the sacrifice made by Britain will be minimal. In any event, if any economic blockade of Southern Rhodesia is to be effective, either the United Nations must compel Portugal and South Africa to join in economic sanctions or else all the other nations in the world must agree to extend sanctions so that they apply equally to the Portuguese colony of Mozambique and to South Africa. I hope that the United Nations would be prepared to take this action, but I have doubts whether the Security Council, as at present composed, would vote in favor of this. If they are not prepared to do so, all talk of economic sanctions is nonsense. It is possible, of course, in the coming elections to the Security Council for the African states to insist that only such states as are prepared to support a blockade of not only Southern Rhodesia but South Africa and Mozambique in addition, are elected to the Council. Even so, there is no guarantee that the United Nations Security Council has the authority to see that such a blockade is effectively enforced. For these reasons I believe that it will be extremely difficult, if not impossible, to defeat Southern Rhodesian rebels by purely economic means. If the United Kingdom government and the other major powers are since rein their professed desire to carry out an effective blockade of Southern Rhodesia, the first step is clear. To inform Portugal and South Africa that United Nations inspectors will be sent to their territory to ensure that no goods are sent to Southern Rhodesia or are exported from it. If South Africa and Portugal refuse to accept this proposal, then the Security Council must order that the same sanctions are applied against Mozambique and South Africa as are applied against Southern Rhodesia. The enforcing of such sanctions would result in, at least, a naval and air blockade of the whole of Southern Africa and would thus involve its use of far more military force than would be required if direct military action were taken against the Southern Rhodesian rebels. It is for this reason that I think the economic sanctions are realistic and that the only sensible course is for direct military action against the rebels. No one African state by itself can undertake this military action, and if it were left to African states alone, they might well have to seek assistance from outside the African continent in order to deal with the situation which might arise if Portugal or South Africa came militarily to the assistance of the rebels. What then are we to do? Our first step must be to mobilize the conscience of the world so that in the last resort, if African states are compelled to act on their own, they will have the sympathy of all peoples outside the African continent. At the moment far too little is known of the sordid history of southern Rhodesia and the oppression suffered by its African inhabitants. We all have a duty to make the facts known. A year ago, when I was writing Neocolonialism, the last stage of imperialism, I described the southern Rhodesian situation, as it was then, in these words. Form of the earliest type of neocolonialism which was practiced in southern Africa until the formation of the Union of South Africa. The essence of the Rhodesia system is not to employ individuals drawn from the people of the territory itself to run the country, as in the newer type of neocolonial state, but to utilize instead an alien minority. The majority of the European ruling class of Rhodesia only came to the colony after the Second World War, but it is they and not the African inhabitants, who outnumber them 16-1, that Britain regards as the government. This racialist state is protected from outside pressure because under intimation alone it is a British colony, while Britain herself excuses her failure to exercise her legal rights to prevent the oppression and exploitation of the African inhabitants, of W.T., of course, she officially disapproves, because of a supposed BNNSH parliamentary convention. In other words, by maintaining Rhodesia nominally as a colony, Britain in fact gives her official protection as a second South Africa. The European racialists are left free to treat the African inhabitants as they will. The Rhodesian system thus has all the hallmarks of the neocolonial model. The patron power, Britain, awards to a local government over which it claims to have no control, unlimited rights and exploitation within the territory. Yet Britain still retains powers to exclude other countries from intervening, either to liberate its African population or to bring its economy into some other zone of influence. The maneuvering over Rhodesia's independence is an excellent PLE of the workings of neocolonialism and of the practical difficulties to which the system gives rise. A European minority of less than 250,000 could not maintain, in the conditions of Africa today, rule over 4 million Africans without external support from somewhere. When the settlers talk of independence, they are not thinking of standing on their own feet, but merely of seeking a new neocolonialist master who would, in their view, be more reliable than Britain. That is what I wrote a year ago. Southern Rhodesia came into existence by trickery and force of arms. At the close of the 19th century, Cecil Rhodes, the South African diamond buccaneer who had become Prime Minister of what was then the British dependency of Cape Colony, invaded southern Rhodesia and Zambia. Rhodes, dreaming of the Cape to Cairo British Empire, pushed from Matabeleland into Mashonaland. Across the Zambesi, into the country now called Zambia. Thus he drove a wedge between the Portuguese colonies of Mozambique and Angola. This expedition was undertaken by a pioneer column of mercenary freebooters who were recruited from among the English and Boer populations of South Africa. Each man who took part in the expedition was promised not less than 15 gold claims and a farm of 3,000 acres. These individuals were the first white settlers in Rhodesia, and the National Day of Southern Rhodesia is described as Pioneer Day. It commemorates the arrival on the 12th of September, 1890, of this pioneer column at the spot where the present capital of Salisbury is now situated. Thus the first white settlers only arrived in Rhodesia and Zambia 75 years ago, and they were a tiny minority among the African population. For the 50 years prior to the arrival of Rhodes' pioneer column, what is now southern Rhodesia had been dominated by the Africans of Matabele. Their famous chief, Lobengula, was tricked into signing an agreement with Rhodes' agents under which he gave away to Rhodes' British South Africa Company all the mineral rights in his domain. When Lobengula woke up to the bitter realization of the trickery that had divested him and his people of the rights in their own land, he petitioned Queen Victoria. Despite the fact that Lobengula's letter showed clearly the nature of the fraud which had been perpetrated on him, the British government of the day did nothing. Rhodes was allowed to bring in additional troops. He picked a quarrel with the Matabele, declared war on them and crushed them. The British government granted a charter to Rhodes British South Africa Company, which continued to rule southern Rhodesia and Zambia up to 1923. In that year the British government organized a referendum among the white settlers of southern Rhodesia so that they could decide whether they wished in future to join South Africa, or to be a self-governing British colony. The then population of some 3 million Africans were not allowed to vote, and the only people participating in the plebiscite were some 14,000 European settlers. By a narrow majority they decided against joining South Africa. In the same year the British government made a famous statement of policy known as the Devonshire Declaration, which is now reproduced in substance in Article 73 of the Charter of the United Nations. The Devonshire Declaration declared, and I quote, "His Majesty's government think it necessary definitely to record their considered opinion that the interests of the African natives must be paramount, and if and when those interests and the interests of the immigrant races should conflict, the former should prevail." In the spirit of this declaration the British Parliament insisted on maintaining some control at least over how the settlers treated the African majority of the colony. Since that date the whole history of southern Rhodesia has consisted of the efforts made by the settlers to throw off this restraint and to obtain complete freedom to oppress and degrade the African population as they wished. Their first attempt consisted of a plan to extend southern Rhodesia and settler control over what is now Zambia and Malawi. At first they had some success. In 1953, despite the opposition of the great majority of the African population of the territories concerned, the British government set up a federation composed of the colony of Southern Rhodesia and the then two British protectorates of Northern Rhodesia and Nyasaland. The constitution of this federation, enacted by Britain, gave the political control of its government to the European settlers. This federation lasted for only 10 years. The heroic resistance of the peoples of Zambia and Malawi made it impossible for the European settlers to continue ruling, and at the end of 1963 the federation was dissolved and Malawi and Zambia became independent. During the period of the federation's existence the present Rhodesian Front Party was born. It was called then the Dominion Party because it had as its policy the creation of independent Dominion, which would include the rich copper belt areas of Zambia and Katanga as well as southern Rhodes. In 1962 this Dominion Party, rechristened the Rhodesian Front Party, won the settler general elections in southern Rhodesia. They have ruled the colony ever since. In a sense, the rebellion of southern Rhodesia has been inevitable since September 1963, when the British government frustrated a move by the Security Council of United Nations to prevent the arming of the Rhodesian settlers. What happened was this. During the time of the Federation of Rhodesia and Nyasaland the British government built up a strong army and air force in the territory. In practice these forces were under the control of Britain, though in name they belonged to the Federation. When the Federation broke up and its assets were being shared up, neither Malawi nor Zambia was independent. And in any event these two states did not have the revenue or the facilities to keep hold of any but a very small part of the Federation's air force and army. The British government proposed that the bulk of these armed forces should be handed over to the racist settlers of southern Rhodesia. As soon as it became known that Britain was intending to hand over the armed forces to the racist settlers, Ghana took the initiative of raising the question in the Security Council of the United Nations. This move was backed by all the African states. In the Security Council itself not only the African members, Ghana and Morocco, but also all the other non-permanent members representing other regions of the world supported the Ghana resolution. Except for Britain, no single member of the Security Council was opposed to it. The resolution, moved by Ghana, would have prevented the handing over of any armed forces or military aircraft to the racist regime of Ian Smith. This regime was then already in power and had already boasted of its intention to seize independence by force. The resolution would have been carried and the subsequent revolt prevented except for the fact that the United Kingdom government used its veto to prevent it being passed. Why did the United Kingdom government hand over these armed forces? The United Kingdom government may have genuinely believed that by handing over these armies to Rhodesia, the settler government would be persuaded to accept the conditions demanded as a basis for the independence of Rhodesia, and that an independent Rhodesia would act as a bulwark of Britain's East of Suez policy. This explains what is otherwise not clear about Britain's policy towards the rebellion in Rhodesia. The British quarrel with the settlers is that the Ian Smith regime has broken the implied bargain with Britain, and is now insisting on using Rhodesian armed forces for his own purpose. This purpose can only be one of aggression against other African states, in league with South Africa and Portugal. Under previous settler governments, the condition of the African population was bad enough. Under the Rhodesian Front Party it became intolerable. Indeed, the persecution of the African population of southern Rhodesia has reached such a pitch that the continuation of settler rule in any form is impossible. Just before the rebellion began, 3 recently recruited southern Rhodesian policemen from Britain deserted, horrified at the conditions in Rhodesia. Now back in Britain, they have been telling British newspapers of their experiences. They say they were told by the settler officers to shoot Africans to kill and thus save hospital fees. They were advised not to hit Africans on the head, as it's 4 times thicker than a European's, but to remember that the African has a weak stomach, and aim for that. They claim that the police deliberately incite African riots. Nor are they the only witnesses to the callous brutality with which the 4 million African population is treated. The Roman Catholic Archbishop and bishops of southern Rhodesia have declared, and I quote from their pastoral letter, "Wages are inadequate, housing conditions in many instances are unworthy of human beings, and terms of employment are such that husbands are separated for long periods from their wives. Such a state of affairs cries to heaven for vengeance, and even in the natural order can only breed crime and chaos. Under the Land Apportionment Act passed by the settler government, all the best land is given to the Europeans. 4 million Africans are compelled to live on the worst land, while the 217,000 Europeans occupy 1/2 of the total farming area. The treatment of African domestic servants, of whom there are some 80,000, is little short of slavery. There are no schools for their children. Husbands and wives are not allowed to live together or have their children with them. A servant cannot see a film, go to a dance, attend an athletic event, hear a lecture, or go for a walk at night. If he stays at home and drinks an alcoholic beverage, he is guilty of a criminal offense for which he can be punished by a term of imprisonment. Similar conditions apply to most of the industrial workers. They are compelled to live in African locations where, as often as not, they are separated from their families. 80% of the accommodation provided for the African workers of Salisbury is for single men. Usually 4 men are compelled to live and cook in one small room. The African town worker may only have a visitor to stay with him if he obtains the permission of a superintendent of a location. He may only leave his lodging for 2 weeks unless he obtains special permission, and in many cases may not be out of doors after 9 p.m. He automatically loses his home if he is dismissed by his employer, or if he is convicted of any political offense, or even if he transgresses some of the provisions of the pass laws. Against these conditions, the African population of southern Rhodesia has sought to establish political parties which could organize opposition to oppression. The Zimbabwe African People's Union, ZAPU, was established after the African People's Conference in Accra in 1958 and campaigned against the efforts of the settlers to negotiate with the British government a constitution which would give the settlers a freer hand than they had already possessed for ill-treating and oppressing the bulk of the population. In spite of the opposition of ZAPU, Britain insisted on granting to the settlers the notorious 1961 constitution. This constitution was at the time Den 01, IDCED in British Parliament by the British Labour Party, then Emapos. It was condemned by overwhelming majority of the General Assembly in the United Nations, which asked Britain not to bring it into force. Nevertheless, the Constitution was established, and it has subsequently provided the means by which Ian Smith has established his illegal regime. Ghana believes, as I think do all other African states, that it is a tragic misfortune that ZAPU has now been split, and that there are in southern Rhodesia 2 nationalist African parties, each claiming to speak for the African people. Nevertheless, such disunity is bound to occur in conditions where all political activity is forbidden, the leaders of both parties are imprisoned, and there is no opportunity to test by free elections which party the people support. At all costs we must avoid a situation in which we refuse to support the masses of the African people of southern Rhodesia merely on the ground that two parties are claiming their allegiance. A simple election on a universal franchise could easily decide this. It is clear that the African people of southern Rhodesia are today putting up a strong resistance to the illegal Smith regime, and they deserve our full support. There is nothing now to be gained by recrimination over past events. The United Kingdom government has stated it is determined to end the rebellion and to establish a new regime in southern Rhodesia. As a member of the United Nations, of the Organization of African Unity, and of the Commonwealth, Ghana has a duty to make positive and constructive proposals to Britain as to how this may be done. The problem can be looked at under two heads. First, how is the rebellion to be ended? And, secondly, when the rebellion is over, what type of government is to be substituted for the present regime? These two questions are closely interrelated. If the United Kingdom rules out military intervention by its own forces and is opposed to military intervention by the United Nations or by the Organization of African Unity, then the only way the Smith regime can be overthrown is by an internal revolt against the present illegal government. But such an internal revolt can only be brought about if those seeking to restore law and order within southern Rhodesia are given positive assurances as to what will happen to them after they have overthrown Smith. No single person in southern Rhodesia is prepared to move a finger to restore the discredited 1961 constitution. Therefore, it seems clear that if the United Kingdom government really wants to create an effective opposition to Smith within southern Rhodesia, it must not only revoke the 1961 constitution forthwith but also hold out hopes for something better in the future. Up till now, according to the United Kingdom government, that one obstacle to holding a Southern Rhodesia Constitutional Conference at which all political parties would be represented, was that Smith's settler government was opposed to the holding of such a conference and the British government could not override his wishes. Well, the Smith government is no more. From Britain's point of view, Smith and his cabinet are private citizens, and what they say or do has no constitutional validity. In any event, even if Smith had continued as the legal Prime Minister of Southern Rhodesia, the British government were pledged to considering the holding of a constitutional conference despite his opposition. I will quote to you the exact words of this pledge as set out in the final communiqué of the last Commonwealth Prime Ministers' Conference. In this process of seeking to reach agreement on Rhodesia's advance to independence, a constitutional conference would, at the appropriate time, be a natural step. If the discussions did not develop satisfactorily in this direction in a reasonably speedy time, the British government, having regard to the principle enunciated by the Commonwealth Secretary of unimpeded progress towards majority rule, would be ready to consider promoting such a conference in order to ensure Rhodesia's progress to independence on a basis acceptable to the people of Rhodesia as a whole. What should be the theme of this constitutional conference? Again, I quote from the same communiqué, which states that the other Commonwealth heads of government welcomed the statement of the British government that the principle of one man one vote was regarded as the very basis of democracy, and this should be applied to Rhodesia. In my view, the United Kingdom government should summon immediately a constitutional conference to devise a constitution for southern Rhodesia which would provide for the establishment of majority rule in the shortest practical time. The United Kingdom government should state that once majority rule had been established on a firm basis, Zimbabwe should become independent, but that there should be no question of southern Rhodesia becoming independent on any other basis than one man one vote. But we must be realistic. The downfall of the Smith regime will create a vacuum. This vacuum must immediately be filled by the United Kingdom. Britain must establish immediately a system of direct rule through agencies immediately responsible to the British government so that conditions can be created for the emergence of a constitutional government based on universal adult suffrage. If the people of southern Rhodesia are to rise against Smith without any external military aid, they have a hard and desperate task before them. They cannot be expected to undertake that task unless they have a clear goal before them. A constitutional conference now is the first requirement of the situation. There is only one basic problem in southern Rhodesia. It is the presence of the white settlers. It is therefore Britain's duty to consider means by which those of them who will not cooperate with a majority government can be induced to leave. It is quite wrong to suppose that the majority of these settlers are people who have lived in southern Rhodesia for generations. The majority of them came there after the last World War to escape the austerity and high taxation which had to be faced in Britain as a result of Britain's part in the struggle against Hyder. Clifford DuPont, the S-called officer administering the rebel government, is still enrolled as a solicitor in London. He only left England in 1948 and it would be no hardship to him if he was compelled to resume his British law practice. The majority of Rhodesian Front supporters are similarly situated. At the time of Indonesian independence, the Netherlands, which is a small country and heavily populated, nevertheless repatriated to Holland over 200,000 colonial residents of the former East Indian colonies. I propose that discussions should take place immediately among Commonwealth governments to see how many settlers could be resettled in other Commonwealth countries. At the moment, Australia, for example, is calling out for European immigrants. Grants and assisted passages are provided by Australia for tens of thousands of settlers from Austria, Germany, and other European countries. The older Commonwealth countries could, I believe, make a positive contribution by agreeing to take a fixed quota of such southern Rhodesian settlers as wished to leave. Short of these major measures, there are certain other positive steps which Britain could take here and now. The United Kingdom government has now taken power to legislate for southern Rhodesia. And it has used this power to declare illegal the press censorship imposed by Smith. Britain should, I consider, immediately use these same powers to revoke all the detention orders in force against African nationalists who have been imprisoned for opposing the Smith regime. How can Britain possibly hope that Smith will be overthrown and British authority reasserted if the United Kingdom government do nothing to aid those who have been imprisoned for opposing the rebels? It seems to me extraordinary that even in the case of Mr. Garfield Todd, who was a missionary from New Zealand and was for 5 years Prime Minister of Southern Rhodesia, nothing has been done by the British government to free him from detention. Finally, there is the question of the armed forces and the police. Almost all the European officers in the police are British, as are about 1/3 of the officers in the Army and Air Force. Southern Rhodesian citizens only comprise a small fraction of the Rhodesian armed forces and police and, next to Britain, South Africa provides the largest contingent. Without their British officers, Southern Rhodesian Air Force, Army, and police would be crippled. It seems to me imperative that Britain should recall at once all British Air Force and police officers and should state that the United Kingdom government would regard as treason the action of any British subject who continued to serve in the Smith forces after a certain date. Many of these officers are in receipt of pensions from Britain for past services in the United Kingdom police or defence forces. It should be made clear that the ions of any officers who continue to serve under Smith will be forfeited. If the United Kingdom government were to take the various steps which I have outlined, it is possible that these would bring the rebels down, but there is no certainty of this. It is therefore much more appropriate that the Southern Rhodesian question is dealt with by the United Nations. Hitherto the United Kingdom government has always claimed that Southern Rhodesia is a purely internal matter. Such a claim is nonsense today. British authority does not extend beyond a deserted villa in the suburbs of Salisbury where the British governor wanders through the empty corridors. The resolution of the Security Council taken 5 days ago states, and I quote its actual words, that the situation resulting from the proclamation of independence by the illegal authorities in southern Rhodesia is extremely serious, that the United Kingdom government should put an end to it and that its continuance in time constitutes a threat to international peace and security. It is important to note that this wording places the Southern Rhodesia issue under Chapter 7 of the Charter of the United Nations, which is the chapter that deals with threats to world peace and which enables the Security Council to give mandatory instructions to all member states. Under this chapter the United Nations can halt all road, rail, and air communication with Southern Rhodesia. It can also order military sanctions. I consider that the Security Council must, if the United Nations is to survive as an effective force, order such military sanctions if the present economic sanctions are proved ineffective against the Rhodesian rebellion. It is necessary to point out that the Security Council can order military intervention without necessarily setting up a United Nations force. In my view, it would be much better if the Security Council in the United Nations were to authorize African states, either collectively or individually, to intervene militarily to suppress the rebellion in southern Rhodesia in the event of the United Kingdom government being unable or unwilling to do so. It would be desirable if all permanent members of the Security Council guaranteed against attack by Portugal or South Africa the African states undertaking these police measures on behalf of the United Nations. But it would not be necessary in practice for all the permanent members to give such a guarantee. If it could be obtained from one of them, it would be sufficient. Finally, it is necessary to consider the possible role of the Organization of African Unity. It could, of course, act in concert with the United Kingdom government if the L11EI11 bears were convinced that Britain genuinely intended to put down the revolt. The Zambian government has already offered the United Kingdom military bases in Zambia if Britain desires to place forces in Africa either to suppress the rebellion or at least to protect those African states which are threatened by the rebels. The United Kingdom has not accepted Zambia's generous offer. Nevertheless, in order to make Ghana's position clear, I wish to state that if the British government desires to use Ghanaian territory for any purpose connected with the suppression of the Southern Rhodesian government, we shall accord every facility possible. The second possible role which the Organization of African Unity might undertake is to act as a peace force of the United Nations. For this purpose it is essential that we establish as soon as possible a unified military command and engage in detailed planning so that we deploy our military forces to the best advantage. Finally, the Organization of African Unity must consider what action it will take if both Britain and the United Nations fail within a given time effectively to deal with the Southern Rhodesian situation. If a cry for help comes to us from the victims of oppression in Southern Rhodesia, we, the African states, must answer it. It is for this reason that the National Assembly is being asked tomorrow to enact legislation to give the government power to prepare for any military eventuality. The bill, which will be introduced under a certificate of urgency, seeks to give the government general powers to make all laws necessary for mobilization. Already the first steps in this direction have been taken. Members of the armed forces who have completed their time of service are being retained in the forces. As a precaution, all military leave has been stopped. Under existing law, we are going to establish a militia. This militia will be a voluntary force. Its members will not be paid. Their training will be on a part-time basis and their enrollment is to start on Monday next. Under the bill which you will be asked to pass, the government is given power to requisition Ghanaian aircraft and ships. You may remember that at the time of the Congo crisis the Western powers failed to provide us with air transport which they had promised. The government cancelled all internal and external services of Ghana Airways and used the aircraft to transport our troops. We shall not hesitate to do the same thing again. The bill also enables airports, seaports, and roads to be closed in whole or in part in order to facilitate troop movements. I must warn you that a mobilization on the scale which we have in mind must entail considerable disorganization of civilian life, but in a crisis of this nature we must put military necessity first. In everything we must be realistic. It would not be possible for Ghana alone to defeat the forces of the Southern Rhodesian settlers. Nevertheless, Ghana forces, if properly mobilized and deployed, could provide very powerful support for any African state which was threatened by the Smith regime. Ghana, in conjunction with a number of other African states who may have taken the same steps of military preparedness as we have done, would certainly be able to defeat the rebels. Any war against the rebels would not be like a normal war. For every racialist in southern Rhodesia there are 16 Africans. Once arms have been put in their hands, the war is as good as over. As I see it, if African armed forces are compelled to put down the Smith regime by force, then this will not be done by means of conventional warfare but by organizing a rising in mass by the people. I consider that when the African states meet at Addis Ababa on the December 3rd, there is one other step which should be considered most seriously. Outside the African continent there are thousands, indeed hundreds of thousands, of individuals with military training who are prepared to fight against racialism. In fact, I have already received numerous telegrams and letters from individuals and organizations outside Africa who are prepared to fight for the liberation of Zimbabwe. We must consider realistically how we can mobilize and equip them. In some countries, voluntary contributions could be organized by which these volunteers would be provided with the necessary equipment. This is a proposal we must consider in all its implications. In any event, it is my firm view that at the forthcoming Addis Ababa meeting, the African Defense Organization, which was approved by the heads of state at the recent Accra Summit Conference, should be set up immediately. It is unfortunate that the proposal which I made 2 years ago for the setting up of an African High Command was not taken up, otherwise Africa would not find itself in this predicament. I am reminded of a story. A little boy had read many stories in his children's books about many a life and death struggle between a man and a lion. In all the stories, no matter how fearlessly and ferociously the lion fought, the man each time emerged the victor. This puzzled the boy, so he asked his father, "Why is it, father, that in all those stories the man always beats the lion when everybody knows quite well that the lion is the toughest and strongest animal in all the jungle?" The father answered, "Son, those stories will always end like that until the lion learns how to write. These are serious days for the world. I wish that I could believe that the United Kingdom government was sincere in its desire to put down the rebellion, but from their past actions I see no sign of it. I hope that time may prove me wrong. If it does not, then a heavy responsibility will fall upon all African states, and we in Ghana must today begin to prepare to take our share in that responsibility. Ghana breaks diplomatic relations with Britain. Address to the National Assembly on the Southern Rhodesian situation. Mr. Speaker, members of the National Assembly, the House will recall that at the Summit Conference of the Organization of African Unity held at Accra last October, it was unanimously decided that in the event of the failure on the part of the United Kingdom to use all possible means, including the use of force, to oppose a unilateral declaration of independence by the Southern Rhodesian settlers, all members of the Organization of African Unity would reconsider, among other matters, their diplomatic relations with the United Kingdom. In accordance with this resolution, when it became clear that the United Kingdom government was not using effective means to quell the rebellion, the Council of Ministers meeting recently at Addis Ababa unanimously decided that all member states of the Organization of African Unity should break off diplomatic relations with Britain. The decision was that if by the ISTH of December, that is yesterday, Britain had not put down the rebellion, we of the independent African states should sever diplomatic relations with Britain. The breaking of diplomatic relations is a serious step, and the Ghana government had therefore hoped that the United Kingdom government would take some action which might justify African states refraining from making a move which, however valuable as a protest, must have grave consequences. Since 1963, I have continuously emphasized to the British government the seriousness of the situation in southern Rhodesia and the dangers it could pose for our relationship, unless it were handled firmly and effectively. In particular, I pointed out the serious consequences inherent in the transfer of the attributes of sovereignty to Rhodesia without majority rule. I have also stressed time and again that the handing over of the armed forces which the British had built up for the former Central African Federation to a minority settler regime whose avowed policy has always been to maintain a racialist state was bound to lead to a situation such as confronts us today. It is against this background that Ghana raised this question at the Security Council in September 1963, and urged the Council to call upon the United Kingdom government not to hand over these armed forces and other attributes of sovereignty to the Southern Rhodesian minority settler regime. As you know, Mr. Speaker, all my warnings went unheeded, and my forebodings have come true. Indeed, by vetoing Ghana's resolution, the United Kingdom government actually made the present situation inevitable. History thus holds Britain responsible. It is therefore clear that my government has taken all possible steps to let the British government know of Africa's concern in an effort to avoid the present crisis. We have consistently urged on the United Kingdom government policies which could have averted the present unhappy situation. Only last Tuesday, I sent a special delegation to deliver a personal message from me to the Prime Minister of the United Kingdom, Mr. Harold Wilson. In that message I made it clear to the British Prime Minister that as there was no evidence that Britain was taking positive and effective action to quell the rebellion in southern Rhodesia, the government of Ghana was in honor bound to carry out the decision taken by the Organization of African Unity at Addis Ababa on the December 3 this year. I have considered very carefully a reply which Mr. Wilson sent to me yesterday. There is nothing in Mr. Wilson's letter which could justify a change in our position. Ghana's position is that sanctions alone are inadequate, unless backed by military intervention. I am still of the view that the measures which Britain proposes to take are inadequate to deal with the situation. The United Kingdom government shows no intention of taking military action to quell this rebellion. The government of Ghana has, therefore, severed diplomatic relations with Britain as from yesterday, and the United Kingdom government has been informed accordingly. Mr. Speaker, I would like to make it clear that the rupture of relations with Britain does not affect British business interests or individuals in Ghana, nor does it affect the services of British technical and professional personnel, including those in the armed forces, recruited directly by the Ghana government or on loan to us through technical assistance from the United Kingdom. If and when the United Kingdom government succeeds in crushing the Ian Smith rebellion and solves the Rhodesian crisis in the interests of the majority of the Rhodesian people, the government of Ghana will normalize relations. It would appear that British policy in regard to southern Rhodesia 364 is to treat what is essentially an African problem as though it were exclusively a British concern. Up to the very last moment I was hoping that the United Kingdom government would show some response to the initiative of the Organization of African Unity. In all this, the British Prime Minister has gone to the utmost lengths to make every concession to the Ian Smith regime. Throughout, Mr. Wilson has disregarded the feelings of the African people in this matter. In this connection, it is futile to talk of further Commonwealth Prime Ministers' meetings at this time, when the undertakings given by the British government at the last Prime Ministers' Conference in London have been totally ignored. Mr. Speaker, the Southern Rhodesian issue has brought to a head a more fundamental question affecting the interests and destiny of Africa. Upon this issue all African states must take a definite stand. I would like to clarify this point further. By the accident of history almost all the independent African states were once colonies of European powers, and because of this the relationships and associations formed during the colonial period have continued in one form or another even after independence. Typical of such associations is the French Community or the British Commonwealth, to which Ghana chose to belong of her own free will after independence. On the other hand, our policy in Africa has been based on the fundamental necessity to establish an all-African approach to the problems of the African continent. This is why I have been advocating the establishment of a continental union government of Africa all these years. The movement for African unity has now made considerable progress and will continue to grow until it reaches its goal, a union government for all Africa. It is clear, however, that the Commonwealth connection is misunderstood by the non-Commonwealth countries in Africa and is used by them as an argument for setting up other groupings which seek to foster active links with former colonial powers. Mr. Speaker, as you know, Ghana has participated actively as a member of the Commonwealth and had even proposed the establishment of a Commonwealth Secretariat in order to make the Commonwealth more in tune with the common aspirations of its members. However, Ghana's membership within the Commonwealth has made it difficult for her to pursue boldly and effectively her African objectives, namely, the struggle against colonialism and neocolonialism and the establishment of an all-African union government. This difficulty has been highlighted by the present crisis in southern 365 Rhodesia and by the inadequate manner in which the United Kingdom government has so far handled the rebellion. The conception of the Commonwealth was built up upon the idea that it provided a bridge between peoples of all races and of all stages of development. The manner in which events in southern Rhodesia have been handled by the United Kingdom government has undermined and betrayed this conception. Mr. Speaker, in these circumstances, and in order to preserve African unity so as to facilitate the earliest formation of a union government for Africa, the government of Ghana must consider withdrawing from the Commonwealth. To this end, we propose to hold the necessary consultations within the Organization of African Unity as to the severance from ex-colonial powers of ties which militate against African unity. As I said before, African unity and our endeavors to establish a union government for Africa are imperiled by African states forming links with their ex-colonial masters. Our unity can only be preserved and a union government achieved and stabilized if we sever links with former colonial powers whose continuing interest in our continent only breeds disunity amongst us. For this reason, the government of Ghana will place before the next Organization of African Unity Summit Conference a resolution calling upon all member states of the Organization of African Unity to sever such links as stand in the way of African unity or impede its progress, whether such links be with the French, British, Spanish, Portuguese, Belgian, or what have you. Such united action by all member states of the Organization of African Unity is the best means and the surest way of guaranteeing the unity and security of the independent states of Africa. Mr. Speaker, I have taken this opportunity to make Ghana's position clear to the world and in particular to our brothers and colleagues of our sister states of Africa. It is my view that, in the interest of African unity, there should be no political or economic regrouping or blocs in Africa in alliance with an ex-colonial power or any foreign power for that matter. And any economic grouping in Africa must be only under the aegis and umbrella of the Organization of African Unity. In pursuit of this objective, the time has now come for the Organization of African Unity to create and develop the essential machinery for African unity, namely a common monetary authority which will enable us to 66. Pool our resources in order to survive the pressures which can be applied to us, b. An all-African common market to serve our expanding economies, c. An African High Command which can defend our continent and ensure the security of the member states, and d. An executive to coordinate and harmonize our efforts on an all-African basis. Mr. Speaker, the Southern Rhodesian crisis has once again exposed the weakness of the Organization of African Unity. If, as I had proposed at the Accra Summit Conference, an executive of the Organization of African Unity had been established, we would now have been fully prepared to carry out the decisions of the Accra Summit Conference and the Addis Ababa meeting of the Council of Ministers in regard to the Rhodesian crisis. If we had had an African High Command, we would now be in a better position to give military assistance to our brothers in Zambia and Zimbabwe. As I have said before, military operations are a complex and difficult matter. They cannot be suddenly improvised. If we blame Britain for not having taken steps in advance to deal with the Southern Rhodesian rebels, the African states must equally blame themselves for not having made adequate preparations to deal with such situations. Mr. Speaker, today Africa is facing a great challenge, in fact the greatest challenge in its checkered story. And we must act in such a way as to uphold her honor and dignity. Let no one underrate or miscalculate the strength of a united Africa. 25. Conference was held in Lagos. It was poorly attended, and failed to achieve any positive results. There followed a military coup in Nigeria on January 1966, when the government of Balewa was toppled. At that time, the opinion was widely expressed in political circles throughout the world that Africa was going the way of South America, and was rapidly becoming a continent of great political instability, and fertile ground for an indefinite period of neocolonialist exploitation. We could expect a succession of military coups, and increasingly oppressive and reactionary regimes as revolutionary movements of workers and peasants, and liberation movements, gained momentum and challenged the new breed of military rulers. In Ghana, at the beginning of 1966, we were at a critical point in our struggle to win economic independence, and to push forward our socialist policies. On January 23, 1966, I inaugurated the completed Volta River project at Akosombo. This great project was designed to provide the electricity needed for our industrialization program. In addition, sufficient power was to be generated to cater also for the need of sister African states. We were all set, with the implementation of the 7-year development plan, for an economic and socialist transformation of our society. Ghana was developing the resources to become a powerhouse of the African Revolution. A week later, on February 1966, I addressed the National Assembly. Some 3 weeks afterwards, on the February 24, 1966, while I was on my way to Hanoi at the invitation of President Ho Chi Minh, with proposals for ending the war in Vietnam, a clique of army and police traitors, supported by neocolonialists and certain reactionary elements within Ghana, seized power. In the name of national liberation they halted, and then turned back the processes of socialist revolution in Ghana, and 369. The failure of the OAU, and of Britain and the United Nations, to act decisively to put down the rebellion in Rhodesia in November 1965, was a major factor in triggering off the rapid succession of coups d'états which have taken place in Africa since then. Our continued disunity, shown clearly in the failure of the Accra OAU Summit of October 1965 to set up an African High Command and an Executive Council, stimulated imperialist and neocolonialist forces operating throughout our continent. While the independent African states hang so tenaciously to their separate identities and interests, the enemies of the African people, the imperialists and neocolonialists and their local agents, strengthen the bonds which unite them, and set us an example in planning on a continental scale. The Pan-African barometer had been tested over the Rhodesian issue, and had been seen to be virtually static. The months following UDI were ones of chaos and confusion. Ghana broke diplomatic relations with Britain, and gave notice of a probable withdrawal from the Commonwealth. But the strongly worded OAU resolutions of October 1965 were in the main disregarded by most of the member states. A hastily summoned OAU 368 so betrayed the African people in their struggle for total liberation and unification. Sessional speech to the National Assembly. Mr. Speaker, members of the National Assembly, the opening of the session of Parliament, the first of the new year, and also our budget session, comes at a critical period in the history of the African Revolution. All over our continent, we are beset by forces created by neocolonialism, forces which must be faced, fought, and vanquished. The liberation movement is, however, awake to this threat. It will continue to resist and fight this menace until its final collapse, and we shall erect in the place of neocolonialism the edifice of a continental union government. Until this is achieved, we shall continue to witness the crises and shocks which we are now experiencing in many parts of our continent. 2 years ago, at Addis Ababa, I warned my brother African heads of state and government that the fruits of our disunity would spell chaos and confusion, coups d'états and boundary disputes, and be a breeding ground for corruption and neocolonialist conspiracies and intrigues in our individual states. As we all know, within the last few months there have been unfortunate military intrusions into the political life of several independent African states. And if we do not establish an all-African political union, such intrusions will continue to occur in some of the remaining states of Africa. Normally, the duty of the armed forces is to defend and support the civil government, and not to overthrow it. It is not the duty of the army to rule or govern, because it has no political mandate, and its duty is not to seek a political mandate. The army only operates under the mandate of the civil government. If the national interest compels the armed forces to intervene, then immediately after the intervention the army must hand over to a new civil government, elected by the people and enjoying the people's mandate under a constitution accepted by them. If the army does not do this, then the position of the army becomes dubious and anomalous and involves a betrayal of the people and the national interest. The substitute of a military regime or dictatorship is no solution to the neocolonialist problem. What therefore has led to the military intrusions and interference and violence which we are now witnessing? Why is it that the armies of certain African states have been forced to take the steps which they have taken? We must examine critically and carefully the underlying forces and circumstances which have given rise to these upheavals. Their root cause can be found not in the life and traditions of the African people, but in the maneuvers of neocolonialism. In a neocolonialist state, the leaders of the government allow themselves to be used and manipulated by foreign states and financial interests. The whole regime of a neocolonialist state is therefore subject to remote control. In other words, the rulers and governors of the neocolonialist regime are teleguided from afar. These foreign powers and interests seek to maintain the exploitation and oppression of the people even after independence. Corruption, bean-berry, nepotism, shameless, and riotous and ostentatious living become rife among the leaders of the neocolonialist regime. This brings untold suffering on the workers and people as a whole. The masses become lethargic and see no reason to make any sacrifices for their country. They see plainly and clearly before their eyes a conspiracy of their leaders and the neocolonialists to defraud them and to drain the fruits of their labors into the pockets of the neocolonialists and their agents in the regime. In these circumstances, the real fruits of independence are denied to the people, and they become incensed and frustrated. Even though disillusioned and frustrated, the masses are once again mobilized even more militantly to remove the neocolonialist and client regime, knowing full well that the regime, supported by the neocolonialists, will not hesitate to use the army to crush them. If the masses persist in their protest, they are sure to come in conflict with the army, and civil war results. The masses of the people have then nowhere to turn for redress. They therefore have no choice but to organize to isolate the army from the corrupt regime, if the army itself is free from the taint of corruption. But if the army itself is corrupt or if it proves impossible to detach it from the corrupt regime, then the people have no choice but to take up arms against the neocolonialist regime. The people's struggle for freedom and justice would have reached the phase of civil conflict which invariably takes the form of guerrilla war, that is, people's war, a nationalist revolutionary war. Let us remember always that in the final analysis the masses are the final arbiter. They will always choose freedom and justice, as against oppression and corruption. They will always find a way to give expression to their will as against neocolonialism and against the betrayal of the people by the armed forces. As part of the neocolonialist strategy, the independent African states are made to believe that their constitutions must be based on an imitation of Western parliamentary systems. Before they quit, the colonial power imposes a constitution which is alien to the traditions and true aspirations of the people. It is this state of affairs which fosters the development of neocolonialism and breeds discontent and frustration among the people. But the chaos, confusion, corruption, nepotism, and misery engendered by such unreflecting imitation have exposed the futility and ineffectiveness of the Western parliamentary system in Africa. It is for this reason that the Western parliamentary system is being forsaken in Africa, and there is a growing tendency towards the establishment of one-party states, and rightly so. Because of our egalitarian society, this development becomes natural and understandable. The multi-party system which exists in Western countries is in fact a reflection of a social cleavage and the kind of class system which does not exist in African countries. A multi-party system introduced into Africa results in the perpetuation of feudalism, tribalism, and regionalism and an inordinate power struggle and rivalry. We have established in Ghana a people's parliamentary socialist democracy, that is, a one-party state within a people's parliamentary socialist democracy where the will of the people, expressed through their majority, is supreme. In fact, here in Ghana, political power resides in the people. It is they, and they alone, who make, enshrine and uphold our constitution, the fundamental law of our land. But let me emphasize that a one-party system of government is an effective and safe instrument only when it operates in a socialist society. In other words, it must be a political expression of the will of the masses working for the ultimate good and welfare of the people as a whole. On the other hand, a one-party system of government in a neocolonialist client state, subject to external pressures and control, can quickly develop into the most dangerous form of tyranny, despotism, and oppression. It can become, in the hands of a few privileged rascally-minded and selfish individuals in a neo-colonialist state, a weapon and tool for suppressing the legitimate aspirations of the people in the interests of foreign powers and their agents. I repeat, a one-party state can only function for the good of the people within the framework of a socialist state or in a developing state with a socialist program. The government governs through the people, and not through class cleavages and interests. In other words, the basis of government is the will of the people. It is in the face of these considerations, that I have made a constant appeal to my brother African heads of state and government for continental unity based on a union government and warned them of the dangers of our present disunity. I shall continue to appeal and warn until the political unification of Africa is achieved. Alone, few of the independent African states have the markets, the raw materials or the capital to build even a single large-scale modern industrial complex. United in a continental union government, we could plan the use of our rich natural resources, our markets, and our capital to build giant complexes, iron and steel industries, hydroelectric projects in key areas throughout the continent. Such projects, planned on a continental scale, could assist in our endeavors for continental economic reconstruction. United, we could bargain more effectively with foreign investment and governments. Our united economies could provide large markets and would make large-scale efficient industries profitable for all concerned. Together, we could borrow funds to finance our hydroelectric schemes, construction of essential transport, factories, and infrastructure facilities to ensure the necessary specialization and division of labor for continental economic growth. Together, in a mighty continent-wide political union, we could ensure the stability and resources necessary to guarantee that loans and investments were paid off at reasonable rates. Thus the potential of a new life can be provided for all Africa, if we establish a continent-wide union government. A union government of Africa would be in a position to provide ready assistance on a continental scale to the independent African states, whose resources are inadequate to meet their expanding needs. It will also prevent them from seeking such help outside the African continent. The African states will thus be assisted in their efforts to safeguard their national independency and sovereignty against the pressures and plunder of foreign powers and foreign interests. Thus all the independent African states, big or small, have everything and little to lose by a continental union government of Africa. This month we shall welcome the independence of Bechuanaland. The fact that Bechuanaland can become independent shows how false is the suggestion that the African majority of southern Rhodesia are not ready for self-rule. By virtue of the same argument, why can't the other neighboring colonized territories in southern Africa be free and independent? Nevertheless, Bechuanaland, which is surrounded by South Africa and southern Rhodesia, will obviously be in need of outside assistance. Such assistance should come from Africa. If the assistance comes from outside Africa on terms which militate against the interest of the people, Bechuanaland will cease to be independent, and neocolonialism will set in. This problem will also have to be faced by a few other African territories expected to accede to independence shortly. If the interests of the Africans who inhabit these territories are to be upheld, then this problem must be solved within the context of an all-African political union. As you know, the Rhodesian question remains unresolved. In spite of our repeated warnings and advice, the British government has consistently refused to resort to the use of the one effective weapon, namely military and police action, to crush the rebellion. As we foresaw, the Lagos Conference served no useful purpose and sanctions have so far not succeeded in bringing down the Ian Smith illegal regime. Action by the independent African states is therefore more urgent than ever. My government will put forward concrete proposals for joint action when the OAU Council of Ministers meets in Addis Ababa on the 17th of this month. Here at home, our general economic situation is, to a large extent, dictated by the overall balance of economic power in the world. So far as cocoa, our principal export, is concerned, if Africa were united under a union government, Africa would be able to set a price for world cocoa in exactly the same way as developed countries set a price for their exports of machinery and manufactured goods. As it is at the moment, however, The price of cocoa, like the price of many primary commodities produced by other developing countries, is at the mercy of a capitalist-controlled world market, which is oriented to the disadvantage of the developing countries. What we obtain for our exports in hard cash depends not primarily on how much of these exports we can produce, but on the price which powerful world forces, over which we have no control, are prepared to pay for them. The manipulation of our cocoa price is only one illustration of this general world economic system. The gap between the developed countries and the developing countries, instead of narrowing year by year, is widening. So long as Africa remains divided, they will lack the strength to obtain a fair and equitable treatment from the developed nations of the world. It will be seen, therefore, that the securing of a just cocoa price is essentially a political question. It cannot be solved by Ghana alone. It could be solved by the cocoa-producing states of Africa if they were united in a union government which had effective overall economic planning powers. Our experience with the price of cocoa is the same as other primary commodities, like ground nuts, coffee, sisal and many others which are grown and exported by our sister African states. A union government for Africa is therefore a necessity, and a prerequisite for Africa's economic progress and survival. In economic terms, our policy of non-alignment means that we must not depend upon any one country or group of countries for capital investment and trade. Our aim must be to trade with and to secure investment from all countries in the world, irrespective of their economic systems and political ideologies. As I have repeatedly emphasized, we are not against foreign investment as such. We welcome foreign investment provided that there are no strings attached to it, and also provided that it fits in with our plans for national development and our socialist policy. And we insist that foreign investment should not interfere or meddle with the political life of our country. It is important to make this point quite clear. The experience of developing countries is that foreign capital tends to entrench itself and to influence the political and economic life of the receiving country. Where the foreign capital is guaranteed by its government, that government sometimes attempts to involve itself in the life and development of the country under the guise of protecting its capital. It is vital both for the developed and developing countries that foreign governments and investors should desist from any attempt, overt or covert, at political domination in the developing countries in which they invest. When foreign investment interferes in or meddles with the political life of the country in which it invests, it then becomes part of the neocolonialist system. But as I have pointed out elsewhere, in the last analysis a solution to this problem may be the establishment of an international insurance agency which would provide a guarantee for foreign governments and investors on the same basis, for example, as Lloyd's provides insurance cover for shipping interests and investments throughout the world. We cannot look to foreign investment to provide an automatic solution to our problems. Foreign, or public investment will not provide the bulk of the capital needed for our industrialization. The bulk of it must come from our own savings. We therefore intend to mount a vigorous savings campaign throughout the country. We must strengthen our economy. We must make sure that the progress which we have made already is not jeopardized by overstraining our resources. We have now reached the point in our national development where we need to pause for a while, take stock of what we have achieved so far, which by any standard is remarkable. We shall then be ready to move ahead with increased momentum. We must therefore look upon this year, 1966, as a year of stock-taking, but not of stagnation. An impartial look at our development efforts since independence should leave no one in doubt as to the success of our national endeavors in the field of economic and social reconstruction. Within the short span of 8 years since independence, we have built some of the finest roads in the world. We have provided adequate medical and health services for the large majority of our people, we have built universities, secondary schools, training colleges, and provided opportunities for free education for the great mass of the population. We have completed the gigantic Volta River project 1 year ahead of schedule. This industrial growth and development has created a number of problems with which we must tackle. As a result of this vast and unprecedented development program, there is more money available in the pockets of the people than there are goods to buy. Secondly, as I have explained, we have failed to obtain the foreign exchange to which our exports, including our greatly increased cocoa export, entitle us. This has resulted in foreign exchange earnings not rising as we had every right to expect they would, in view of our greatly increased production. For this reason, I have directed that the size of the 1966 budget should be reduced to a level which can be supported by available revenue. We may, therefore, have to rephase some of our development projects so as to reduce their impact on our total expenditure budget. The purpose of these arrangements will be to produce an expenditure plan, which, while ensuring sustained economic growth, will at the same time reduce our dependence on outside sources for help to complete projects under our 7-year development plan. In this connection, a number of other steps have already been taken by the Bank of Ghana. These include credit control arrangements designed to restrain expenditure in the economy of our country. They also involve arrangements to ensure the careful and wise utilization of our foreign exchange earnings. In spite of the comparatively heavy cuts in our total planned expenditure this financial year, the budget which will be presented to you will make large sums of money available for expenditure on the public services, the state enterprises and public boards. It is the intention of the government that every pasewa voted should be properly accounted for. To this end, I have given directions that the Auditor General's Department should conduct a detailed scrutiny of all revenue and expenditure, and expose all irregularities that may be committed in any sector of the economy. As a further measure of ensuring that state corporations and industries manage their affairs efficiently and profitably, a State Enterprises Audit Corporation has been established to examine the accounts of all state and joint state enterprises. We will continue to follow the policy of producing, as much as possible, a very high proportion of essential goods and services that are consumed here from day to day. This will enable us to reduce our dependence on the importation of foreign imports. It will also create opportunities for employment, and for exploiting our other natural resources endowments. During this year, we shall devote more of our resources to productive investments, namely, agriculture and industry and mining, so that we may be able by the end of our 7-year plan to reach our planned growth rate of 5% per annum. For this purpose, I have already directed that over one-half of the 1966 budget shall be devoted to productive investments. When I addressed this House a year ago, there were 35 state enterprises in operation. Today, there are 52, including 25 manufacturing and industrial enterprises. Among the new enterprises which have recently been commissioned are the Glass Manufacturing Corporation at Aboso, the Cement Works, Tema, the Government Electronics Industry at Tema, and the Cocoa Processing Factories at Takoradi and Tema, the Publishing Corporation which now prints our school textbooks, and the Textile Corporation now producing here in Ghana cloths and wax prints for the people. The Ghana People's Trading Corporation has also been recently established alongside the Ghana National Trading Corporation to assist the consumer cooperative societies to distribute and sell both local and imported goods cheaply in the rural areas. Very soon, further industrial projects will start production. These will include the corned beef factory at Balgatanga, the sugar factory at Akas, and a television assembly plant at Tema. We hope to establish over next 5 years 1,000 rural industrial projects throughout the country. Already 2 coir fiber factories, each with a total capacity of 990,000 pounds of coir fiber and over 1,000 pounds of door and floor mats, are in operation. Bamboo factories are presently being established at Mansoe Menfi, Asinfozo, and Axim to manufacture bamboo cups and trays which can artistically adorn the dinner table of a Ghanaian family in a Ghanaian way. The rattan factory established at Asamankis is already in production, and 5 other factories at Nkaka, Inirisi, Upon Valley, Asanwanso, and Bobaikuma will go into production this year. A factory at Axim will be developed into a training center for rattan, bamboo, coir and wood projects. It will have laboratory facilities to enable experiments to be conducted into improved methods of production, using local materials. In the reorganization and development of the cooperative movement in the country, we must place emphasis on the establishment of a strong network of consumer cooperatives in the rural areas. These will assist in the fair and equitable distribution of available consumer goods throughout the country. Our progress in industry must be closely linked to a vigorous agricultural program. We must ensure that we apply the right techniques that can maximize the benefits of modern science and technology in agriculture. To this end, an agricultural council has been established to serve as a forum for the exchange of ideas between the government agencies, universities, the Ghana Academy of Sciences and other institutions concerned with agriculture. In addition to cocoa and other farm crops, our national economy can be firmly buttressed by a progressive program of afforestation, conservation, and the exploitation of timber from our forests. Ghana timber is renowned and popular on the world market, and every effort will be made to increase its production. The recently created Ministry of Animal Husbandry has been directed to establish a livestock industry to cater for the meat requirements of the country, including milk and other livestock products from local resources. Alongside these developments, including improved poultry, pig, and cattle production, sheep and goat multiplication ranches have been sited at Ejura and Wenchi to provide breeding stocks to farmers and improve the meat supply on the market. A dairy production unit has been established within the Ministry of Animal Husbandry to undertake a positive program of increasing dairy products from local sources, so as to reduce our present dependence on supplies from foreign sources. The government is seriously examining plans for the setting up of a Chet D1 Cal fertilizer plant. In view of the importance of agriculture to Ghana, plans have been made to establish a University College of Agriculture. In the meantime, an interfaculty committee, composed of staff from the University of Ghana and the Kwame Nkrumah University of Science and Technology has been set up. They are preparing a single plan of higher education in agriculture to be brought immediately into operation when the University College is physically established. Next in importance to the provision of food comes the housing needs of our people. Let us remember that our population is increasing faster than our expectation. I have therefore directed that during the financial year 1966, the Housing Corporation should embark on the construction of additional estates throughout the country. The new giant prefabricated housing factory now under construction will start full-scale production this year. As a result, our housing program throughout the country will be accelerated. During 1966, more and larger water conservation and irrigation schemes will be completed to supply farms in northern and southern Ghana with water throughout the year and at all times. We attach great importance to the communications system in the country, and we also intend to construct those major roads and bridges included in the 7-year development plan, and I will continue to pursue a comprehensive program of road maintenance. The Tuno Bridge linking Navrongo to Tumu in the upper region, as well as the bridge over River Ankase on the western border, will be completed in the year. Preliminary work will start on the construction of a bridge over the River Ankabra on the Axum Half-As 11U Road and a bridge over the River Odi on the new Dodi Papas Bimbala Road. Work on the Lower Volta Bridge continues to make very satisfactory progress, and will be completed by the end of the year. In Accra, new roads will be constructed and work will continue on the widening of more and more major roads to avoid traffic congestion in the city. Already, the new concrete double-carriage motorway linking Tema with Accra has been opened, and this motorway will be extended to link up with the Ensawam and Winneba roads. The construction of 2 new berths at the Tema Harbour has been completed, and work on the Tema shipyard and dry dock and the fishing harbour will continue as planned. By December this year, the new dry dock will be brought into use, as an important center for the building and repair of ships. Already Tema is beginning to feel the strain of our expanding trade, and soon the construction of new berths may become necessary. In order to support expansion of our industrial program, it is vital that we should establish and maintain a first-class and modem telephone system. To this end, the modernization of our telephone and telecommunication services is being given top priority. In Accra alone there are over 35,000 subscribers, more than double the position at independence in 1957. A new telephone exchange is now under construction near the Kwame Nkrumah Circle, which when completed next year will provide over 8,000 additional lines. Even this will prove inadequate in view of our rapidly expanding industrial and commercial development. In keeping with our policy of forging close links with the independent African states, direct telegraph and telephone communications between Accra and the capitals of African states will be completed this year. Our educational program continues to expand at a very fast rate. No less than 400 new middle and primary schools were opened at the beginning of the current academic year, resulting in an increase in the enrollment by 200,000. At present, therefore, there are 80,000 children in 10,388 primary and middle schools. 11 new secondary schools have been added to the list of assisted schools. There are, therefore, 101 secondary schools in the public system with an enrollment of over 35,000, which is almost half the target of 72,000 set for 1970. During the current academic year, 34 new teacher training colleges have been opened. This has resulted in an additional intake of 2,720 student teachers. The number of teachers in training is therefore 12,720, and the number of training colleges is now 80 as against 46 last year. Thus, in 1 year we have almost doubled the number of teacher training colleges in Ghana. It is only by planned expansion of this sort that effective universal education can be secure and maintained. We are laying very strong emphasis on the teaching of science, and science teaching is being given priority in the curricula of both elementary and secondary schools. Modern science laboratories for 380 use by elementary schools have been built at Accra, Kumasi, Cape Coast, Sekondi, and Ho. Others are to be constructed at Tamale and Bolgatanga. This is part of a pilot project in elementary schools. In addition to this, more and more teachers are being trained to teach science in schools in rural areas. Technical education is also progressing steadily. Already a technical teacher training college has been built at Kumasi to train teachers, and it is expected that within 5 years this college will have trained an adequate number of technical teachers for our polytechnics, technical institutes and training centers. A third government secondary technical school was opened in Obiezai in November last year, and a fourth one, under construction at Koforidua, is nearing completion. Since my last sessional address, the Ministry of Science and Higher Education has been set up, replacing the former National Council for Higher Education. While higher education advances on a broad front, I have directed that emphasis be laid on education in science and technology with a view to Ghana producing in the shortest possible time not only the administrators and managers required to implement our development program, but also the scientists, technologists, and technicians needed in industry and agriculture. In barely 4 years, student enrollment in Legon has risen by more than 300%. To bring such large numbers of students up to the high levels of qualification and skill demanded in Ghana, the university has found ways of using resources and facilities with the greatest economy and efficiency. The Institute of Statistics has made good progress towards providing Ghana with fully trained statisticians, without whom much of our planning will be based on mere guesswork. Special attempts have been made to increase the intake of science students, and in this way also to introduce a correct balance between the faculties. Already postgraduate students are being produced from our universities to satisfy some of our manpower demands. At the Kwame Nkrumah University of Science and Technology, the former Faculty of Science has been reconstituted into 2 faculties, namely, the Faculty of Applied Science and the Faculty of Technology. In the new Faculty of Applied Science, courses in meteorology, nuclear physics, and applied biochemistry have been introduced, while courses in chemical and textile technology and glassware are planned for the Faculty of Technology. The student intake at the University College of Science Education in Cape Coast is expected to reach IAOO in October this year, and this college will attain full university status. When this happens, Cape Coast will be declared a university city. The Ghana Medical School, recently established, will enter upon its first course of clinical studies in April this year. The Ghana Academy of Sciences, which celebrated its 6th anniversary last November, has been rapidly expanding its scope of scientific research activities to provide the necessary scientific and technological basis for our economic and social development. Last year, the Academy established no less than 5 new research institutes in the field of food science and technology, aquatic biology, geology and geophysics, industrial standards and marine fisheries. Many more research institutes are in an advanced stage of physical development or of planning. These include the Institute of Glass and Ceramics, the Institute of Metallurgy, the Institute of Wildlife Research, the Institute for Research Development and a Center for the Production of Scientific Instruments. The Academy, as a full-time national research organization, is conducting development research required in the utilization of natural resources of the country. This work should proceed up to the pilot plant stage so that the Academy can advise government on the feasibility of agricultural and industrial projects being established by ministries and corporations, and also render scientific service to all ministries and corporations. The Academy is thus the spearhead to the scientific and technological development of the country. The Academy will also assist the universities in the training of postgraduate students by providing facilities in its research institutes. In order to ensure that the rich mineral resources of Ghana are exploited to the full, an intensive oil exploration program has been launched in the Tuno Basin, the Kita Basin and other areas of the country. Actual drilling for oil will be started at Anlaga, near Kita in March this year. The government attaches the greatest importance to the health needs of the people. To this end we are concentrating on preventive medicine and measures to improve public health services throughout the country. Health centers will continue as in the past to play a vital role in the promotion of health, and new health centers will get set up at strategic points in the country. As part of our program for the expansion of our health services, 3 new institutes of maternal and child health, tropical medicine, and aviation medicine will be established. With the creation of a Ministry of Tourism, Parks, and Gardens, we will intensify our efforts in the development of parks and gardens and tourist attractions throughout the country. We already have evidence of this new and dynamic approach to the beautification of our towns and cities. Ghana's natural attraction for tourism is second to none in the world. The government therefore has plans in hand for making a first-class tourist industry in Ghana. The welfare of women continues to engage our special attention. Quite apart from the several mass education women's groups operating in our towns and villages, we have established many girls' vocational training centers throughout the country with the aim of catering for the training and welfare of the future mothers of Ghana. Further, a crash program designed specially for the women of the northern and upper regions has been launched, and we have already achieved commendable results with our women in these 2 regions. It is our policy to abolish illiteracy entirely from Ghana. Much has already been done in this field that we are in sight of the complete abolition of illiteracy in Ghana. To this end, a mass assault on the remaining pockets of illiteracy in the country will soon be launched. The popularity of our television service is increasing daily. It is serving a useful role not only in entertainment but also in education and the fight against illiteracy. Next month I shall open a factory at Tima, jointly established by the government of Ghana and a Japanese firm, Sanyo, which will mass-produce television sets and thus bring the service within the reach of all our people. The structural changes in our local government setup which were recommended by the Pre-Election Delimitation Commission have been brought into effect, and the number of councils increased as a consequence of this from 155 to 183. The working of local authorities will continue to be reviewed in order to secure greater efficiency and reliability. Irregularities, waste, and duplication of efforts, corruption and nepotism in our local government administration must be eliminated. Our pattern of local government must conform with the socialist ideology of the nation. I am happy to announce that the progress of the Social Security, pensions, scheme has fully justified our determination to establish this scheme. The fund is growing steadily. Within the next few years, it is our intention to extend the scheme to cover everybody in Ghana. 6 years ago, I inaugurated the Preparatory Committee of the All-African Trade Union Federation. On that occasion, I expressed the hope that the world would understand the aspirations of the African workers to build a non-aligned all-African trade union federation which, while playing a vital part in the anti-imperialist and anti-neocolonialist struggle, would remain forever loyal to Africa. Today, the All-African Trade Union Federation, which is fighting in the forefront of the African Revolution, has become a living reality. The workers of Africa cannot coexist with the forces of colonialism and exploitation. They cannot coexist with imperialism and neocolonialism. Seeing poverty and exploitation around them and seeking a new way of life for themselves, they will continue to strive for a better life for all the people in Africa. It is the inescapable role of the All-African Trade Union Federation to mobilize, educate, and guide the activities of the African workers into new and creative channels which must open up Africa for the all-round development that will benefit the mass of the people. For it is when the workers and farmers have understood the fundamental aims of the African Revolution that we can move forward together in unity and progress. At home, the Ghana Trade Union Congress has the greatest responsibility for ensuring that the workers are given the correct leadership and orientation. Our workers must be mobilized to achieve the production targets of the 7-year development plan through higher productivity. This calls for labor and enthusiasm, industrial harmony, and a clear understanding of our goals. With the completion of the Volta River project, Ghana is now poised for a positive breakthrough in our agricultural and industrial revolution. We have traveled a long way from our colonial past in which our initiative and energies were bottled up by the restrictive conditions of colonial rule. We can now look forward with renewed confidence and inspiration to the greater opportunities made available to us by our party and government. In all this, you, members of Parliament, have a great part to play. Ghana looks to you for an example of service, hard work, and dedication to duty. You who are members of Parliament and all others in the country, teachers, farmers, peasants, market women, workers, civil and public servants, must be awake to your responsibilities in this regard. Let us remember that state property is public property, that is to say, it is property belonging to the people and for which we are all responsible. It is therefore the duty of every person who is put in charge of any state property to realize that he must guard it and protect it jealously in the interest of the nation. We have made such progress towards a better life for all that anyone who neglects or misuses or misappropriates state property is undermining the nation, and willfully holding back our progress. A basic problem now facing us is to improve the efficiency of our economic administration. If we can solve this problem, all will be well with us. The policies of the government are clear, sound, and well conceived and formulated. And our people have pledged their support for these policies. It is but for us to achieve and maintain a high level of efficiency in giving practical effect to these policies. In particular, our ministries, civil servants, our public officers, managing directors of our boards and corporations and factories, and all functionaries of the party and the government need to show a fuller grasp of the detailed administrative steps which must be taken to give effect to our policies. In other words, we need a closer degree of coordination and harmony among our economic ministries and agencies. A closer coordination is required among ministries, the State Planning Commission, the banks, and other economic institutions and commercial agencies connected with our national economy. We should not spend so much time rectifying the things that have gone wrong, we must concentrate rather on preventing the things going wrong, and finding remedies for them. Let me give you an example. If there are no drugs for the hospitals, we should not waste so much time establishing which ministry or agency is to blame. Instead, we should devise positive steps and crash procedures for eliminating such shortages. I am sure you can think of other examples. It is only by such careful and painstaking economic coordination and husbanding of our resources that we can provide the means for better housing, education, health services, and all the other amenities which we must have, in order to create a fuller life for all our people. I am confident that through your loyalty to the party and government, your sacrifice and devotion, we can make still further gains in our national reconstruction and development. Only thus can we justify the confidence placed in us by our people. Only thus can we promote the upliftment of Ghana, the redemption of Africa, and make our contribution to world peace and to the welfare and happiness of mankind. Class struggle, and the armed phase of the African Revolution. On Wednesday, the 2nd of March 1966, I arrived in Conakry, Guinea, at the invitation of President Sékou Touré and the Guinean people, and here began what I consider to be one of the most fruitful periods of my life. For, in a secluded villa by the sea, my enforced freedom from the day-to-day work of government leaves me time to study, to contemplate deeply on the problems of Africa, to write, and to prepare actively for the next vital phase of the African Revolution, when all methods of struggle, including the use of armed force both conventional and unconventional, may be employed. Apart from Section 26, the documents which follow are articles and selections from books written in Conakry between 1966 and 1970. They reflect my views on current problems and on the long-term aspects of the African Revolution and the world's socialist revolutionary struggle. Section 26 is the text of the first broadcast I made to the people of Ghana on Radio Guinea's Voice of the African Revolution. It was made on the 6th of March 1966, on the 9th anniversary of Ghana's independence. I broadcast to the people of Ghana several times after that, and the full text of the broadcasts have been published as a book under the title Vidice from Conakry. In 1969, I revised Chapter 3 of Consciencism, in order 389. To emphasize my conviction of the class nature of the struggle being waged in Africa and throughout the world between the forces of reaction and the forces of progress. This revision necessitated the publication in 1970 of a new edition of Consciencism Star. Sections 32 and 33, which contain extracts from the Handbook of Revolutionary Warfare and Class Struggle in Africa, reflect my conclusions on the various processes of the African Revolution, the nature of the struggle which lies ahead, and the practical implementation of our socialist revolutionary objectives. 26. The first broadcast to the people of Ghana on Radio Guinea's Voice of the African Revolution, March 6, 1966. I expect you all at this hour of trial to remain firm in determination and resistance despite intimidation. Fellow countrymen, chiefs, and people, I am speaking to you from Radio Guinea, Conakry. On the eve of the 6th of March, Ghana's Independence Day, I send to you all, greetings and warm regards. It was on this day that the combined forces of the Ghana people secured independence from British imperialism. This achievement was not an easy task. It involved sacrifice, suffering, and deprivation on the part of all of us. It was only when I arrived at Peking in China that I was informed that some members of my armed forces, supported by some members of my police, had attempted to overthrow my government. I know that you are always loyal to me, the party and the government, and I expect you all at this hour of trial to remain firm in determination and resistance despite intimidation. The people of Ghana built up the Convention People's Party, which became the vanguard of the National 11 Liberation movement in Ghana. By indomitable will the Convention People's Party overcame all difficulties, triumphed over adversities, and won independence, and planned for the economic, political, and social construction of our dear Ghana. The party and government fought not only for political 39-1 independence but evolved a work and happiness program of reconstruction. We also joined in the great movement for the liberation and political unification of Africa. The achievement of the Convention People's Party under my leadership is an open book. It can be seen by all, and today, anyone who visits Ghana can be a witness of this great achievement. Internationally, independent Ghana has been playing her role in world affairs. She has supported peace and will always continue to support any movement that can lead to the peace and security of the world. In all this struggle, the Convention People's Party and its government have not shed a single drop of a Ghanaian's blood. I shuddered when I learned of the shooting and killing of defenseless men and women, and the arrest, intimidation, and imprisonment of many of the leading patriots of the country. The blood of these gallant men and women cry to heaven for redress. Their blood shall not be shed in vain. Those who have died, may they rest in peace. By the arrest, detention, and assassination of ministers, the party's civil servants, trade unionists, and by the blind massacre of defenseless men and women, the authors of these insane acts of robbery, violence, intimidation, and assassination have added brutality to their treason. Never before in the cherished history of our new Ghana have citizens, men and women, been assassinated in cold blood and never have their children become orphans for political reasons. Never before have Ghanaians been shot down because of their political convictions. This is a tragedy of monstrous proportions. But I know your courage and determination, I see the extent of your indignation against this wanton rebellion. I know that at the appropriate time you will take the initiative to crush it. The party's dynamism will rise up again to save your dignity and personality. As far as I am concerned, I will do my very best to crush this criminal rebellion. The integral wings of the Convention People's Party, the Farmers Cooperative Council, the Trades Union Congress, the National Council of Ghana Women, the Young Pioneers, the Workers' Brigade have been established by the party, and the spirit that motivates these organizations cannot be destroyed. They now suffer in silence, but they will rise up again and speak. The present rebellion has not only committed treason against the sovereign state of Ghana but has attacked the very foundation upon which our culture was based, the position of chieftaincy, which has been irrevocably enshrined in our constitution. In the party's struggle for independence we have had opponents and enemies. Imperialism and neocolonialism and their agents and stooges have not been our friends. They have tried in many ways to undo what the Convention People's Party has done. In all attempts they failed, and even several attempts on my personal life have failed. And so, if today we celebrate our 9th anniversary of independence, we have a lot to be thankful for. Experience has given us added wisdom to continue the struggle. No one can destroy the socialist gains we have achieved. For no reason other than morbid ambition, inordinate and selfish desire for power, certain officers of my armed forces took advantage of my absence from Accra to subvert and rebel against constitutional authority. This reactionary rebellion sought to perpetrate subversive activities against the lawfully constituted government of Ghana. What has taken place in Ghana is not a coup d'état but a rebellion, and it shall be crushed by its own actions. At the moment you are being suppressed at the point of guns and bayonets, and you are made speechless by these same instruments. You are forbidden to hold your rallies and meetings. But, I know that even in silence you are determined and resisting. Be assured that I am standing firm behind you. There is a Russian proverb which says that one cannot screen the sun by the palm of a hand, nor can I be destroyed by telling lies about me. Very soon I shall be with you again. The perpetrators of this rebellion have committed an act of high treason. Those soldiers of my army who have taken power in my absence have issued orders that our 9th anniversary of independence, a great national day, should not be celebrated. This shows that they are suppressing you at the points of guns and bayonets. They cannot destroy what we have taken years to build. For, what we have achieved is built on rock foundations and is indestructible. Forward ever, backward never. There is victory for us. I am safe and well. I will be with you in due course. Have courage and bear your humiliation and sufferings with fortitude. What has happened is only a phase of our struggle, and it shall pass. Long live the people of Ghana, long live the Convention People's Party, long live the liberation movement of Africa, long live the African continental government that must be. 27. It has been said that the fabrication of the big lie is essential in the planning of any usurpation of political power. In the case of Ghana, the big lie told to the world was that Ghana needed to be rescued from economic chaos. Various other lies were hinged on this central lie. The country was said to be hopelessly in debt and the people on the verge of starvation. Among the lies aimed against me personally was the one that I had accumulated a large private fortune. This was to form the basis for an all-out character assassination attempt. But these lies were subsidiary to the one big lie of economic mismanagement, which was to provide an umbrella excuse for the seizure of power by neocolonialist-inspired traders. If Ghana was in such a serious economic condition, why was there no lack of investment in her growing industries? Investors do not put their money into mismanaged enterprises and unstable economies. Why did the imperialist powers try to exert an economic squeeze on Ghana? No one in his right mind bothers to attack an already dying concern. Who made up the figures of Ghana's supposed debt? Why was only one side of the ledger shown? Why no mention of assets? How can the obvious evidence of the modernization and industrialization of Ghana, such as the new roads, factories, schools, and hospitals, the harbor and town of Tema, the Volta and Tefi bridges and the Volta Dam be reconciled with the charge of wasted expenditure? If the Ghanaian people were starving, why no evidence of this, and why no popular participation in the coup? How was it that Ghana had the highest living standard in Africa per capita, the highest literacy rate, and was the nearest to achieving genuine economic independence? All these questions, and many related to them, are now being asked. An examination of our development plans and of their implementation reveals the truth, that it was their success, and not their failure which spurred our enemies into action. Ghana, on the threshold of economic independence, and in the vanguard of the African revolutionary struggle to achieve continental liberation and unity, was too dangerous an example to the rest of Africa to be allowed to continue under a socialist-directed government. In the first 10 years of its administration, the Ghana government drew up the first and second 5-year development plans, 1951 to 1956 and 1959 to 1964, and the Consolidation Plan, which covered the 2-year gap between these plans, 1957 to 1959. Under these plans the foundations were to be laid for the modernization and industrialization of Ghana. A skilled labor force was to be trained and an adequate complement of public services built up such as transport, electricity, water, and telecommunications. We had to work fast. Under colonial rule, foreign monopoly interests had tied up our whole economy to suit themselves. We had not a single industry. Our economy was dependent on one cash crop, cocoa. Although our output of cocoa is the largest in the world, there was not a single cocoa processing factory. Before we took office in 1951 there was no direct railway between Accra and Takoradi, in those days our main port. Passengers and freight had to travel by way of Kumasi. This was because Ki was the center of the timber and mining industries, both of which served foreign interests and were therefore well supplied with the necessary communications. There were few roads, and only a very rudimentary public transport system. For the most part, people walked from place to place. There were very few hospitals, schools, or clinics. Most of the villages lacked a piped water supply. In fact, the nakedness of the land when my government began in 1951 has to have been experienced to be believed. Failure to promote the interests of our people was due to the insatiable demands of colonial exploitation. It was not until we grasped political power that we were in a position to challenge this, and to develop our resources for the benefit of the Ghanaian people. Those who would judge us merely by the heights we have achieved would do well to remember the depths from which we started. The condition of Ghana in 1964 showed that our first 2 development plans had been carried out with a high degree of success. We had one of the most modern network of roads in Africa. Takoradi Harbor had been extended, and the great artificial harbor at Tema, the largest in Africa, built from scratch. Large extensions to the supply of water, and to the telecommunication network had been constructed, and further extensions were under construction. Our agriculture was being diversified and mechanized. Above all, the Volta River project, which was designed to provide the ELECAL power for our great social, agricultural and industrialization program, was almost completed. In Ed Katayan, progress was equally impressive. In 10 years we had achieved more than in the whole period of colonial rule. The figures below show the great increase in the numbers of children in Pruna, Re and middle schools, and of students in secondary and technical schools and colleges of higher education. Primary schools, middle schools, secondary and technical schools, teacher training colleges, university students. 1951. 154,360, 66,175, 3,559, 1,916. 208. 1961 increase 481,502 to 160,141 7 19,143 437 feet 8 inches 4,552 137 feet 5 inches 1,204 478 feet 8 inches. 1951-1961 increase transport and communications roads, in miles, Class I, bitumen, 1,398 2,050 46 feet 7 inches Class II, gravel, 2,093 3,346 59 feet 8 inches. Since 1961 the mileage of motor roads has risen to 19,236. Feeder roads connect most villages to the trunk road network. Post offices 444 779 75 feet 4 inches telephones 7,383 25,488 345 feet 2 inches electricity installed electrical capacity, kW, 84,7 degree 8 120,860 42 feet 7 inches electrical power generated, kW 000, 281,983 390,174 38 feet 4 inches. 1961 increase. 6,155 159 feet 9 inches. 30. 500 220 feet 5 inches. In 1962 the government adopted what was known as the party's program of work and happiness. It proclaimed our fundamental objective as the building of a socialist state devoted to the welfare of the masses. The concrete program of action for this was worked out in the 7-year development plan launched on 9th March, 1996. In presenting the plan to the National Assembly I said that its main tasks were first, to speed up the rate of growth of our national economy, secondly, to enable us to embark upon the socialist transformation of our economy through the rapid development of the state and cooperative sectors, thirdly, to eradicate completely the colonial structure of our economy. The plan embodied measures aimed to achieve a self-sustaining economy founded on socialist production and distribution, an economy the people and supporting secondary industries based on the products of our agriculture. Ghana was to be as soon as possible a socialist state. The people, through the state, would have an effective share in the economy of the country and an effective control over it. Thus the principles of scientific socialism would be applied to suit our own particular situation. The party has always proclaimed socialism as its objective. But socialism cannot be achieved without socialists, much hard work and sacrifice, and detailed economic planning to provide a vast improvement in the level of material wealth of the country, and distribution of this wealth among the population. It was decided in the building of schools and colleges was given top priority in our development plans. We took the unprecedented step in Africa of making all education free, from primary to university level. In addition, textbooks were supplied free to all pupils in primary, middle, and secondary schools. In the 1964-65 school year there were 9,988 primary and middle schools with an enrollment of 1,286,486. There were 89 secondary schools with 32,971 pupils, 47 teacher training colleges with an enrollment of IOI 68, and technical schools and 3 universities. All this, in a population of 7,500,000 put Ghana in the lead among independent African states. At the same time, a mass literacy campaign has made Ghana the most literate country in the whole of Africa. A look at some of the other social achievements during the party's first 10 years of office reveals a similar rate of progress. Basic service. 1951. Health. Number of hospital beds. Rural and urban clinics. Doctors and dentists. And /CJ the 7-year plan that Ghana's economy would for the time being HOTV remain a mixed one, with a vigorous public and cooperative sector LJ and L / operating alongside the private sector. Our socialist objectives to Monded, however, that the public and cooperative sectors should plus TV expand faster than the private sector, especially those strategic 1/IC areas of production upon which the economy of the country essentially depended. Various state corporations and enterprises were to be established as a means of securing our economic independence and assisting in the national control of the economy. They were, like all business J undertakings, expected to maintain themselves efficiently, and to show profits which could be used for further investment and to help finance public services. A state management committee was set up to ensure their efficient and profitable management. Many state enterprises were quick to show results. The Ghana Tea National Trading Corporation, GNTC, made a net profit of £1,885,900 in 1965, and had become the largest trading concern in the country. Other state enterprises, by their very nature, took a longer time to develop, and by February 1966 were only just beginning to make a profit. A few, notably in the agricultural sector, were in their infancy and were not expected to yield significant results for some time to come. A certain period of adaptation is necessary for all young industries, particularly in developing countries where the patterns of production are still mainly agricultural and elementary. But it is noteworthy that the traders of February 1966 found no less than 63 state enterprises which they could put on the market. In our 7-year plan we recognized the value of foreign investment in the private sector, particularly in the production of consumer goods, the local processing of Ghanaian raw materials and the utilization of Ghana's natural resources in the areas of economic activity where a large volume of investment was required. But we welcomed foreign investors in a spirit of partnership. We did not intend to allow them to operate in such a way as to exploit our people. They were to assist in the expansion of our economy in line with our general objectives, an agreed portion of their profits being allocated to promote the welfare and happiness of the Ghanaian people. The state retained control of the strategic branches of the economy, including public utilities, raw materials, and heavy industry. The state also participated in light and consumer goods industries in which the rates of return on capital were highest. We intended that 13V plus I1IH those industries which provided the basic living of the people should be state-owned in order to prevent any exploitation. RJ#-K. It was estimated that during the 7 years there would be a total C4 expenditure of £1,016 million. Total government investment in the plan was to be £476 million. Foreign investors, individual Ghanaians, local authorities, and the cooperative sector were expected to invest about £440 million. Ghanaians, it was hoped, would contribute nearly £100 million of direct labour in the construction of buildings, in community development and in the extension of their farms. Special attention was given to the modernizing of agriculture, so that a greater yield and a diversity of crops could be produced. We needed to produce more food locally so that we could reduce our imports of foodstuffs and at the same time improve the health of the people by increasing the protein content in the average diet. Most developing countries face nutritional problems of one kind or another. In our case, the great need was for more fish and meat to provide a properly balanced diet. We planned to increase the output of fish from an estimated 70,000 tons in 1963 to 250,000 tons in 1969. Livestock production, including poultry and eggs, was to increase from 20,080 tons to 37,800 tons. Immediate steps were taken to expand the fishing fleet and to develop fish processing and marketing facilities. We bought 29 fishing trawlers from Russia. The immense man-made lake formed as part of the Volta River project was being stocked with fish, and this too was about to bring a big improvement in the diet of the Ghanaian people. As for meat and poultry, the government subsidized the development of many poultry farms, and the rearing of large herds of cattle. In colonial days, fresh meat, milk, and eggs were available to Europeans only. Before the setback of February 1966, however, they were becoming part of the regular diet of the Ghanaian masses. The task of correcting the imbalance in our food economy was regarded as the greatest challenge to the agricultural sector of the plan. Far-reaching schemes were initiated for major improvements in irrigation and water conservation in the northern and upper regions of Ghana. Peasant farmers throughout the country were informed that they would be able to make use of the agricultural machinery of state and cooperative farms. It was not the government's intention to squeeze out the peasant farmer. Far from it, we needed the maximum effort of every individual farmer if we were to achieve our agricultural targets. During the period of the plan, Ghana's production of raw materials was to be considerably increased. Cocoa, our main export, earned the country 1,680 million cedis between 1951 and 1961. Of this, the farmers received 1,008 million cedis and the remainder was used by the government and the Cocoa Marketing Board for maintaining public services and for the general development of the country. We increased our cocoa production from 264,000 tons in 1956 to 57 to 590,000 tons in 1963 to 64, and huge silos had been built, able to store half the cocoa crop, to enable us to restrict exports and so ensure a fair price for our cocoa in the world market. Plans were also far advanced to increase exports of timber, and to develop new species of wood for buildings, furniture, and other wood products, and for use in paper factories. Efforts were being made to revive our once flourishing export crop of palm oil. Rubber production was being increased. In the western region, a vast new plantation, 18 miles long, had been sown. Within 2 to 3 years Ghana was to be one of the greatest rubber producers in Africa. The production of palm oil, cotton, sugar cane, and tobacco was being stepped up. By 1970, there were to be 4 factories in operation producing 100,000 tons of sugar a year, more than sufficient to eliminate the item from our list of imports. 9 greatest of all our development projects was the Volta Dam. When the 7-year plan was launched, the Volta project was expected to begin to generate electrical power by September 1965. Completion of the project would enable us to develop the full industrial potential of Ghana. It would increase by nearly 600% the installed electrical capacity of the country. Nearly one-half of this new capacity would be taken up by the aluminium smelter in Tema. It is estimated that Ghana has sufficient bauxite to last for 200 years. But apart from this, the Volta project would have an ample reserve of power for other users, and Ghana would have liberated herself decisively from the possibility of a power shortage becoming a brake on the rate of economic progress. Construction targets for the various parts of the Volta River project were achieved, some of them ahead of schedule, and the official inauguration ceremony took place on January 23, 1966. At that time, building was about to start on a large subsidiary dam at Ibui. Plans were also well advanced for the construction of an alumina plant which would have given Ghanaians control of the whole process of aluminium production. As it was, we were exporting bauxite to the United Kingdom for processing while we were importing alumina manufactured in the United States from bauxite mined in Jamaica for our aluminium smelter. In keeping with my government's policy of linking Ghana's progress with Africa's total allotment, provision was made in a plan for economic cooperation with other African states. As I saj.d in my address to the National Assembly on 9th March, 1964, while we wait for the setting up of a union government for Africa, we must begin immediately to harmonize our plans for Africa's total development. For example, I see no reason why the independent African states should not, with advantage to each other, join together in an economic union and draw up together a joint development plan which will give us greater scope and flexibility to our mutual advantage. By the same token, I see no reason why the independent African states should not have common shipping and airlines in the interests of improved services and economy. With such rationalization of our economic policies, we could have common objectives and thus eliminate unnecessary competition and frontier barriers and disputes. When in fact I inaugurated the completed Volta River project on January 23, 1966, I said, "We are ready and prepared to supply power to our neighbors in Togo, Dahomey, Ivory Coast, and Upper Volta. As far as I am concerned, this project is not for Ghana alone. Indeed, I have already offered to share our power resources with our sister African states." On that day at Akosambo, some 60 miles northeast of Accra, when I switched on illuminating lights signifying the official opening of hydroelectric power from the Volta, one of my greatest dreams had come true. I had witnessed the wide-scale electrification of Ghana and the breakthrough into a new era of economic and social advance. The Volta Dam permitted not only a large aluminium plant at Tema processing the country's rich bauxite deposits, but a broad range of other industrial projects. The initial power output is 512,000 kilowatts, 588,000 kilowatts at full load, and the ultimate power output will be 768,000 kilowatts, 882,000 kilowatts at full load. There are 500 miles of transmission lines. The main grid carries 161,000 volts. The water building up behind the dam is forming the largest man-made lake in the world. It will cover an area of 3,275 square miles with a capacity of 120 million acre-feet of water, and will be 250 miles long, with a shoreline of 4,500 miles. Approximately 80,000 people had to be moved from the area submerged by the lake. This necessitated the construction of new villages and towns to accommodate them, the provision of modern housing, schools, piped water, electricity, medical facilities, and new forms of employment. Thousands of acres of land had to be cleared, and people settled on farms and SMAII holdings with up-to-date methods of cultivation and animal husbandry. All this was achieved. The creation of the Volta Lake has already provided facilities for an important freshwater fishing industry. The Volta River contained numerous excellent indigenous fish, and research has shown which fish to breed to increase the supply, and how to control weed growth. A number of ports and fishing villages being formed round the lakeside provide bases for a cheap means of transport from the north to the south of Ghana. Furthermore, the lake forms a vast reservoir, making possible the improvement of water supplies to towns and villages and the irrigation offland for agriculture. The natural seasonal fluctuation in the level of the lake will immediately affect 650 square miles of land, permitting the cultivation of rice and other crops. Lake Volta was also to be developed as a holiday and tourist attraction. Ghanaians are justifiably proud that their own government provided £35 million, that is half of the cost of the Volta River project, as well as meeting the cost of the new port and township of Tema, which was an essential part of the scheme. The balance of the £70 million required was to be raised by international loans as follows: International Bank for Reconstruction and Development £6,790,000, Agency for International Development of the United States Government £9,640,000, Export-Import Bank of the United Kingdom Government £3,57,000, United Kingdom Board of Trade acting for the Export Credits Guarantee Department £5 million. Incidentally, at a time when our detractors talk much of bribery and corruption in the developing countries, it is noteworthy that not a single penny went astray or was misappropriated in the entire Volta undertaking, which involved countless contracts over many years. Apart from completing the Volta River project, the 7-year development plan provided for certain further improvements in the physical services. These were mostly intended to improve upon the existing system of transport, communications, water supply and electricity services in order to make them fully capable of supporting the proposed level of industrial and agricultural development. A considerable proportion of the increase in material wealth that was expected to accrue to the country during the 7 years of the plan's operation was to be used to promote public welfare services. Education, the health services and housing were all to benefit. As far as health services were concerned, The plan proposed to change the main orientation, which had hitherto been more curative than preventive. Rural health services were developed in such a way that the rate of infant mortality was lowered, and maternity and postnatal care improved. The main cause of poor health in Ghana is the prevalence of endemic diseases such as malaria. The plan put emphasis on the fight against these endemic diseases. New regional hospitals, equipped with all specialist facilities, were under construction in Tamale, Koforidua, Ho, and Sunyani, and existing hospitals were being improved. Arrangements had been made to build 6 new district hospitals and 4 more urban polyclinics to assist in the decentralization of outpatient work. In addition, 5 new mental hospitals with accommodation for 1,200 patients were designed to be ready by 1970. They were to be backed up by psychiatric units providing treatment for as many mental patients as possible. The urgent need for more doctors was being met by sending Ghanaian medical students to study abroad, and by the setting up of our own medical school. In 1962, 51 pre-medical students were enrolled at the University of Ghana. When our own medical school is functioning fully, it will be empowered to provide a screening system for all doctors trained abroad who wish to practice in Ghana. The medical program under the 7-year development plan was intended to achieve the following ratios: 1 doctor to 10,000 people. 1 nurse to 5,000 patients, including patients in public health centers. 1 technician, laboratory, X-ray, etc., to 5,000 patients. 1 health inspector to 15,000 people. Eye health auxiliary, vaccinators, dressing room attendants, etc., to 1,000 people. A large network of health centers was being built all over Ghana to serve the rural population, and regional health officers were being provided with training and facilities to enable them to carry out their important work. The only nursing school which existed in 1945 produced only 8 nurses a year by 1950. In 1961-62, 6 schools of nursing turned out 265 new nurses and midwives. Perhaps the most outstanding contribution to public health has come from the medical field unit. This unit was formed to seek out and control trypanosomiasis, and it has been successful in containing the disease. It has also carried out a massive vaccination program, and played a leading role in the control of epidemics of cerebrospinal meningitis. It is currently actively engaged in combating malaria, leprosy, and tuberculosis. In launching the 7-year development plan, with all its detailed programs for our country's economic and social progress, I warned about the existence of Ghanaian private enterprise in our midst. It was necessary, I told members of the National Assembly, to distinguish between the 2 types of business which had grown up within recent years. The first was the type which it was the government's intention to encourage, that of the small businessman who employed his capital in an industry or trade with which he was familiar, and which fulfilled a public need. The second consisted of that class of Ghanaian businesses which were modeled on the old colonial pattern of exploitation. In this category were those who used their capital, not in productive endeavor, but to purchase and resell, at high prices, commodities such as salt, fish, and other items of food and consumer goods which were in demand by the people. This type of business served no social purpose, and steps would be taken to see that the nation's banking resources were not used to provide credit for them. Even more harmful to the economy was another type of enterprise in which some Ghanaians had been participating. This was the setting up of JS agency for foreign companies, which were in fact nothing more than organizations for distributing bribes and for exerting improper pressures on behalf of foreign companies. The government intended to carry out a thorough investigation into the activities of these agencies and to suppress them. The initiative of Ghanaian businessmen would not be cramped, but we intended to take steps to see that it was channeled towards desirable social ends and was not expended in the exploitation of the community. We would discourage anything which threatened our socialist objectives. For this reason, no Ghanaian would be allowed to take up shares in any enterprise under foreign investment. Instead, our people would be encouraged to save by investing in the state sector and in cooperative undertakings. This, in essence, was our 7-year development plan, a plan scientifically worked out with the participation of some of the world's leading experts on economic and social planning. It was to integrate educational, industrial and agricultural programs to bring full employment and to make possible the achievement of economic independence and a big rise in our living standards, and this was the plan the rebel military regime scrapped as soon as it usurped power. No possible justification can be given for its abandonment and the sellout of Ghana's increasing assets. The first phase of the plan was going well, and according to schedule. During the first year, £48,900,000 was spent on development projects, and of amount, £16 million went into the key sectors, agriculture and industry. In agriculture, the emphasis was on diversification. State farms cultivated 24,000 acres of rubber, oil palm, banana, urina, lobata, coconut, and citrus. Together with the agricultural wing of the Workers' Brigade, which alone had 12,500 acres, the two institutions cultivated large areas for cereals and vegetables. During this period also, improvements were made in the modernization and productivity of private and cooperative farms. In the industrial sphere, during this period, nearly all the initiative was in the public sector. The construction of many new industrial plants were undertaken. These included a steel works, 30,000 tons, 2 cocoa processing plants, one at Takoradi, 28,000 tons, and the other at Tima, 68,600 tons, 2 sugar refineries, a textile printing plant, a glass factory, a chocolate factory, a meat processing plant, a radio assembly plant and a large printing works at Tima. All these factories were brought into production during the first phase of the plan. In addition, work was well advanced on a textile mill and a complex of food industries at Tima, a gold refinery at Tarkwa, and asbestos, cement, shoe and rubber tire factories at Kumasi. The buildings for an atomic reactor at Kwame were almost finished. So also was a plant for the manufacture of prefabricated houses. In fact, the basic policy underlying the 7-year development plan, to change the structure of our mainly agricultural economy into a balanced modern economy, was going ahead with great speed and efficiency. We were successfully managing to use our local raw materials for establishing industries, and were beginning to satisfy local demand for certain consumer goods. For example, we produced matches, shoes, nails, sweets, chocolate soft drinks, whiskey, beer, gin, etc., cigarettes, biscuits, paints, canned fruit, insecticides and other chemicals. An indication of the build-up of our industrial strength may be seen in the fact that at the beginning of January 1966 imports of raw materials amounted to about 9% of Ghana's total imports. Before the February action, the government was investing £25 million annually in manufacturing projects, and the country's main exports, cocoa timber minerals, 180 million cedis annually 1 foot 2 inches. 48. Were providing a sound basis for profitable industrial enterprise. On an average, Ghana annually imports about 264 million cedis of semi-finished and finished products consisting mainly of food and drinks, textiles and clothing, construction materials and capital equipment. Annual exports average some 254 feet 4 inches million cedis of primary produce, mainly cocoa, timber, gold, diamonds, and manganese. Our growing industries were to make possible a cut in imports, particularly of consumer goods, and an increase in our exports, not only of primary produce but of our own locally manufactured products. A look at the orientation of Ghana's investment policy during recent years throws further light on the direction in which Ghana was moving. In 1951 to 1959, 90%, i.e. £127.8 million, of government expenditure was allocated to provide social services and to create the infrastructure of economic growth, while 10%, I34 million, went to the productive sector. During the 1951 to 1962 period, an average amount of I55 million was allocated yearly to the public sector during the first development plan, and during the consolidated plan an average of £21.4 million yearly. Under the second development plan an average amount of £50 million yearly went to the public sector. Under the 7-year development plan an average of £68 million was going to the public sector yearly, representing a total investment of £442 million for development projects belonging to the public sector. To the above-mentioned £68 million, £34 million were added for the Volta complex, in all £476 million for the public sector. Investments during the 7-year development plan period, 1964 to 197 degrees, were therefore distributed between social services and infrastructure, 62%, and the directly productive sector, 38%. This represented for Ghanaians an investment of .io per head, per year, to be compared with the maximum investment of 8 shillings per head, per year, in countries associated with the common market. During the 1958 to 1962 period. It may also be noted that Ghana has a 240 cedis per capita income, that is to say, practically the highest in independent Africa, and in real terms, the highest in Africa, since it cannot be considered that the distribution of gross national product is equitable in countries like South Africa, Rhodesia, and most of the neo-colonialist states. The qualitative aspect of Ghana's imports reveals that while consumer goods dropped from 1/2 of total imports in 1961 to 2/5 in 1963, industrial equipment and goods increased from 50 feet 6 inches % of total imports in 1961 to 60 feet 6 inches % in 1963. On the question of ownership, it is worth noting that in 1965 the state controlled between 60% and 65% of the national production. This percentage was to rise in 1970, and that since 1963, TVO the total gold and foreign exchange assets of Ghana, and total capital -- I exports, were under state financial control. I/as IJIDS. T.CVLF. Apart from a 41% control over consumer goods imports, EWR0, state was controlling in 1965 over 60% of the exports in the most important sectors such as gold, diamonds, cocoa. In the case of timber, the Timber Marketing Board had increased its foreign exchange earnings from £57 million in 1962 to £8 million in 1964, and was able during the same period, to grant revolving loans of £2 million to Ghanaian producers organized into cooperatives. When the party came to power in 1951, all imported goods were in the hands of a few big foreign firms, especially the monopolist United Africa Company, part of the Unilever complex. Foreign firms dominated Ghana's trade and virtually controlled the economy. By 1965, however, the grip was being broken. The nationalized Ghana National Trading Corporation was distributing 32% of all imports. My government was also breaking through the stranglehold of the big international banking houses. In 1958, foreign banks held a third of Ghana's foreign currency reserves. In 1965 they held none. Our success in breaking the web of economic control which Western capitalism has imposed across the whole of the African continent, and our clear socialist policies, provoked the hostility of the imperialist powers. They knew that as long as I was alive and at the head of the party in Ghana the process could not be halted and neo-colonialist exploitation could not be reimposed. Ours was a system they could neither penetrate nor manipulate. Significantly, one of the first acts of the NLC was to announce the abandonment of the 7-year development plan, which would have given the Ghanaian people the only worthwhile independence, real economic independence. The NLC replaced it with a 2-year review period during which the socialized industries would be dismantled and the door opened once more to unrestricted private enterprise. In fact, they were establishing a neo-colonialist economic subjugation of Ghana. The only Ghanaians to benefit from such a sellout were the African middle class hangers-on to neo-colonialist privilege and the neo-colonialist trading firms. For the mass of workers, peasants, and farmers, the victims of the capitalist free-for-all, it meant a return to the position of drawers of water and hewers of wood to Western capitalism. Of course, the Ghanaian economy was not without its problems, but is this not true of all national economies, and particularly those of developing countries in the context of the growing gap between rich and poor nations? In any event, these difficulties were not determinant. It was no mean achievement that in January 1965, after 5 years as a republic, Ghana had 63 state enterprises and a budget of £200 million, including a supplementary budget, for its population of nearly 8 million, while Nigeria, richer in national resources and with a population of 55 million, had a budget of £78 million. Imperialist circles have talked much about Ghana's external debt, given as £250 million. Apart from the dubious accounting which arrived at this conveniently round sum, a figure such as this means nothing unless it is set in the context of the overall Ghanaian economic situation. To implement our various development plans it was necessary to borrow considerable sums of money, but it was borrowed on the basis of building capital assets such as the Volta Dam, and over 100 industries established in Ghana since independence. The government made sure that the international agreements signed were based on economic feasibility, and that the money borrowed could create something lasting and beneficial not only for us in our lifetime but for the generations to follow. Seen in the light of Ghana's growing industries and increasing exports, her indebtedness is put in proper perspective, as an index of the investors' confidence in the enterprise and the management they help to finance. In addition, it should be noted that only some £20 million was due to be paid in 1967, and this did not prevent the government from refusing the political conditions attached to a loan from the International Monetary Fund, IMF. Loany faces are pulled at the drop in our foreign reserves since independence. In 1957, Ghana had a sterling balance of £200 million. This has not been squandered as the imperialist press would have its readers believe. It has been used to pay off successive balance of payments deficits due to the rise in prices of imported consumer goods, and the drastic fall in the price of our main export crop, cocoa. It should be remembered that the sterling balance was in fact a forced loan at negligible interest which Britain acquired from Ghana during and after the Second World War. Its accumulation was made possible by the Cocoa Marketing Board, which prevented Ghanaian cocoa growers from receiving the bulk of the proceeds from the sale of their cocoa. The capital the growers might have amassed from cocoa profits and later might have invested in industry was locked up in London to maintain the confidence of the foreign investor. Our imperialist critics would be better employed examining the economic situation in their own countries, many of which are in grave financial difficulties. In Britain, for example, the £1 is devalued, there is a continuous balance of payments crisis and unemployment is a serious problem. In Ghana, before February 24, 1966, unemployment was virtually unknown. All salaries were regularly paid and new jobs were constantly being created as the 7-year development plan was being implemented. It was estimated that more than 1 million new workers would be needed to fill the new jobs which would be created, and also to replace those who left the labor force during the plan period. More than 500,000 of them would be employed industry and agriculture, and another 400,000 would be needed in government services, commerce, and construction. The remainder were to be employed in transport, mining, and the public utility services. In fact, plans were being made to import labor. When neocolonialist-inspired traders seized power in February 1966, we were expanding our educational system to provide the necessary number of qualified people to meet these new demands. Changes were made to shorten and to improve educational courses. For example, there was a reduction made in the number of school years so that university graduates would be ready for employment at the age of 21 or 22 instead of 24 or 25 as used to be the case. Under the new plan, the time spent in middle school was reduced by 2 years and the secondary school period by 1 year. Primary education took 6 years and was followed by 2 years of vocationally oriented training for those who did not intend to proceed to secondary schools. The reduction by 2 years of the 10-year middle school program was designed to permit 300,000 additional young people to join the labor force during the 7-year period, and to equip them with basic training in technical and agricultural skills. The figures below illustrate the planned growth in school enrollment 1963 to 197 degrees. Primary, middle 1,200,000 2,200,000. Secondary 23,000 78,000. Teacher training 6,000 21,000. Technical schools 4,000 6,000. Clerical training 105,000. Universities 2,000 5,000. The intake would be such that from 1968 nearly 250,000 children would complete primary middle school and 20,000 others would leave secondary school each year. For the entire plan period, the output from all educational institutions was to have been approximately as follows. Middle and continuing schools 750,000. Secondary schools 46,000. Universities 9,000. Technical schools 14,000. Secretarial schools 11,000. Teacher training 31,000. The tremendous rate of our educational growth created certain difficulties. We needed many more trained teachers, and more school and college buildings. We were successfully overcoming these problems. The government allocated 153.6 million cedis, £64 million, for the construction of post-primary school buildings to feed the new secondary and higher educational institutions. The University of Ghana, the Kwame Nkrumah University of Science and Technology, and Cape Coast University College were supplying a large number of teachers, and expatriate teachers had been recruited to fill other vacancies until our own output of teachers was sufficient to cope with the demand. The Cape Coast University College was to have become a fully fledged university in September 1966, but the NLC has abandoned the plan. Local authorities and individual communities were primarily responsible for the provision of elementary school facilities, though the government provided teachers, textbooks, and other services for primary schools. Special subsidies were given to less favored parts of the country to help in the development of primary education. To assist in solving the manpower problem, the Trades Union Congress, the Ministry of Labor and Employers Associations launched and rapidly expanded in-service training schemes to augment the knowledge and technical skill of all new employees. Adult education facilities were also being improved to provide part-time and evening classes for craftsmen, foremen, technicians, and managers. The Institute of Public Education, the Workers' College, the universities, and other specialized institutions were redoubling their efforts to make this type of education available throughout the country. Ghana was going ahead. The nation's economy was almost completely controlled by Ghanaians, and our educational planning was producing educated and skilled personnel to meet the demand. Likewise, thoroughgoing machinery had been established for the political education of the mass so that our socialist objectives, and Ghana's role in the wider African Revolution, might be clearly understood. This was the purpose of the Young Pioneers, the Tuesday Educational Program, and the Ideological Institute of Winneba where cadres were being trained. It was to make possible the unfolding of the next phase of the Ghanaian Revolution, the establishment of a socialist republic, the principle of which was enshrined in the 1961 Constitution of the Republic of Ghana. This process was well on its way when in 1965, the imperialists and neocolonialists stepped up their pressure on Ghana in the form of an economic squeeze. In that year, the price of cocoa on the world market was artificially forced down from £476 in 1954 to £87 IOS a ton, 1965. This meant that although Ghana exported 500,000 tons of cocoa, she earned only 77 million, or less than her receipts in the mid-1950s for 250,000 tons. When the 7-year development plan was drawn up, it was assumed that the price of cocoa on the world market would be at least 200 a ton. This was not an unreasonable assumption. Between 1953 and 1963 prices fell only once below 190 a ton. In 1954 the price was £476, and in 1957-58 it was £352. But the very year the 7-year development plan was launched, cocoa prices began to fall steeply. At the same time, the prices of capital and manufactured goods needed for industrial and agricultural projects under the plan were rapidly rising. Between 1950 and 1961 they had risen by over 25%. In 1964, the imperialist powers, the principal consumers of cocoa, promised at the Geneva meeting of the United Nations Conference on Trade and Development, UNCTAD, that they would lift all barriers in the form of tariffs and duties on primary products, either raw, processed or semi-processed. This would have meant that -7 cocoa grindings, cocoa butter and chocolate products whose price was firm, could have been sold in the metropolitan markets to cushion the effects of the low cocoa prices. But Britain and the USA did not keep their promise to lower trade barriers against processed and semi-processed primary products. Ghana, regarded by them as a pace-setter in Africa, could not be allowed to succeed in building socialism. When I spoke to the Ghana cocoa farmers on September 22, 1965, I drew attention to the breach of faith of the cocoa consumers and said that if tariff walls prevented us from selling our chocolate abroad, we could still sell it in Ghana and in other African countries at a price well within the means of all. I announced that cocoa powder was being distributed to school children, and that the production of cocoa butter, in demand for the manufacture of cosmetics and pharmaceuticals, was being expanded. We constructed silos which, when completed, would enable us to withhold more than half of our cocoa crop from the world market. This amount would be more than the combined world cocoa surplus of production over consumption. We were, in fact, breaking through. The cocoa price squeeze. The USA, however, was stockpiling ATL, record quantity of cocoa to be used to keep prices down. In its 1966 Commodity Review, the United Nations Food and Agricultural, Organization, FAO, reported that the total stocks of cocoa beans in consuming countries at the end of 1964 amounted to 500,000 tons, and that by December 1965 this total was further increased. The USA and Britain could, if they had wanted, have fixed a reasonable price for cocoa and so have eased the economic situation in Ghana. They had no wish to do so. On the contrary, the forcing down of the price of cocoa was part of their policy of preparing the economic ground for political action in the form of a coup and a change of government. Throughout 1965, and before then, the U.S. government exerted various other forms of economic pressure on Ghana. It withheld investment and credit guarantees from potential investors, put pressure on existing providers of credit to the Ghanaian economy, and negated applications for loans made by Ghana to American-dominated financial institutions such as the IMF. This pressure ended smartly after February 24, 1966, when the U.S. State Department's political objective had been achieved. The price of cocoa suddenly rose on the world market, and the IMF rushed to the aid of the NLC. If further proof were needed of America's political motives, it may be seen in the U.S. government's hysterical reaction to the publication of my book Neocolonialism, The Last Stage of Imperialism in October 1965. In this book I exposed the economic stranglehold exercised by foreign monopolistic complexes such as the Anglo-American Corporation, and illustrated the ways in which this financial grip perpetuated the paradox of Africa, poverty in the midst of plenty. The American government sent me a note of protest, and promptly refused Ghana $35 million of aid. The fact that our enemies decided finally on subversion and violence as the only effective way in which to achieve their objective of halting the Ghanaian revolution and bringing Ghana into the neocolonialist fold, is a measure of the success of our economic policies. We had proved that we were strong enough to develop independently, not only without foreign tutelage, but also in the context of active imperialist and neocolonialist resistance. 28. People of Ghana, The NLC must be forcibly overthrown now, by positive action in the form of a counter-reop if our beloved country is to be saved from complete political, social, and economic disintegration. The time for nonviolent action has passed. A quick, knockout blow must now be delivered to clear the way for a radical, new, national reconstruction. In this immense task of reconstruction we shall need the active participation of every single Ghanaian who has the will to work, and the love of country to wish to make Ghana great and prosperous. No one need fear revenge and time-wasting recrimination. The slate has been wiped clean. We must start afresh in the light of the tragic experience of the past 2 years. New thinking and action is needed. As each day passes, Ghana is being dragged further and further down into the mud. The independent economy we strove so hard to build has broken down completely. There is large-scale unemployment. All indigenous development has stopped, and the puppet NLC has handed over our national assets one by one to foreign interests. Almost 100 state corporations have been sold. You have seen with your own eyes the shameful disposal of Ghana's assets. Our state hotels are now foreign-owned. The Zomile rubber plantation developed by the State Farms Corporation has been handed over to the Firestone Rubber Company of America. The whole economic situation is the negation of an independent economic policy, and a downright sellout to American and other foreign, capitalist financial interests. The balance of payments problem is being tackled in the classic capitalist way of unemployment and devaluation of the cedi. Unemployment SWTS capitalism. It is an excellent thing for so-called enterprises. It weakens the bargaining power of the workers, who have only their labor to sell, and it makes sure of a dy pool of cheap labor. The basic principle of capitalism and so-called enterprise, which in Africa generally foreign private entity, that an industrial or commercial project shall depend for its T1 atione or continuance according to how much profit it makes for the individual or group of individuals, such as shareholders. Capitalists or private entrepreneurs always seek projects which provide the greatest profit for the least investment the shortest tj.me. This isthe principle on which they operate. It means that in Ghana they are only going to support to such projects as will show them the maximum possible profits for the smallest effort in the shortest time, and in the most convenient place to fulfill these conditions. They are not going to do something Ghana if they can do it more cheaply and with greater profit somewhere else. Nor are they going to do it in Ghana if it is in competition with some similar project they already have somewhere else. This is why the treacherous NLC has failed complete, why in persuading its foreign capitalist sponsors to undertake a single new project in Ghana. All they have succeeded in doing is to allow foreign capitalists to take over certain existing projects which are already extremely profitable, or which were already at such a stage of development that they are certain to show a good profit in the near future. This is why the incompetent NLC had closed down or seriously curtail a whole series of our NAONA 1 projects which are of no interest to foreign profiteers. And why it has to cut down services, including education and health, to a point where they are danger of total collapse. It has become excess now. To pay a visiting fee when calling to see relatives friends vital. What foreign capitalists like about the ignorant NLC 18 that they have provided them with free access to Ghana's raw materials, and a plentiful supply of cheap labor to pick and choose as they wish. These are the classical conditions of colonialism. They are also the conditions of neo-colonialism, which is only the old colonialism with a fada of African stooges. National development is impossible under this system. How can we develop Ghana as a whole if the test of every project is its attractiveness to foreign investors and its rapid profitability? Which foreign investor is going to develop the northern region of Ghana, for example, when the quickest source of profit is in the southern region? The terrible neglect which is now taking place in large areas in Ghana is a direct result of neo-colonialist policies, and the abandonment of the principles of socialist planning. Even around Accra, which is economically convenient to capitalists, nothing of real value is taking place because foreign capitalists do not find it profitable enough. All they have done so far is to take over the industries and state enterprises which we worked so hard to build. Ghana is no longer being run by an African government, it is being administered by a small clique of corrupt army and police officers, and behind the Ghanaian fada, the decisions are being made by foreign interests. There are some 250 American experts in Ghana who are actively aiding and advising the NLC. The U.S. ambassador in Accra attends all official functions, and occupies a position similar to that held by the French official advisors in the Francophone states. During last year, it is estimated that the U.S. government and the IMF provided $70 million credit to bolster up the regime. A team of economists from Harvard has had the effrontery to advise a development plan for Ghana. What a miserable substitute for our own 7-year development plan, drawn up by economists dedicated solely to the interests and welfare of the Ghanaian people. Our economic problems are not being treated as Ghanaian problems, but as the problems of the United States of America, Britain, West Germany, and other countries which have substantial economic interests in Ghana. The solutions being dictated by advisors from these countries are not intended to strengthen the economy in the interests of the people of Ghana, but in the interests of the foreign companies and governments which today dominate and exploit the treachery and ignorance of the NLC. Ghana has become a neo-colony. Mass unemployment has led to a crime wave of a type previously unknown in the history of our country. With growing unemployment and rising prices, living conditions have become intolerable. Many Ghanaians are finding it impossible to earn a living or to get enough food to eat. Groups of desperate men, some of them armed, are roaming the countryside at will, and in many places are peaceful. Citizens cannot travel in safety, or even sleep secu rely in their bed at night. Thus, formerly peaceful citizens have become criminals in order to survive. The democratic pretenses of the NLC are exposed by the deceptive draft constitution which they have produced after 2 years of misrule. This is a further attempt to deceive the Ghanaian people and to pull the wool over their eyes. It solves nothing. Under the infamous disenfranchisement decree, thousands of Ghanaians are to be denied the vote and banned from the political life of the country simply because they are members of the Convention People's Party and believe in socialism. Hiding behind the cloak of a so-called civilian government, there will remain the same clique of traitors and their neo-colonialist manipulators. Yet the implementation of even these phony constitutional proposals have been put off into the indefinite future, the NLC admitting that a return to civilian rule could hardly bear realistic examination. The truth is that the traitorous clique dare not permit any form of popular political activity, even though the CPP and all its wing organizations have been banned. The NLC and their foreign masters know how tenuous is the authority they wield, and fear that any genuinely free political expression would immediately bring about their total collapse. Under my government, all our policies were devised and implemented with one object only, to promote the well-being and happiness of the Ghanaian people as a whole, and to strive to bring about the complete liberation of Africa and the establishment of an all-African Union government. The result of that method of thinking and planning is apparent to you all. You have only to look around you to see what we achieved. We built more roads, bridges, and other forms of national communication than any other independent African state. We built more schools, clinics, and hospitals. We provided more clean, piped water. We trained more teachers, doctors, and nurses. We established more industries. In the first 9 years of independence, our country was transformed. From a colony subsisting mainly on agriculture, notably cocoa growing, it had become a dynamic independent state with a diversified and rapidly expanding economy. Hundreds of thousands of acres of more land were brought into cultivation. With state and cooperative farming, with modern technology and irrigation schemes, agriculture was boosted and food production increased. We launched the Workers' Brigade, a national service organization whereby young men and women and workers without employment could play a decisive part in Ghana's national construction. With the plans for industrialization, there was need to train artisans and builders in public construction work to supplement Ghana's manpower. Feeder roads and dams were built, and farms were under cultivation by the Workers' Brigade. Education was free at all levels and students in teacher training colleges and universities received additional monthly allowances to meet their private expenses. 3 universities were established, and the student population rose to 5,000. Plans were nearing completion for the building of a University of Agriculture at Somania. According to a UNESCO report in 1963, Ghana spent more on education in proportion to her size and population than any country in the world. Medical facilities were, to a large extent, free, and the many hospitals, clinics, child welfare centers and nurseries are there for all to see. As you know, one of my main preoccupations was the electrification of Ghana, for without abundant electric power large-scale industrialization such as we envisaged was impossible. Always in the forefront of my mind, therefore, was the vital importance of the Volta River project. Completion of this mighty multi-purpose project was the key to all our dreams of an economically independent Ghana. It was no mere coincidence that it was only a few weeks after the completion of the Volta River project in its initial stage of providing hydroelectric power that traders and neocolonialists struck to destroy everything for which we had worked so long. Plans were far advanced for the construction of the Bui Dam, and for other smaller dams in various parts of the country. Ghana was at the point of breakthrough into national economic self-reliance. Our national assets had never stood so high. We had laid the infrastructure for the development of Ghana into a modern, industrial state. Our real wealth, our roads, communications, Tema Harbor, the Volta River project, our educational and public health systems, our factories, state corporations, hotels, and public buildings, was reflected in actual achievement and in productive potential. Economic experts the world over, unless the tools of vested commercial interests, acknowledged that the progress we had made in Ghana was amazing and beyond what even the most optimistic had believed possible. But for the treachery of the NLC, the whole of Ghana would by now have been electrified. Industrialization would have taken place not only in the south, but in every region including the far north. Every town and village would have had ample electricity and piped water. There would have been further expansion of both the health and education services. There would have been a tremendous increase in food production. We had developed plans for the vast grasslands of the north. Only days before the coup, I had signed a contract for the irrigation and agricultural development of the Accra Plains. Our scheme to create an inland fishing industry and inland water transport on the Volta Lake was near to operation. We were waiting only for the water to rise. All these schemes, and they were nationwide, would have required the active participation of tens of thousands more of our people. Every young man and woman was needed as soon as he or she had completed the necessary education. How criminal that our resources of people and materials should now be wasted in mass unemployment, and that our immense productive potential should be put at the disposal of neocolonialists serving their own selfish interests. The Ghanaian, who was before a proud African, courageous and with head held high, today appears head-bowed as a collaborator with neocolonialists. He is suffering as a result of the shame that has been brought on Ghana by the imperialist-inspired coup of February 24, 1966. Ghana, under my government, was a haven for the oppressed from all parts of Africa. Freedom fighters trained there. Ghana was revered all over the African continent, as a country which all who fought oppression and exploitation could depend upon. Our political and economic achievements were closely studied and admired. Today, Ghana might not exist for all the impact the country makes in Africa and in world affairs. It is as if the heart has been torn out of the body, and only a lifeless robot remains, the mechanism controlled by a clique of traders who in their turn are slavishly following the instructions of their neocolonialist masters. Yet there is no need to despair or to abandon hope. We have the mind, the will and the means to rebuild our country for the prosperity and happiness of all our people. All that stands in the way is the NLC and their abject subservience to foreign exploiters. People of Ghana, stir yourselves. Rise up as free men and women. Be proud of your heritage and of your national independence. What the criminal NLC has destroyed can be rebuilt. our development plans can once again be put into operation. I have been following events in Ghana very closely. The economic situation is very serious, but it is not beyond recovery if action is taken quickly. Recently, Sierra Leone has shown the world how a corrupt military police dictatorship can be removed, and constitutional government restored. Those who carried out the removal of the military junta in Sierra Leone were not even high-ranking officers. They were from the lower ranks of the army. But they possessed the necessary ingredient for complete victory, true patriotism and the confidence of knowing that they were fulfilling the wishes of the vast majority of the people. I have not been wasting my time in Conakry. I have been working, studying and drawing up plans for the reconstruction of our country. I am able to tell you, as a result of my very deep study of the economic situation, that it would be possible to put Ghana on the road again towards meaningful economic progress in a matter not of years, but a few months. You will not expect me to tell you in any sort of detail of the plan I have worked out. To do so would open the door for foreign vested interests to prepare new sabotage. Your own common sense will tell you that things have gone basically wrong in Ghana, and that a completely new approach is needed. I would like everybody to organize in secret groups. Organize in the villages and in the localities in the towns. Organize at your workplaces. Organize in your trade unions. The power of the people is irresistible once it is organized. Nothing can withstand it. The majority of the army and police are behind me and long for my early return to Ghana. Tribalism should not be allowed to confuse the issue. The NLC must be overthrown now. There is no other way, than by force, to liberate our country from neocolonialism and its stooges. Only then can the great work of national reconstruction again begin, and Ghana once more assume its true role in Africa and in world affairs. Long live Ghana, and long live Africa's total emancipation and unity. 1. 29. 2. Echo Beto Amgavara. Ben Barka. Malcolm X. We could mourn them, but they don't want our tears. We scorn death knowing that we cannot be defeated. Pan-Africanism has its beginnings in the aspiration struggle of African Americans, expressing the aspirations of Africans and peoples of African descent. From the first Pan-African Conference, held in London in 1900, until the fifth and last Pan-American Conference held in Manchester in 1945, African Americans provided the main driving power of the movement. Pan-Africanism then moved to Africa, its true home, with the holding of the first Conference of Independent African States in Accra in April 1958, and the All-African Peoples CONF in December of the same year. The work of the early pioneers of Pan-Africanism such as Sylvester Williams, Drive W.E.B. Du Bois, Marcus Garvey, and H. George Padmar, none of whom were born in Africa, has become a treasured part of Africa's history. It is significant that two of them, Dr. Du Bois and George Padmar, came to live in Ghana at my invitation. Dr. Du Bois died, as he wished, on African soil, while working in Accra on the Encyclopedia Africana. George Padmar became my advisor on African affairs and spent the last years of his life in Ghana, helping in the revolutionary struggle for African unity and socialism. The close links forged between Africans and peoples of African descent over half a century of common struggle continue to inspire and strengthen us. 4. Although the outward forms of our struggle may change, it remains in essence the same, a fight to the death against oppression, racism, and exploitation. Most of Africa has now achieved political independence. But imperialism has not been vanquished. International finance capital, appearing now in its new guise of neocolonialism, seeks to maintain and extend its stranglehold over the economic life of our continent. Imperialists and neocolonialists are resorting to every kind of stratagem to achieve their purposes. They have allied with reactionary elements in our midst to organize military coups and other forms of direct action in an attempt to halt the progress of the African Revolution. They are at the same time working in more insidious ways to undermine our morale and to divert our attention from the main purpose of our struggle, the total liberation of the African continent, an all-African Union government and socialism. The Organization of African Unity has been rendered virtually useless as a result of the machinations of neo-colonialists and their puppets. Yet it is being preserved as an innocuous organization in the hope that it may delay the formation of a really effective Pan-African organization which will lead to genuine political unification. Encouragement is being given to the formation of African regional *s economic organizations in the knowledge that without political *LTOS cohesion they will be ineffective and serve to strengthen, not weaken, neo-colonialist exploitation and domination. All manner of red herrings are being used to distract and deflect us from our purpose. There is talk of African socialism, Arab socialism, democratic socialism, Muslim socialism, and latterly, the pragmatic pattern of development, their advocates claiming they have found the solution to our problems. Just as there is only one true socialism, scientific socialism, the principles of which are universal and abiding, there is only one way to achieve the African revolutionary goals of liberation, political unification, and socialism. That way lies through armed struggle. The time for speechifying, for conferences, for makeshift solutions and for compromise is past. Similarly, with the emergence of Black power in the United States of America, the liberation movement of African Americans has become militant and armed. But as in Africa, the movement is having to be on its guard against the internal as well as the external enemy. There must be a closing offensive and tenacious, united effort to carry the struggle through to a successful conclusion. With a decisiveness and force which can no longer be concealed, the specter of Black power has descended on the world like a thundercloud flashing its lightning. Emerging from the ghettos, swamps and cotton fields of America, it now haunts the streets, legislative assemblies, and high councils and has so shocked and horrified Americans that it is only now that they are beginning to grasp its full significance, and the fact that Black power, in other manifestations, is in confrontation with imperialism, colonialism, neocolonialism, exploitation and aggression in many parts of the world. In America, the Negro problem has been a more or less polite conversation piece since the first African slaves were landed in Jamestown in 1619. For 350 y, however, the subject of slave revolts has been tabooed and eliminated from textbooks. For the past 30 years stringent efforts have been made to whitewash and obscure the real issue of the United States Civil War, whether African slavery should be continued or not. Indeed, it is no longer considered proper in the United States to mention the Civil War. Polite references are sometimes made to the unfortunate war between the states. After the Civil War, the 13th, 14th and ISTH amendments to the United States Constitution did abolish African slavery and granted citizenship rights to the freedmen. Immediately, the majority of states passed laws nullifying these rights, and in general, public opinion all over the country supported their action. There were some legislators who pointed out the injustice and even dangers of this course, and in 1875 Congress passed a mild civil rights bill for the freedmen. But in 1884 this bill was repealed by the United States Supreme Court. And so, down through the years, people of African descent in the United States of America have been petitioning, pleading, going to court and demonstrating for rights freely granted to every naturalized immigrant. As the United States grew richer, more powerful, and imperialistic, as it expanded and extended its influence and control throughout Latin America and the islands of the Caribbean, its racialism, oppression, and contempt for the peoples of African descent became accepted as an American way of life. Russia's October Revolution did not penetrate the masses of African Americans. A few intellectuals, however, did hail it as a triumph of the oppressed and the exploited, a proletarian socialist victory. Some traveled to the newly established Soviet Union. Several remained there, and contributed their strength and skills in building the world's first socialist state. But those who returned found no means of applying what they had seen to the situation in the United States. Meanwhile, white workers were agitating for better working conditions. But until the organization of the Committee for Industrial Organization, CIO, and the Second World War, American Americans were regularly excluded from labor organizations. The need for increased manpower during this period encouraged immigration from the south of thousands of black workers who crowded into northern cities finding jobs, but no place to live except in slums amid conditions far worse than the rural shacks they had left in the south. In spite of the long and untiring work in education and organization of the pioneers of civil rights, in spite of the painstaking efforts made by African American citizens of the United States to educate their children, and by hard work to achieve acceptance in American society, African Americans have remained only barely tolerated aliens in the land of their birth, the vast mass of them outside consideration of basic human justice. This is a fact which is now being called to the attention of all those who through the years have had in their power the means to order and fashion the world according to their interests. White interests controlled the economic wealth. White interests have been able to establish the moral standards by which America must live. White domestic imperialism made all the laws, rules, and regulations. This was the modern world up to, and throughout, the first half of the 20th century. The independence of Ghana, achieved on March 6, 1957, ushered in the decisive struggle for freedom and independence throughout Africa, freedom from colonial rule and settler domination. On that day I proclaimed to the world the independence of Ghana is meaningless unless it is linked with the total liberation of the African continent. Immediately, the beating drum sent this message across rivers, mountains, forests, and plains. The people heard and acted. Liberation movements gained strength, and freedom fighters began to train. One after another, new African states came into being, and above the world's horizon loomed the African personality. African statesmen went to the United Nations, Africans proudly wore the ancient regalia of their ancestral land, Africans stood up and spoke on the rostrum of the World Forum, and they spoke for Africans and the people of African descent wherever they might be. I experienced the immediate impact on Africa's dispossessed in the United States. Black dignity could be achieved. Black beauty was a reality. I know how determined and inspired African American students went out from their colleges in the South and sat down in those places which laws and customs had reserved for whites only. They were heard to say when they were being dragged to jail by infuriated police, "All Africa will be liberated before we here can get a lousy cup of coffee." American textbooks shy away from discussion of slave revolts, though riots and insurrection form a large part of African American history. We know how black men and women fought through the swamps of Louisiana, how Virginian planters cowed before the name of the rebel, Nat Turner, how Harriet Tubman led armed bands of runaway slaves out of the South, and of her fame as a sharpshooter. The largest slave revolt was planned and led by a white man whose name has been immortalized in song. It was on Harper's Ferry Bridge that John Brown began the Avon War, which led inevitably to the freeing of the slaves. The young African American sit-downers of recent years committed no violence, nor did the many white students who, following their example, poured out of the great northern universities to demonstrate against racialism, segregation, and discrimination. But their petitions and pleas for justice were met with violence, with savage beatings, with jail sentences. Some of them died in the struggle. Then, on August 18, 1965, in the Negro ghetto of Watts, in the city of Los Angeles, African Americans took up arms to meet their aggressors. Since then, practically every major city in the United States has seen guns, rifles, and fire bombs in the hands of black men, who, with every shot fired, are claiming their birthright. Since 1966, the cry of the rebellion has been Black Power. What is Black Power? I see it in the United States as part of the vanguard of world revolution against capitalism, imperialism, and neocolonialism, which have enslaved, exploited and oppressed peoples everywhere, and against which the masses of the world are now revolting. Black Power is part of the world rebellion of the oppressed against the oppressor, of the exploited against the exploiter. It operates throughout the African continent, in North and South America, the Caribbean, wherever Africans and people of African descent live. It is linked with the Pan-African struggle for unity on the African continent, and with all those who strive to establish a socialist society. Analysis of the United States social structure indicates that Black Americans comprise the proletariat base of the country. On their backs, their toil, sweat, enslavement, and exploitation have been built the wealth, prosperity and high standard of living enjoyed by America today. Until recently, African Americans sought to alleviate their oppression through integration into the majority white population. They demonstrated for an end of social discrimination and for equal rights, wanting to gain access to schools and colleges, restaurants, hotels, and other places from which they had been excluded. Such were the demands of the civil rights movement. Yet large numbers of African Americans had no jobs, no decent housing, and no money to enjoy the restaurants, hotels, and swimming pools reserved for whites only. The civil rights movement did not speak for the needs of the African American masses. It was, however, thought that the plea for civil rights would be met, because the United States Constitution, with its various amendments, supports these demands. Instead, thousands of African Americans have been jailed, intimidated, beaten, and some murdered for agitating for those rights guaranteed by the American Constitution. The masses grasp instinctively the meaning and goal of Black power. The oppressed and exploited are without FL. Those who have power have everything, those without power have nothing. If you don't believe in guns, you are already dead. Black power gives the African American an entirely new dimension. It is a vanguard movement of Black people, but it opens the way for all oppressed masses. Unfortunately, the trade unions in the United States are as capitalist in makeup and goals as any million-dollar corporation. And the majority of white skilled workers with their well-furnished houses, 2 cars, televisions, and long vacations are complacent. They have much more to lose than their chains. But there are potentially revolutionary white masses in the United States. Consider the lot of the poor whites in the hills of Georgia, Tennessee, and the Carolinas, the white sharecroppers in the lowlands of Alabama and Mississippi. Too often these are written off as poor white trash. But they, too, are dispossessed, often they are without hope. Yet poor whites and blacks have not been pushed as far down as their backs will lie. When they see a way ahead for them, the oppressed and exploited do revolt. Black power is leading the way. Black power is already a spearhead. At this momentous period of history, as the era of people's armed revolution gets underway in Africa, I see coming the triumph of the human spirit, the collapse of the forces of inhumanity and the emergence of the glorious effort finally to free mankind from senseless and inhuman exploitation, degradation, and wars. The old Africa is crumbling down, the new Africa is being constructed. In Africa, we thought we could achieve freedom and independence, and our ultimate goals of unity and socialism by peaceful means. This has landed us in the grip of neocolonialism. We could not succeed using nonviolent methods. The same power structure which is blocking the efforts of African Americans in the United States is also now throwing roadblocks in Africa's way. Imperialism, neocolonialism, settler domination and racialism seek to bring us down and resubjugate us. In Africa, Latin America, the Caribbean, the Middle East and Southeast Asia, imperialists and neocolonialists, with the help of local stooges, attempt to master with guns. They are united in their determination to extend and prolong their domination and exploitation. So we must fight wherever imperialism, neocolonialism, and racialism exist. We too must combine our strength and coordinate our strategy in a unified armed struggle. Nonviolent methods are now anachronistic in revolution. And so I say to the progressive, revolutionary forces of the world, in the words of Escobedo Ch. Guevara, let us develop a true proletarian internationalism, with international proletarian armies. The flag under which we fight shall be the sacred cause of redeeming humanity. It must be understood that liberation movements in Africa, the struggle of Black power in America or in any other part of the world, can only find consummation in the political unification of Africa, the home of the Black man and people of African descent throughout the world. African Americans have been separated from their cultural and national roots. Black children overseas are not taught of the glory of African civilization in the history of mankind, of pillaged cities and destroyed tribes. They do not know the millions of black martyrs who died resisting imperialist aggression. The imperialists and neocolonialists inside or outside the United States designate everything good as white, and everything bad as black. Black power says, we will define ourselves. For centuries African Americans have been the victims of racialism. They have now taken up arms to abolish it forever, and to destroy its fertile breeding ground, the capitalist system. For it is only with the building of a socialist society that peace and racial harmony can be ultimately achieved. It is only world socialism which can provide the solution to the problems of the world today. For us in Nkrumah, or the people of African descent everywhere, there can be no turn me back, no compromise, no fear of failure or death. Africa must and shall fulfill her destiny. Even though revolution in other parts of the world may wither or go astray, the African revolution must reach its goal of unity and socialism. We have taken the correct road, even though hazardous. We face death as we face life with head up, eyes lifted, proud and unafraid. The seed dies that life may come forth. So, we may meet death knowing that we cannot be defeated. For the oppressed peoples of the world will one day triumph. Hundreds and thousands of us have died in many an imperialist war. If we die in the struggle of black emancipation, it will be as men bringing into this world the wholesome, rich benefits of black power. And so for us black power heralds the long-awaited day of liberation from the shadows of obscurity. We take our place among the peoples of the world without hate or apologies, with confidence and with goodwill towards all men. The specter of black power has taken shape and form, and its material presence fights to end the exploitation of man by man. 30. Members of the Black Panther movement and all my black brothers and sisters, comrades and friends from the Caribbean, Africa, Asia, Latin America and all comers of the socialist world. Greetings. History rarely moves in a straight line, its course is uneven. Today, as a result of the contradictions in capitalism, neocolonialism, and racism, black power is emerging on the stage of history. The oppressed of the earth are seeking a new way out to resolve these contradictions and achieve total emancipation. What is black power? By black power we mean the power of the 4/5 of the world population, which has been systematically damned into a state of undevelopment by colonialism and neocolonialism. In other words, black power is the sum total of the economic, cultural, and political power which the black man must have in order to achieve his survival in a highly developed technical society, and in a world ravaged by imperialism, colonialism, neocolonialism, and fascism. Black power epitomizes a new stage of revolutionary consciousness of the yearning and aspiration of the black man. Since the black man is the most oppressed of the races of mankind, black power, therefore, is the struggle for the possession of the economic, cultural, social, and political power which he, in common with the oppressed and the exploited of the earth, must have in order to stampede and overthrow. Racial discrimination is the product of an environment of a divided class society, and its solution is to change that environment. This presupposes the fact that it is only under socialism in the United States of America that the African American can really be free in the land of his birth. The oppressor. Unless we are prepared to do this, then we are prepared to be enslaved. Your organization is therefore part of this revolutionary upsurge in the world today. You are in Britain not by chance or by choice, you are in Britain for historical reasons, you are in Britain because Britain colonized you and reduced the various countries to which you belong to the level of colonial status. You are in Britain because British neocolonialism is strangling you in your home countries. Where else can you go to seek survival, except in the mother country which has enslaved you? But don't forget that your homes, at the moment, are under the yoke of colonialism or neocolonialism. You all know that even though your organizations are anti-racist, they face racism in Britain. You have been so long confused that you have become victims of white racism. There is no solution to the race question until all forms of racial discrimination and segregation anywhere are made criminal offenses. Under real socialism, racism vanishes. You who are in Britain have a significant role to play in the international Black Revolutionary movement. You live in the center of the very citadel of British imperialism and neocolonialism. The finger of history is now pointing to the right direction. In my days in London we organized the Coloured Men's Association, and today in the emergence of Black Power you have in Britain organizations like the RAS headed by Michael X and the Black Panther movement headed by Obi Egbuna. These two organizations are advocates of Black Power, and must mobilize, educate, and reawaken the Black people of Britain to the full realization of their revolutionary potential. We know the difficulties you are going through in Britain: discrimination, prejudice, and racial hostility. You know that what goes on in Britain, goes on in many parts of the world where white establishment holds power, be it in the United States of America, apartheid South Africa, Latin America, Australia, Rhodesia, Angola, Mozambique, or Portuguese Guinea. Your homes are under puppet regimes teleguided by neocolonialism. Real Black freedom will only come when Africa is politically united. It is only then that the Black man will be free to breathe the air of freedom, which is his to breathe, in any part of the world. To those of you who want to make Britain your home I say, RC. Remember that what is important is not where you are but what you do. And to those who want to come back home and fight for Africa's total emancipation, unity, and independence I say, come home. We need you. I want you all to understand that I am not in exile in Conakry. Every country and town in Africa is my home, and so I am at home in Conakry, Guinea, as I would be at home in any part of the Black world. I am fit, alive and alert. The struggle for the political unification of Africa has never been clearer and better charted. You have asked me to be your patron. My answer is, yes, I will stand behind you in all your Black Power revolutionary endeavors, and I hope you will answer my call when the clarion sounds. I wish you good luck and success. As the armed phase of the African Revolution for total liberation and unity gains momentum in Central and Southern Africa, racist settlers, imperialists, and neocolonialists are intensifying and diversifying their efforts to consolidate and extend their domination. They are faced with a protracted guerrilla struggle which in the long run they know they cannot win. But they are seeking by joint military action to contain it, and by devious and insinuating economic and political penetration to undermine its strength. They see their opportunity in the continuing disunity of independent Africa, the lack of continental planning and direction of the liberation struggle, and in the willingness of certain African leaders to allow their countries to become client states. Collective imperialism confronts a disunited, weakened, independent Africa. The situation demands immediate and drastic remedy. We must throw the full weight of a united, revolutionary Africa into the struggle. Each day that we delay, we fail our gallant freedom fighters and betray our people. It is an open secret that South Africa, Portugal, and Rhodesia are cooperating in the military sphere to crush guerrilla campaigns in their territories. They exchange information about freedom fighter activities, allow overflights and landings of military aircraft in each other's countries, and in the case of South Africa, supply armed forces and helicopters to assist in the counteroffensive. A military intelligence board, known as the Council of Three, is said to meet regularly in Pretoria, Salisbury, Lauren o Marcus or Luanda, to prepare joint action. The world first heard of the participation of South African forces in military action outside their own borders in August 1967, when a strong force of freedom fighters went into action around the Wonky Game Reserve in Rhodesia. A large contingent of South African police in armored cars was rushed to the scene. Since then, there have been innumerable reports of South African intervention. In Rhodesia, Southwest Africa, Angola, and Mozambique, South African helicopters are being used to hunt freedom fighters. Armed South African police are operating against nationals in Southwest Africa. South African troops are reported in both Angola and Mozambique. Nor is enemy cooperation confined to defensive operations. There are clear indications that the members of the Council of Three are planning offensive action against independent states. Zambia has been openly threatened. Furthermore, some 10 miles from her border, on the Caprivi Strip, the South Africans have built an enormous airfield, said to have a 2-mile runway. There are many reports of armed incursions of Rhodesians, South Africans, and Portuguese over the borders between Zambia, Rhodesia and Mozambique. The example of the recent Israeli aggression against Arab states has not passed unnoticed in Pretoria, and has been publicly proclaimed in South Africa as an effective way of dealing with a so-called threat from neighboring states. Faced with the combined military strength of the South Africans, Portuguese and Rhodesian settlers, African freedom fighters must close their ranks and put an end to internecine rivalries. They must also be supported by united and determined action on the part of the whole of independent Africa. No part of Africa is free while any of our national territory remains unliberated. There can be no coexistence between African independence and imperialist and neocolonialist domination, between independent Africa and racist, minority, settler governments. The military obstacles we have to overcome if we are to achieve our goal of total liberation and an African Union government are obvious and surmountable. Less easy to recognize and to combat are the insidious, often disguised workings of neocolonialism, the economic and political pressures which seek to undermine our independence and to perpetuate and extend the grip of foreign monopoly finance capital over the economic life of our continent. Many of our so-called independent states are in fact neo-colonies. They have all the outward appearance of sovereignty, but their economy and therefore their political policy is directed from outside. Some have been in the grip of neocolonialism since independence. Others have been subjected to neocolonialism by means of military coups engineered by neocolonialists acting in conjunction with indigenous reactionaries. In recent months, with the intensification of the guerrilla struggle in Central and Southern Africa, pressure has been strongly directed towards those states which have common frontiers with South Africa, Rhodesia, Angola, and Mozambique. The object is to dominate them politically and economically, and thus hold up the advance of the African Revolution and at the same time to improve their own neocolonialist position. The tragedy is that some African heads of state are themselves actually aiding and abetting imperialists and neocolonialists. In February 1967, Malawi became the first independent African state to conclude a trade agreement, and later to establish diplomatic relations with South Africa. Since then, other African states have also been lured into the South African neocolonialist web by a mixture of aid and carefully veiled threats. The withdrawal of Britain from the High Commission territories, the break between Britain and Rhodesia as a result of UDI, and the outbreak of guerrilla warfare in the Portuguese colonies, has given South Africa a golden opportunity to jump in. South Africa is in the classic, imperialist position of a manufacturing country seeking new outlets for its capital and goods. Its policy is to exploit the labor and resources of its hinterland, thereby strengthening South Africa's economy and at the same time delaying the advance of the African Revolution. South Africa's new policy of improved relations with African states has been described as the building of bridges rather than forts. The crux of the matter was revealed clearly in the editorial of the South African Financial Gazette of May 1968, "We must build more bridges and less forts. The might of our armed forces are not enough to shield off hostilities still being built up against South Africa in some African states. We must build more bridges into Africa. In Malawi we have virtually spanned a bridge into the heart of Africa," a delighted broadcaster in Salisbury on October 8, 1967 praised Dr. Bunda for what he called his realistic policy, and added, "The nations which are nearest to South Africa have been the quickest to realize the side on which their bread is buttered." He referred here to Lesotho and Botswana. So Afri is Dale in her economic and political penetra 10 mto African temtones. The Lesotho government in 1967 appointed 3 South Africans to advise on political and economic affairs. In Rhodesia, South African capital investment already XT of Britain, and it is mainly the support of South Africa which has enabled Ian Smith's rebel regime to survive. The South African government has recently granted R8 million to Malawi for the building of the new capital city of Lilongwe. Of the 5 million rands set aside for economic cooperation, 2 million has already been earmarked for Malawi as a first installment this year. Since 1964, when Malawi became independent, imports from South Africa have doubled, while the main force behind capital investment in Malawi is increasingly the South African government itself. The South African Liberation Movement, together with the peoples of independent Africa and freedom fighters, wherever they are operating, must be alert to this new challenge. Neocolonialism, like colonialism and imperialism, can only be banished from our midst by armed struggle. In East, Central, and West Africa, neocolonialism is hard at work fostering regional economic groupings, in the knowledge that without political cohesion they will remain weak and subject to neocolonialist pressures and domination. The U.S. government in its latest statement on aid has said that it will favor those states which are grouped together in this way. As each new attempt is made to divide us and to divert us from our purpose, it must be exposed and attacked. Already, the ordinary men and women of Africa are talking the language of the African Revolution. They speak of freedom, unity, and socialism, and know that these objectives are synonymous, and can only be attained through armed struggle. In some cases, the people of Africa are ahead of their governments. But the pressures they are exerting will inevitably compel the pace forward. We must recognize and fight the external and the internal enemy, and combine all our resources in the great struggle which lies ahead. With cohesive planning and with a full awareness of our united strength, nothing can halt the progress towards final victory. 31. First published in Labor Monthly, October 1968. There is much loose talk and woolly writing about the so-called Third World. To some it means all the developing nations, to some it suggests the colored peoples of the world, others think of it as referring to a vague, amorphous mass of uncommitted peoples, the oppressed and exploited of the earth, who are neither east nor west but who are a kind of third, neutral force in the world. To Franz Fanon, the Third World clearly meant the colonies and ex-colonies, and in his book The Wretched of the Earth he makes a specific case study of the problems of decolonization. For him, the wretched are those who have suffered the oppression and exploitation of colonialism. The Third World is not cut off from the rest. Quite the contrary, it is at the middle of the whirlpool, and is characterized by neutralism. Its peoples are committed to a non-capitalist road, since capitalist exploitation is their enemy. But the Third World should refuse to become a factor in the fierce competition which exists between the capitalist and socialist systems, and ought to find their own particular values and methods and a style which shall be peculiar to them. Fanon did not mean non-commitment or non-alignment in the commonly accepted sense, though both have come to be associated with the term. The very mention of the Third World suggests to some a kind of passivity, a non-participation, an opting out of the conflict between the two worlds of capitalism and socialism. It is this concept which seems to have led to most of the misuse of the term Third World, and renders its use so misleading. There is no middle road between capitalism and socialism. Two questions must be asked. First, does a Third World really exist? Secondly, is it possible, either in terms of ideology or practical politics, in the ever-sharpening conflict between revolutionary and counter-revolutionary forces in the world, to adopt a position of neutrality or non-alignment? Clearly, the Third World is not definable on a racial or color basis, though in fact most of the oppressed peoples are non-white. Is it then the apparently uncommitted or non-aligned who form the Third World? The expression first came to be widely used when two conferences of non-aligned states had been held. The first was in Belgrade in 1961. There were 25 participating states and 3 observer countries. The Cold War and nuclear arms race was at its height, and there seemed a very real possibility that the world might be plunged into a war which would mean the end of civilization as we know it. The main purpose of the conference, therefore, was to employ all the efforts of the participating countries to bring about the destruction of nuclear stockpiles and to divert the vast scientific and technological resources at the disposal of the great powers to positive and progressive channels. The second conference of non-aligned states was held in Cairo in October 1964. There were then 46 participating states and 10 observer countries. Non-alignment seemed to be practical politics. In my address at that conference I said, "We are all here as non-aligned nations, but the term non-aligned as applied to us has not yet covered every form of policy which it connotes. We came into existence as a protest and a revolt against the state of affairs in international relations caused by the division of the world into opposing blocks of East and West. We came into existence as a revolt against imperialism and neocolonialism, which are also the basic cause of world tension and insecurity." I went on to say that these states which claimed to be non-aligned had the right to choose the political and economic philosophy which was considered the most suitable for their rapid development and advancement. The fact that Ghana accepted socialism did not necessarily imply opposition to any other country or people. Socialism, I said, does not belong to the Soviet Union or China, or for that matter to any other country. It is an international idea. Many of us thought at that time that it was the duty of the non-aligned states to assert their full weight against the senseless buildup of nuclear weapons which threatened the whole world. With East and West, two power blocks of roughly equal strength, poised it seemed on the brink of nuclear warfare, there appeared to be reprieve for the world only in the holding of a balance of power by some third force which would prevent either of the two sides from starting a major war. Mayor the First Conference, Pundit Nehru and I went to Moscow, on behalf of the non-aligned states, and President Modibo Keïta of Mali and President Sukarno of Indonesia went to Washington. Although there was no sudden and dramatic lessening of world tension as a result of these missions, the threat of nuclear warfare has to some extent lessened. However, in the present world situation, with the armed phase of the revolutionary struggle well launched in Africa, Asia, and Latin America, and in the USA itself by the Black Power movement, it is no longer possible to adopt a third position outside the main conf.jo.lkdo flow flyet. The world struggle, and the cause of world tension, has to be seen not in the old political context of the Cold War, that is, of nation-states and power blocks, but in terms of revolutionary and counter-revolutionary peoples. It cuts right across territorial boundaries and /c has nothing to do with color or race. It is a war to the finish between the oppressed and the oppressors, between those who pursue a capitalist path, and those committed to socialist policies. Yet old beliefs die hard. Although non-alignment is an anachronism, there are still a few politicians and heads of state who cling to the idea of neutralism and who advocate the holding of more conferences of non-aligned states. Their thinking is a form of political escapism _ a reluctance to face the stark realities of the present situation. The oppressed and exploited peoples are the struggling revolutionary masses committed to the socialist world. Some of them are not yet politically aware. Others are very much aware, and are already engaged in the armed liberation struggle. At whatever stage they have reached in their resistance to exploitation and oppression, they belong to the permanent socialist revolution. They do not constitute a third world. They are part of the revolutionary upsurge which is everywhere challenging the capitalist, imperialist and neocolonialist power structure of reaction and counter-revolution. There are thus two worlds only, the revolutionary and the counter-revolutionary world, the socialist world trending towards communism, and the capitalist world with its extensions of imperialism, colonialism, and neocolonialism. Today then, the third world is neither a practical political concept nor a reality. It is merely a misused expression which has come to mean everything and nothing. It has been used with equal looseness both by those committed to the revolutionary struggle and by those who are its deadly enemies. The Western press has gladly made use of it to serve its own ends by associating it with racism, and by equating it with concepts such as non-alignment, neutralism, and coexistence. It has thus helped to prevent the full weight of the so-called Third World being identified openly and decisively as part of the socialist world. If we are to achieve revolutionary socialism, then we must avoid any suggestion that will imply that there is any separation between the socialist world and a third world. Misused and misleading political terms must be either abandoned or defined clearly. Where the revolutionary struggle is in the armed phase, as in Africa, Asia, and Latin America, it is particularly important that there should be the utmost clarity of political expression. The purpose of an article I wrote in 1966 under the title African Socialism Revisited, published in African Forum, Volume I, Number 3, was to show that there is no such thing as African socialism. The term had come to be employed as proof of the existence of brands of socialism peculiar to Africa, such as Arab socialism, pragmatic socialism, and this or that socialism, when in fact there is only one true socialism, scientific socialism. I do not deny the existence of the struggling wretched of the earth, but maintain that they do not exist in isolation, as the Third World. They are an integral part of the revolutionary world, and are committed to the hilt in the struggle against capitalism to end the exploitation of man by man. Reprint of an article in African Forum, Volume I, Number 3, 1966. The term socialism has become a necessity in the platform diction and political writings of African leaders. It is a term which unites in the recognition that the restoration of Africa's humanist and egalitarian principles of society calls for socialism. All of us, therefore, even though pursuing widely contrasting policies in the task of reconstructing our various nation-states, still use socialism to describe our respective efforts. The question must therefore be faced: what real meaning does the term retain in the context of contemporary African politics? I warned about this in my book Consciencism. And yet, socialism in Africa today tends to lose its objective content in favor of a distracting terminology and in favor of a general confusion. Discussion centers more on the various conceivable types of socialism than upon the need for socialist development. Some African political leaders and thinkers certainly use the term socialism as it should, in my opinion, be used, to describe a complex of social purposes and the consequential social and economic policies, organizational patterns, state structure, and ideologies which can lead to the attainment of those purposes. For such leaders, the aim is to remold African society in the socialist direction, to reconsider African society in such a manner that the humanism of traditional African life reasserts itself in a modern technical community. Consequently, socialism in Africa introduces a new social synthesis in which modern technology is reconciled with human values, in which the advanced technical society is realized without the staggering social malefactions and deep schisms of capitalist industrial society. For true economic and social development cannot be promoted without the real socialization of productive and distributive processes. Those African leaders who believe these principles are the socialists in Africa. There are, however, other African political leaders and thinkers who use the term socialism because they believe that socialism would, in the words of Chandler Morse, smooth the road to economic development. It becomes necessary for them to employ the term in a charismatic effort to rally support for the policies that do not really promote economic and social development. Those African leaders who believe these principles are supposed to be the African socialists. It is interesting to recall that before the split in the Second International, Marxism was almost indistinguishable from Social Democracy. Indeed, the German Social Democratic Party was more or less the guardian of the doctrine of Marxism, and both Marx and Engels supported that party. Lenin, too, became a member of the Social Democratic Party. After the breakup of the Second International, however, the meaning of the term social democracy altered, and it became possible to draw a real distinction between socialism and social democracy. A similar situation has arisen in Africa. Some years ago, African political leaders and writers used the term African socialism in order to label the concrete forms that socialism might assume in Africa. But the realities of the diverse and irreconcilable social, political and economic policies being pursued by African states today have made the term African socialism meaningless and irrelevant. It appears to be much more closely associated with anthropology than with political economy. African socialism has now come to acquire some of its greatest publicists in Europe and North America precisely because of its predominant anthropological charm. Its foreign publicists include not only the surviving social democrats of Europe and North America, but other intellectuals and liberals who themselves are dyed in the wool of social democracy. It was no accident, Let me add, that the 1962 Dakar Colloquium made such capital of African socialism, but the uncertainties concerning the meaning and specific policies of African socialism have led some of us to abandon the term because it fails to express its original meaning and because it tends to obscure our fundamental socialist commitment. Today, the phrase African socialism seems to espouse the view that the traditional African society was a classless society imbued with the spirit of humanism and to express a nostalgia for that spirit. Such a conception of socialism makes a fetish of the communal Mrican society. But an idyllic, African classless society, in which there were no rich and no poor, enjoying a drugged serenity is certainly a facile simplification. There is no historical or even anthropological evidence for any such a society. I am afraid the realities of Mrican society were somewhat more sordid. All available evidence from the history of Africa, up to the eve of the European colonization, shows that African society was neither classless nor devoid of a social hierarchy. Feudalism existed in some parts of Africa before colonization, and feudalism involves a deep and exploitative social stratification, founded on the ownership of land. It must also be noted that slavery existed in Africa before European colonization, although the earlier European contact gave slavery in Africa some of its most vicious characteristics. The truth remains, however, that before colonization, which became widespread in Africa only in the 19th century, Africans were prepared to sell, often for no more than 30 pieces of silver, fellow tribesmen. And even members of the same extended family and colonial, chrism deserves to be blamed for many evils in Africa, but surely it was not preceded by an African golden age or paradise. A return to the pre-colonial African society is evidently not worthy of the ingenuity and efforts of our people. All this notwithstanding, one would still argue that the basic organization of many African societies in different periods of history manifested a certain communalism and that the philosophy and humanist purposes behind that organization are worthy of recapture. A community in which each saw his well-being in the welfare of the group certainly was praiseworthy, even if the manner in which the well-being of the group was pursued makes no contribution to our purposes. Thus, what socialist thought in Africa must recapture is not the structure of the traditional African society but its spirit, for the spirit of communalism is crystallized in its humanism and in its reconciliation of individual advancement with group welfare. Even if there is incomplete anthropological evidence to reconstruct the traditional African society with accuracy, we can still recapture the rich human values of that society. In short, an anthropological approach to the traditional African society is too much unproven, but a philosophical approach stands on much firmer ground and makes generalization feasible. One predicament in the anthropological approach is that there is some disparity of view concerning the manifestations of the classlessness of the traditional African society. While some hold that the society was based on the equality of its members, others hold that it contained a hierarchy and division of labor in which the hierarchy and therefore power, was founded on spiritual and democratic values. Of course, no society can be founded on the equality of its members, although some societies are founded on egalitarianism, which is something quite different. Similarly, a classless society that at the same time rejoices in a hierarchy of power, as distinct from authority, must be accounted a marvel of socio-political finesse. We know that the traditional African society was founded on principles of egalitarianism. In its actual workings, however, it had various shortcomings. Its humanist impulse, nevertheless, is something that continues to urge us towards our all-African socialist reconstruction. We postulate each man to be an end in himself, not merely a means, and we accept the necessity of guaranteeing each man equal opportunities for his development. The implications of this socio-political practice have to be worked out scientifically, and the necessary social and economic policies pursued with resolution. Any meaningful humanism must begin from egalitarianism and must lead to objectively chosen policies for safeguarding and sustaining egalitarianism. Hence, socialism. Hence, also, scientific socialism. A further difficulty that arises from the anthropological approach to socialism, or African socialism is the glaring division between existing African societies and the communalistic society that was. I warned in my book Consciencism that our society is not the old society, but a new society enlarged by Islamic and Euro-Christian influences. This is a fact that any socio-economic policies must recognize and take into account. Yet the literature of African socialism comes close to suggesting that today's African societies are communalistic. The two societies are not coterminous, and such an equation cannot be supported by any attentive observation. It is true that this disparity is acknowledged in some of the literature of African socialism. Thus, my friend and colleague Julius Nyerere, in acknowledging the disequilibrium between what was and what is in terms of African societies, attributes the differences to the importations of European colonialism. We know, of course, that the defeat of colonialism and even neocolonialism will not result in the automatic disappearance of the imported patterns of thought and social organization. For those patterns have taken root, and are in varying degrees sociological features of our contemporary society. Nor will a simple return to the communalistic society of ancient Africa offer a solution either. To advocate a return, as it were, to the rock from which we were hewn is a charming thought, but we are faced with contemporary problems, which have arisen from political subjugation, economic exploitation, educational and social backwardness, increases in population, familiarity with the methods and products of industrialization, modern agricultural techniques. These, as well as a host of other complexities, can be resolved by no mere communalistic society, however sophisticated, and anyone who so advocates must be caught in insoluble dilemmas of the most excruciating kind. All available evidence from socio-political history discloses that such a return to a status quo ante is quite unexampled in the evolution of societies. There is, indeed, no theoretical or historical reason to indicate that it is at all possible. When one society meets another, the observed historical trend is that acculturation results in a balance of forward movement, a movement in which each society assimilates certain useful attributes of the other. Social evolution is a dialectical process, it has ups and downs, but, on balance, it always represents an upward trend. Islamic civilization and European colonialism are both historical experiences of the traditional African society, profound experiences that have permanently changed the complexion of the traditional African society. They have introduced new values and a social, cultural, and economic organization into African life. African societies are not traditional, even if backward, and they are clearly in a state of socio-economic disequilibrium. They are in this state because they are not anchored to a steadying ideology. The way out is certainly not to regurgitate all Islamic or Eurocolonial influences in a futile attempt to recreate a past that cannot be resurrected. The way out is only forward to a higher reconciled form of society, in which the quintessence of the human purposes of traditional African society reasserts itself in a modem context, forward, in short, to socialism, through policies that are scientifically devised and correctly applied. The inevitability of a forward way out is felt by all. Thus, Leopold Sédar Senghor, although favoring some kind of return to African communalism, insists that the refashioned African society must accommodate the positive contribution of colonial rule, such as the economic and technical infrastructure and the French education system. The economic and technical infrastructure of even French colonialism and the French educational system must be assumed, though this can be shown to be imbued with a particular socio-political philosophy. This philosophy, as should be known, is not compatible with the philosophy underlying communalism, and the desired accommodation would prove only a socio-political mirage. Senghor has, indeed, given an account of the nature of the return to Africa. His account is highlighted by statements using some of his own words, that the African is a field of pure sensation, that he does not measure or observe, but lives a situation, and that this way of acquiring knowledge by confrontation and intuition is Negro-African, the acquisition of knowledge by reason, Hellenic. In African Socialism, London and New York, 1964, pages 72-3, he proposes that we Consider the Negro African as he faces the other, God, man, animal, tree, or pebble, natural or social phenomenon. In contrast to the classic European, the Negro African does not draw a line between himself and the object, he does not hold it at a distance, nor does he merely look at it and analyze it. After holding it at a distance, after scanning it without analyzing it, he takes it vibrant in his hands, careful not to kill or fix it. He touches it, feels it, smells. J. IRT. Pi THRR.QVLBCT Velsu, dash. FZO CJL, JVJ dash. It. The Negromarian is like one of those third-day worms, a pure field of sensations. Thus the Negromarian sympathizes, abandons his personality to become identified with the other, dies to be reborn in the other. He does not assimilate, he is assimilated. He lives a common life with the other, he lives in a symbiosis. It is clear that socialism cannot be founded on this kind of metaphysics of knowledge. To be sure, there is a connection between communalism and socialism. Socialism stands to communalism as capitalism stands to slavery. In socialism, the principles underlying communalism are given expression in modum circumstances. Thus, whereas communalism in a non-technical society can be laissez-faire, in a technical society where sophisticated means of production are at hand, the situation is different, for if the underlying principles of communalism are not given correlated expression, class cleavages will arise, which are connected with economic disparities and thereby with political inequalities. Socialism, therefore, can be, and is, the defense of the principles of communalism in a modum setting. It is a form of social organization that, guided by the principles underlying communism, adopts procedures and measures made necessary by demographic and technological developments. Only under socialism can we reliably accumulate the capital we need for our development and also ensure that the gains of investment are applied for the general welfare. Socialism is not spontaneous. It does not arise by itself. It has abiding principles according to which the major means of production and distribution ought to be socialized if exploitation of the many by the few is to be prevented, if, that is to say, egalitarianism in the economy is to be protected. Socialist countries in America may differ in this or that detail of their policies, but such differences themselves ought not to be arbitrary or subject to vagaries of taste. They must be scientifically explained, as necessities arising from differences in the particular circumstances of the countries themselves. There is only one way of achieving socialism, by the devising of policies aimed at the general socialist goals, each of which takes its particular form from the specific circumstances of a particular state at a definite historical period. Socialism depends on dialectical and historical materialism, upon the view that there is only one nature subject in all its manifestations to natural laws and that human society is, in this sense, part of nature and subject to its own laws of development. It is the elimination of fancifulness from socialist action that makes socialism scientific. To suppose that there are tribal, national, or racial socialisms is to abandon objectivity in favor of chauvinism. 32. Extracts from Books 1 and 2. Oft he Handbook of Revolutionary Warfare. This book has been written during my stay in Conakry. Previous notes I made for a manual of guerrilla warfare for African freedom fighters were left behind in Ghana when I departed for Hanoi on February 21, 9. A script was handed over to imperialist and colonialist intelligence organizations by the military and police etreluters. This handbook, presenting a completely new approach will, I hope, help to make possible the successful completion of the armed phase of the African revolutionary struggle for total emancipation and an all-African Union government. The Black Power movement in the USA, and the struggles of peoples of African descent in the Caribbean, South American, and elsewhere form an integral part of the African politico-military revolutionary struggle. Our victory will be their victory also, and the victory of all the revolutionary oppressed and exploited masses of the WRL who are challenging the capitalist, imperialist and neocolonialist power structure of reaction and counter-revolution. Conakry, Guinea. 30th July 1968. Book 1. Know the Enemy. Preface. The new phase of the armed revolutionary struggle in Africa embraces the entire continent. It is essential that we know what we fight, and why we fight. Imperialism and neocolonialism must be broken down into their component parts so that we can clearly see them. We must know their world strategy. In this book I have attempted to show the nature and extent of imperialist and neocolonialist aggression, and our objectives in the struggle for the freedom and the political unification of Africa. Chapter 1. The World Strategy of Imperialism. Know the Enemy. A number of external factors affect the African situation, and if our liberation struggle is to be placed in correct perspective and we are to know the enemy, the impact of these factors must be fully grasped. First among them is imperialism, for it is mainly against exploitation and poverty that our peoples revolt. It is therefore of paramount importance to set out the strategy of imperialism in clear terms, i.e. the means used by the enemy to ensure the continued economic exploitation of our territories. 2. The nature of the attempts made to destroy the liberation movement. Once the components of the enemy's strategy are determined, we will be in a position to outline the correct strategy for our own struggle in terms of our actual situation and in accordance with our objectives. Before the Second World War, the world, excluding the USSR, China, etc., was divided into a. Capitalist states practicing orthodox imperialism under the generally known form of imperialism. b. Colonial territories which fed the economies of the capitalist imperialist states. The Latin American territories had already passed from the status of Spanish and Portuguese colonies to that of neo-colonies. However, after the Second World War, serious economic, social and political tensions arose in both spheres. a. By the capitalist imperialist states, workers' organizations had become comparatively strong and experienced, and the claims of the working class for a more substantial share of the wealth produced by the capitalist economy could no longer be ignored. The necessity to concede had become all the more imperative since the European capitalist system had been seriously shaken up by the near Holocaust which marked the experience of imperialist wars. b. While the capitalist system of exploitation was coming to grips with its internal crises, the world's colonized areas were astir with the upsurge of strong liberation movements. Here again, demands could no longer be cast aside or ignored, especially when they were channeled through irresistible mass movements, like the Rassemblement Démocratique Africain, RDA, the Parti Démocratique de Guinée, PDG, and the Convention People's Party, CPP, in Ghana. In certain areas, for example in Vietnam, Kenya, and Algeria, direct confrontation demonstrated the readiness of the oppressed peoples to implement their claims with blood and fire. Both in the colonial territories and in the metropolitan states, the struggle was being waged against the same enemy, international finance capital under its external and internal forms of exploitation, imperialism, and capitalism. Capitalist. Exploitation, inside. International. Finance capital. Imperialist. Exploitation, outside. Extreme capitalism, fascism. Primitive imperialism, colonialism. Threatened with disintegration by the double-fisted attack of the working class movement and the liberation movement, capitalism had to launch a series of reforms in order to build a protective armor around the inner workings of its system. To avoid an internal breakdown of the system under the pressure of the workers' protest movement, the governments of capitalist countries granted their workers certain concessions which did not endanger the basic nature of the capitalist system of exploitation. They gave them social security, higher wages, better working conditions, professional training facilities, and other improvements. These reforms helped to blur fundamental contradictions, and to remove some of the more glaring injustices while at the same time ensuring the continued exploitation of the workers. The myth was established of an affluent capitalist society promising abundance and a better life for all. The basic aim, however, was the establishment of a welfare state as the only safeguard against the threat of fascism or communism. However, the problem was to find a way to avoid sacrificing the all-important principle of ever-increasing profits for the owning. Strengthened workers, organizations, welfare state. Independence 1. Genuinely independent states 2. Puppet states. Collective imperialism, minority, and also to find the money needed to finance the welfare state. By way of a solution, capitalism proceeded to introduce not only internal reforms, but external reforms designed to raise the extra money needed for the establishment and the maintenance of the welfare state at home. In other words, modern capitalism had come to depend more heavily than before on the exploitation of the material and human resources of the colonial territories. On the external front, therefore, it became necessary for international finance capital to carry out reforms in order to eliminate the deadly threat to its supremacy of the Liberation movement. The urgent need for such reforms was made clear by the powerful growth and expansion of the Liberation forces in Africa, Asia, and Latin America, where revolutionary movements had not only seized power but were actually consolidating their gains. Developments in the USSR, China, Cuba, North Vietnam, North Korea, and in Egypt, Ghana, Guinea, Mali, Algeria and other parts of Africa, showed that not only was the world balance of forces shifting, but that the capitalist imperialist states were confronted with the real danger of encirclement. Collective imperialism. The modifications introduced by imperialism in its strategy were expressed, a. through the disappearance of the numerous old-fashioned colonies owing exclusive allegiance to a single metropolitan. b. the replacement of national imperialisms by a collective imperialism in which the USA occupies a leading position. The roots of this process may be traced back to the period of the Second World War, when the socialist camp was still too small and weak to give decisive assistance to the European working class movement. The workers were therefore all the more easily deflected from the objectives of their struggle, and allowed themselves to be dragged into a bloody war of imperialism. The Second World War seriously strained the political and economic strength of Europe, although capitalism as a system emerged relatively intact. However, the true winner of the whole contest turned out to be the United States of America. Having helped the Allies to win the war, the USA was from then on able to retain its preeminent position, and to acquire increasing influence in the economic life of the exhausted European states. This internationalization or syndicalization enabled U.S. imperialism to forestall temporarily an incipient crisis by fulfilling two sine qua non conditions. The need to expand the US-European post-war alliance not only enabled the USA to benefit from the advantages of the European market, which had hitherto been largely closed to its penetration, but also opened up new horizons in Asia, Africa, and Latin America where the USA had already superseded European supremacy and established net colonialist domination. 2. The need to militarize the militarization of the U.S. economy based on the political pretext of the threatening rise of the USSR and later of the People's Republic of China as socialist powers, enabled the USA to postpone its internal crises, first during the Hot War, 1939 to 1945, and then during the Cold War, since 1945. Militarization served two main purposes. It absorbed, and continues to absorb, incessant unorganized energy into the intense armaments drive, which supports imperialist aggression and many blocs and alliances formed by imperialist powers over the last 20 years. 2. It made possible an expensive policy of paternalist corrupt law of the poor and oppressed people of the world. The principle of mutual inter-imperialist assistance whereby American, British, French and West German monopoly capital extends J-Con OL over the ELTH of the non-liberate ZOES of America, Latin America and, as 18ds concrete RSLM the formation of interlocked international financial to 10 NS and bodies of credit, International Monetary Fund, IMF, USA 25% of the votes. International Bank for Reconstruction and Development, IBRD, USA 34% of the votes. 0 International Development Assokultlan, IDA, USA 41 yo of the votes. On a lesser scale, Europe as a whole, and West Germany in particular, find profitable outlorbike business in Africa through the agencies of such Organisations as the European Common Market, BEG. TE imperialists even make use of the United Nations Organization in order to camouflage their neocolonialist objectives. This can be seen, for example, in US policy in South Korea and the Congo. Sham independence. But as far as the imperialists are concerned, the real solution to the problem of continue exploitation through concessions and reform lies in the concept of sham independence. A state can be said to be a neocolonialist or hence state if it is independent de jure and dependent de facto. It is a state where political power lies in the conservative forces of the former colony and where economic power remains under the control of international finance capital. Otherwise, the country continues to be economically exploited by interests which are alien to the majority of the ex-colonized popon but intrinsic to the world capitalist sector. Such a state is the grip of neocolonialism. It has become a client state. Neo-colonialism. The prerequisite of a correct and global strategy to defeat neocolonialism is the ability to discover and expose the way in which a state becomes neocolonialist. For although a neocolonialist state enjoys only sham independence, it is to all outward appearances independent, and therefore the very roots of neocolonialism must be traced back to the struggle for independence in a colonial territory. If the liberation movement is firmly established, the colonial power invariably resorts to a containment policy, in order to stop any further progress, and to deaden its impact. To achieve this objective, the colonial power uses its arsenal of alliances, its network of military bases, economic devices such as corruption, sabotage and blackmail, and equally insidious, the psychological weapon of propaganda with a view to impressing on the masses a number of imperialist dogmas, that Western democracy and the parliamentary system are the only valid ways of governing, that they constitute the only worthwhile model for the training of an indigenous elite by the colonial power. 2. That capitalism, free enterprise, free competition, etc., are the only economic systems capable of promoting development, that the Western powers have mastered the liberal capitalist technique perfectly, that the colonial territory should become an economic satellite in its own interest, that there is no reason to put an end to the policy of cooperation pursued during the colonial regime, and that any attempt to break away would be dangerous, since the colonial power is always ready to give aid. 3. That the slightest lapse on the part of the leaders of the liberation movement could push the country into the grip of communism and of totalitarian dictatorship. 4. That the carve-up agreed upon by the imperialists during the colonial period is fair and sacred, that it would be unthinkable even to attempt to liberate areas in terms of their common cultural and historical links, that the only acceptable version of liberation must apply to the artificial units designed by the imperialists, and hurriedly labeled nations in spite of the fact that they are neither culturally unified, nor economically self-sufficient. As a further justification of its policy, imperialism usually resorts to all types of propaganda in order to highlight and exploit differences of religion, culture, race, outlook, and of political ideology among the oppressed masses, or between regions which share a long history of mutual commercial and cultural exchange. Such methods aim to orientate the leaders of the liberation movements towards a brand of nationalism based on petty-minded and aggressive chauvinism, as well as to steer the liberation movement along a reformist path. The problem of liberation is therefore usually raised in terms of a participation of good indigenous elements in the administration of the colonized territory, for instance through a policy of Africanization devoid of any fundamental changes in the political, economic, and administrative structure of the territory. The transition to neocolonialism is marked by a succession of more or less important measures which culminate into a ritual of so-called free elections, most organized through methods of intimidation. Local agents, selected by the colonial power as worthy representatives, are then presented to the people as the champions of national independence, and are immediately given all the superficial attributes of power. A puppet government has been formed. By the very nature of its essential objective, which is exploitation, neocolonialism can only flourish in a client state. When the farce of sham elections to form a puppet government proves too difficult to enact, the colonial power tries to divide the liberation movement into a moderate wing with which it seeks accommodation and a militant wing which it endeavors to isolate and to suppress by force. In the last resort, neocolonialists can even set up a bogus progressive party or organization using local agents and maintain an artificial liberation movement which serves both as a worthy partner for negotiations and as an intelligence and/or repression agency against the genuine liberation movement supported by the oppressed masses. Such is the role played by FLING in regard to Guinea-Bissau, and UPA in regard to Angola. And so once more the stage is set for negotiations, autonomy, and the formation of a puppet government. However, the machinations of the colonial power will fall wherever the leaders of the struggle for independence maintain a clear spirit of vigilance, and cultivate genuinely revolutionary qualities. Then, and only then, does a truly independent government emerge, dedicated to national reconstruction in the liberated territory, and determined to assist those engaged in anti-imperialist struggle. Such a government is an obstacle barring the advance of neocolonialism, and such obstacles must be increased because the example of genuine independence is contagious and will help to fortify extensive zones against imperialist aggression. Faced with genuine independence, imperialism is increasingly compelled to resort to encirclement and subversion in order to overthrow these popular governments, using such weapons as coups d'état, assassination, mutiny within the party, tribal revolt, palace revolutions, and so on, while at the same time strengthening neighboring puppet regimes to form a political safety belt, a cordon sanitaire. Therefore, the main sphere in which we must strive to defeat neocolonialist intrigues is within the movement for true independence, that is, within the progressive political party which forms the government. This is particularly true in the one-party state which can only function successfully under socialism. Usually, this ruling party is made up of several groups each with its distinct economic and political interests. The relative importance of each group in the party and state machinery will determine the course of development. Imperialist strategy is therefore directed towards bringing into a position of preeminence that group which most nearly shares its economic and political views. If a member of a group which is absolutely opposite to imperialism is in control of the state and party, attempts are made to organize, either an assassination or a coup d'état or palace revolution which will permit political power to fall into the lap of the rival but pro-imperialist group. Or 2. A decentralization of political power within the ruling party, one group being strong in the state machinery, the other strong in the party machine. Even in the state machine, the vital organs are artfully put into the hands of forces ready to parley with imperialists. The nursing of discontent and confusion within the party and among the people, through the spread of conflicting ideologies, rumors of economic rundown, maladministration, and corruption, will permit the creation of an atmosphere of dissatisfaction favorable to a change in the personnel of government. Ostensibly the same party is in power. In truth, a qualitative change in the nature of political power has taken place. Since the conglomerate nature of the ruling party is the basic fact on which neocolonialist strategy depends, the main remedial measures must be directed to this sphere, and this problem must be ___ fascism, bourgeois democracy at its minimum. Welfare state, bourgeois democracy at its maximum. Colonialism. DMP, M. NNIEO. Arayoanalist imperialism. Born in mind even before the achievement of independence. It is essential that positive action should in its dialectical evolution anticipate seminal disintegration and discover a way of containing the future schismatic tendencies. Neocolonialism constitutes the necessary condition for the establishment of welfare states by the imperialist nations. Just as the welfare state is the internal condition, neocolonialism is the external condition, for the continued hegemony of international finance capital. It is precisely the increasing dependence of the imperialist system on neocolonialist exploitation on an international scale which renders its existence so precarious, and its future so uncertain. Significantly, the neocolonialist system costs the capitalist powers comparatively little, while enormous and increasing profits are made. This is shown by the ever-rising graphs representing the turnover figures of the big capitalist business concerns implanted in the neocolonialist areas of the world, and by the ever-widening gap between the wealthy and the poor peoples of the world. In the final analysis, the neocolonialist system of exploitation, which is the external condition for the maintenance of the capitalist welfare state, remains essentially dependent on the production of the neocolonized workers, who must not only continue to produce under stagnant and continually worsening living conditions but must produce substantially more than they did in the colonial days. They must do more than satisfy the needs of the metropolitan state. They must cater for the insatiable demands of the client government. The explosive character of the situation cannot be denied. The neocolonialist government is virtually in a state of permanent conflict with its own masses, whilst the gap between the puppet administration and neocolonized workers widens every day. It is therefore clear that a puppet regime cannot draw its strength from the support of the broad masses. It can only stay in power as long as it manifesto subsist in the teeth of popular opposition and revolt. Hence, the imperative need to depend on a foreign power for military assistance merely to keep the neocolonized government physically in power. Thus, the three essential components of neocolonialism are f. L. Economic exploitation 2. Puppet governments and client states C43. Military assistance 4. Economic aid. The vital necessity of military aid is fulfilled through various channels: foreign technical assistance to the armed forces, control of the armed forces by officers and Western military cadres, secret military agreements, the formation of special units for the repression of popular insurrection, and so on. The important G18 to know how to recognize this type of aid, in whatever guise it appears, for it is the most blatant proof of the anti-popular, aggressive basically violent character of all neocolonialist regimes. Its escalation and impact increase proportionately to the widening gap between the puppets and the oppressed masses, and it is directly related to the development of organized, popular resistance. It is also to be noted that U.S. policy found its most complete expression, after the murder of President Kennedy, in the Johnson Doctrine, whereby military aggression under the name of preventive measures became an integral part of neocolonialist practice. The struggle against neocolonialism. Military strategy presupposes political aims. All military problems are political, and all political problems are economic. Both the basic nature of neocolonialism and the accumulated experience of liberation movements in Africa, Asia, and Latin. 1. America indicates CLYT the only way for broad masses to eradicate neocolonialism 18 through a revolutionary movement. Springing from a direct confrontation with the imperialists, and drawing its strength from the exploited and disinherited masses. The struggle against puppet governments, and against all forms of exploitation, is the basic condition for the survival and development of a genuine liberation movement in Africa. We must accept the challenge and fight to destroy this threat to our future as a free and united continent. Independence must never be considered as an end in itself but as a stage, the very first stage of the people's revolutionary struggle. Propaganda and psychological warfare. Throughout the struggle we must recognize and combat enemy attempts to demoralize us. 4. In the face of the failure to achieve military solutions against well-organized, broadly based guerrilla forces, as for example in Vietnam, the enemy has stepped up its efforts in the propaganda war. The aim is to prevent a liberation movement from getting underway, by destroying it at its source, i.e. by undermining the will to fight. 2. Where revolutionary warfare has one begun, to conquer it by political means, i.e. by granting just sufficient political, economic, and social reform to encourage all but the so-called extremists to abandon the struggle. Psychological attacks are made through the agency of broadcasting stations like the Point 1. C. Voice of Germany, and above all, Voice of America, which pursues its brainwashing mission through newsreels, interviews, and other informative programs at all hours of the day and night, on all wavelengths and in many languages including special English. The war of words is supplemented by written propaganda using a wide range of political devices such as embassy bulletins, pseudo-revolutionary publications, studies on nationalism and on African socialism, the literature spread by the so-called independent and liberal publishers, cultural and civic education centers, and other imperialist subversive organizations. The paper war penetrates into every town and village, and into the remotest parts of the bush. It spreads in the form of free distributions of propaganda films praising the qualities of Western civilization and culture. These are some of the ways in which the psychological terrain is prepared. When the target, a certain country or continent, is sufficiently softened, then the invasion of evangelist brigades begins, thus perpetuating the centuries-old tactics whereby missionaries prepare the way for guns. Peace Corps divisions stream in, and moral rearmament units, Jehovah's Witnesses, information agencies, and international financial aid organizations. In this way, a territory, or even an entire continent is besieged without a single Marine in sight. A sprinkling of political and little publicized murders, like that of Pio Pinto in Kenya, and Mimi in Geneva, are used to assist the process. A recent development in the psychological war is the campaign to convince us that we cannot govern ourselves, that we are unworthy of genuine independence, and that foreign tutelage is the only remedy for our wild, warlike, and primitive ways. Imperialism has done its utmost to brainwash Africans into thinking that they need the straitjackets of colonialism and neocolonialism if they are to be saved from their retrogressive instincts. Such is the age-old racialist justification for the economic exploitation of our continent. And now, the recent military coups engineered throughout America by foreign reactionaries are also being used to corroborate imperialism's pet theory that the Americans have shamelessly squandered the golden opportunities of independence, and that they have plunged their political kingdoms into blood and barbarism. Therefore, the imperialist mission, we must save them anew, and they hail the Western-trained and Western-bought army puppets as saviors. The press, films, and radio are fast spreading the myth of post-independence violence and chaos. Everywhere, the more or less covered implication is, America needs to be colonized. The fact that America has advanced politically more quickly than any other continent in the world is ignored. In 1957, when Ghana became independent and the political renaissance began in Africa, there were only 8 independent states. Now, in just over 10 years, there are over 40 and the final liberation of the continent is in sight. Imperialists are not content with trying to convince us that we are politically immature. They are telling us, now that we are realizing that armed revolution is the only way to defeat neocolonialism, that we are inherently incapable of fighting a successful revolutionary war. This new psychological propaganda campaign is being waged in various subtle ways. First, there is what may be called the moral argument. Africans are constantly being reminded that they are a peace-loving, tolerant, and communalist-minded people. The African is projected as an individual who has always been loath to shed blood. The corollary of this argument is that it would be immoral and against our nature to engage in revolutionary warfare. The moral argument is easily destroyed. Centuries of liberation wars, wars of conquest, revolution, and counter-revolution in the West were not considered to be moral or immoral. They were simply part of Western historical development. Our armed struggle for freedom is neither moral nor immoral, it is a scientific, historically determined necessity. The second argument used to deflect us from the inevitability of armed struggle is the so-called economy argument. It runs something like this: modem neocolonialism does not constitute a danger to young, revolutionary African states, and therefore the military training and arming of the broadmasses is an expensive and frivolous enterprise. The corollary of this reactionary argument is, since you cannot, in the present underdeveloped state of your economy, afford the luxury of your own defense, let us take care of it for you. And the trap is set. Last but not least, is a third series of racialist and defeatist arguments designed to spread the myth that no African revolutionary is capable of carrying an armed struggle through to the end. It condemns a priori all African revolutionary activities to failure. It wraps revolutionary warfare on our continent in an aura of disparagement, and tries to appeal us with a sense of inadequacy as freedom fighters. By means of press and radio, accounts are given of the capture of terrorists being usually described as poorly trained, ill-equipped, demoralized and uncertain of the cause for which they are fighting. Where arms and military equipment are seized, it is always labeled Russian or Chinese, to suggest that the freedom fighters who use them are not African nationalists but the dupes and tools of foreign governments. When freedom fighters are captured and tried in courts of law, they are treated as criminals, not as prisoners of war, and are imprisoned, shot or hanged, usually after so-called confessions have been extorted. This refusal to recognize freedom fighters as soldiers is again part of imperialist strategy designed to pour scorn on the armed revolutionary movement, and at the same time to discourage further recruits. The campaign is based on the counterinsurgency law whereby it is necessary to attack the revolution during the initial stages of the movement when it is still weak, when it has not yet fulfilled that which should be its main aspiration, a total integration with the people. Che Guevara. This is why we are being told that Africans are incapable of sustaining revolutionary warfare, a. racially, b. because of our historical background, c. for lack of cadres, ideology, and leadership. In one breath, we are accused of being too primitive to govern ourselves, and in the next we are accused of not being primitive enough to wage guerrilla warfare. The problem is not whether one is born or is not born a natural revolutionary fighter. The problem is not whether revolutionaries are naturally suited to Africa, or Africa to revolutionary warfare. Predestination of this sort never exists. The fact is that revolutionary warfare is the key to African freedom and is the only way in which the total liberation and unity of the African continent can be achieved. Foreign military preparedness. In pursuing their aggressive aims and fulfilling the requirements of military strategy, the imperialists have built up a system of military blocs and alliances which provide the framework for a pattern of military bases in strategically important positions all over the world. The African freedom fighters, while mainly concerned with enemy strength in Africa, must nevertheless study this world pattern if they are to assess correctly the true dimensions of their struggle. The anti-imperialist and neocolonialist struggle will, in fact, be worldwide, since revolutionary warfare will occur wherever the enemy operates. A substantial part of the military, anti-revolutionary effort is channeled into four organizations: NATO, North Atlantic Treaty Organization, 1949, USA, Britain, France, Italy, Belgium, Holland, Luxembourg, Canada, Iceland, Norway, Denmark, Portugal. Since October 1951 Greece and Turkey, and since 1954 West Germany. SEATO, Southeast Asia Treaty Organization, 1954, USA, Britain, France, New Zealand, Australia, Philippines, Thailand, and Pakistan. ANZUS, Australia, New Zealand, United States Treaty, 1951. The Pacific Pact. CENTO, Central Treaty Organization, 1959, Britain, Turkey, Pakistan, and Iran. Emerged from the 1955 Baghdad Pact. USA in 1959 entered into bilateral defense agreements with Turkey, Iran, and Pakistan. In effect, this system of military blocs and alliances enables U.S. imperialism to exert de facto leadership not only over the entire Western world, but over extensive zones in Latin America and Asia. This is achieved through an external network of some 2,200 bases and installations manned by approximately 1 million troops in readiness for war. The U.S. external forces of intervention may be grouped as follows. Group 1, against the USSR with bases in Western Europe, North Africa and the Middle East. Group 2, against China with bases in Pakistan, Southeast Asia and the Pacific Ocean. Group 3, against revolutionary movements in Latin America, the Organization of American States, OAS, group with bases in Panama, the Bermudas, and Puerto Rico. In Africa, there are at present 17 air bases owned and operated by members of NATO. There are 9 foreign naval bases. Foreign military missions exist, for example, in Kenya, Morocco, Liberia, Libya, South Africa, Senegal, Niger, Cameroon, Chad, Gabon, and Ivory Coast. In addition, there are 3 rocket sites and an atomic testing range in North Africa. The armed forces of foreign powers in various strategically important parts of our continent present a serious threat but not an insurmountable obstacle in the African revolutionary struggle. For they must be assessed in conjunction with the forces of settler, minority governments in Rhodesia and South Africa, and with imperialist forces in the few remaining colonial territories. The formation of NATO led to the signing of the Warsaw Treaty in 1954, by which the Soviet Union, Bulgaria, Hungary, German Democratic Republic, Poland, Romania, Czechoslovakia and Albania made arrangements to protect themselves against imperialist aggression. An attack on any one member would be regarded as an attack on all. Provision was made for a political consultative body to take political decisions and to exchange information. 2. A united military command with headquarters in Warsaw. The need for Pan-African organization. In comparison, the independent states of Africa are at present militarily weak. Unlike the imperialists and neocolonialists, they have no mutual defense system and no unified command to plan and direct joint action. But this will be remedied with the formation of the All-African People's Revolutionary Army and the setting up of organizations to extend and plan effective revolutionary warfare on a continental scale. We possess the vital ingredient necessary to win, the full and enthusiastic support of the broad masses of the African people who are determined once and for all to end all forms of foreign exploitation, to manage their own affairs, and to determine their own future. Against such overwhelming strength organized on a Pan-African basis, no amount of enemy forces can hope to succeed. Our objectives are defined by the 3 political components of our liberation movement: I-nationalism 2. Pan-Africanism 3. Socialism. The 3 objectives of our struggle stem from our position as peoples in revolt against exploitation in Africa. These objectives are closely interrelated and one cannot be achieved fully without the other. If one of the 3 components is missing, no territory on our continent can secure genuine freedom or maintain a stable government. Nationalism. Nationalism is the ideological channel of the anti-colonialist struggle and represents the demand for national independence of colonized peoples. It is a concept most easily grasped by the population of territories where the low level of development of productive forces, and therefore of capitalist implantation, and the absence of indigenous elements in the spheres of political power, are factors that facilitate the formation of a united militant front, one of the primary conditions for a successful liberation movement. Colonized peoples are not highly differentiated from a social point of view, and are exploited practically without discrimination by the colonial power. Hence the slogan, "The nation must be freed from colonialism," is a universally accepted rallying cry whose influence is heightened by the fact that the agents of colonialism, exploiting the territory from within, are there for everybody to see. It is therefore the people as a whole who revolt and struggle as a nation, alas, against colonial oppression, and who win independence. The Nationalism phase is a necessary step in the liberation struggle, but must never be regarded as the FIDA solution to the problem raised by the economic and political exploitation of our peoples. For nationalism is narrow in its application. It works within the geopolitical framework produced by the colonial powers, which culminated in the carve-up agreed upon in 1884 at the Berlin Conference, where today's political maps of Africa were drawn. The various peoples of Africa cannot be, and historically never have been, confined behind rigid frontiers sealing off territories labeled Nigeria, Togo, Senegal, and so on. The natural movements of the African peoples and of their societies have from time immemorial swept along extensive axes, as for example from the Nile to the Congo, from Senegal to the Niger, and from the Congo to the Zambezi. The African nations of today, created artificially by foreigners for their own purposes, neither originate from ancient African civilization, nor do they fit in with our African way of life or habits of exchange. They are not even, for the most part, economically viable. Yet they continue to struggle on, each one separately, in a pathetic and hopeless attempt to make progress, while the real obstacle to their development, imperialism, mainly in its neocolonialist stage, is operating on a pan-African scale. Already, huge zones of Africa have been integrated economically in the exclusive interest of international finance capital. A study of the organization and workings of most of the large trading firms, mining trusts, and industrial cartels operating in Africa shows that they all function directly or indirectly on a continental scale. Many of them form part of a general network spreading over several continents. This monopolistic system of exploitation is the direct outcome of prolonged capitalist practice, the experience being that extended and unified industrial, commercial or mining units are less costly to maintain, are more efficient, and produce higher profits. It is time that we also planned our economic and political development on a continental scale. The concept of African unity embraces the fundamental need and characteristics of African civilization and ideology, and at the same time satisfies all the conditions necessary for an accelerated economic and technological advance. Such maximum development would ensure a rational utilization of the material resources and human potential of our continent along the lines of an integrated economy, and within complementary sectors of production, eliminating all unnecessary forms of competition, economic alienation, and duplication. The idea is not to destroy or dismantle the network of foreign mining complexes and industrial companies throughout Africa, but to take them over and operate them in the sole interest of the African peoples. Finally, the limitations of nationalism may be seen in the experience of countries which have succeeded in casting off one imperialism only to be oppressed by another, or by a syndicate of imperialisms, as in Latin America. Merely to change masters is no solution to colonial poverty or neocolonialist strangulation, even if exploitation is subsequently practiced in a more subtle way. African unity gives an indispensable continental dimension to the concept of the African nation. Pan-Africanism. The limitations of nationalism have already been acknowledged by the most mature leaders of the liberation movement, but wherever the conditions for the transition to a higher ideological level and a wider form of struggle were lacking, the necessary leap could not be made, and nationalism was never transcended. The true dimensions of our struggle were outlined at the 5th Pan-African Congress held in Manchester, England in 1945, when resolutions were passed specifying that the supreme objective of the national liberation movement was to pave the way to national reconstruction and to promote democracy and prosperity for the broad masses through an all-African struggle against colonialism and all the new manifestations of imperialism. No reference was made to neocolonialism as such, because this only developed on a massive scale in Africa after 1957. But the Pan-Africanism which found expression at the Manchester Congress, 1945, and the All-African Peoples Conference, 1958, was based on the age-old aspiration towards unity of all peoples of African origin exploited as workers and as a race. African unity therefore implies, that imperialism and foreign oppression should be eradicated in all their forms. 2. That neocolonialism should be recognized and eliminated. 3. That the new African nation must develop within a continental framework. However, the specific content of the new social order within the developing African nation remains to be defined. Have to be made to suit particular circumstances. But they should not be arbitrarily decided, or subject to vagaries of taste. They must be scientifically explained. Only under socialism can we reliably accumulate the capital we need for our development, ensure that the gains of investment are applied to the general welfare, and achieve our goal of a free and united continent. The present stage of the liberation struggle. An objective appraisal of the degree of success so far attained in our struggle leads to the consideration of 3 theses of major importance. The achievement of genuine independence be an African state is but a part of the overall process of continental decolonization. 2. No independent state is immune to imperialist intrigue, pressure, and subversion as long as imperialism under any guise is left free to operate on the African continent. 3. the degree of completeness of our victory over imperialism has a determining influence on how far post-independence reconstruction can go. In other words, the people will have no equitable share in national reconstruction and its benefits unless the victory over imperialism in its colonialist and neocolonialist stages is complete. It therefore follows that the unity of the African people expressed in a union government is necessary, a. to accelerate the liberation of struggling territories still under colonial domination, b. for the security of already independent states, and particularly for those which have chosen to follow a line of total opposition to imperialism, c. to protect the flanks of our drive towards socialist, domestic reconstruction. These considerations should be able to serve as a basic formula to link up with all aspects of the anti-imperialist struggle in Africa. 2. A blueprint for the people's action. 3. A yardstick for the evaluation of political development and phases in the history of Africa. Accumulated experience of the African people's unity movement equipped with a clear knowledge of our objectives, we are in a socialism. At the core of the concept of African unity lies socialism and the socialist definition of the new African society. Socialism and African unity are organically complementary. Socialism implies a common ownership of the means of production, distribution, and exchange. Production is for use, and not for profit. 2. Planned methods of production by the state, based on modern industry and agriculture. 3. Political power in the hands of the people, with the entire body of workers possessing necessary governmental machinery through which to express their needs and aspirations. It is a concept in keeping with the humanist and egalitarian spirit which characterized traditional African society, though it must be applied in a modern context. All are workers, and no person exploits another. 4. Application of scientific methods in all spheres of thought and production. Socialism must provide a new social synthesis in which the advanced technical society is achieved without the appalling evils and deep cleavages of capitalist industrial society. Socialism has become a necessity in the platform diction of African political leaders, though not all pursue really socialist policies. We must therefore be on our guard against measures which are declared to be socialist but which do not in fact promote economic and social development. An example of muddled thinking about socialism is the attempt made in recent years to suggest the existence of an African socialism peculiar to our continent. There is only one true socialism, and that is scientific socialism, the principles of which are abiding and universal. The only way to achieve it is to devise policies aimed at general socialist goals, which take their form from the concrete, specific stances and conditions of a particular country at a definite historical period. The socialist countries of Africa may differ in the details of their policies. There are different paths to socialism, and adjustments. Position to undertake a critical appraisal of recent developments in African history. This is necessary if we are to draw positive lessons from past experience, to determine both the area of deviation and the need for correction, and to devise a more effective strategy for the future. Shortly after Ghana achieved independence in 1957, there began a rapid succession of events caused by a great upsurge of interest in the African people's movement towards emancipation and unity. The three most significant events which sparked off the process were, the first Conference of Independent African States held in Accra in April 1958. At that time there were only 8 independent states: Ethiopia, Ghana, Liberia, Libya, Morocco, Tunisia, and Egypt. The purpose was to a. discuss questions of mutual interest, b. explore ways and means of consolidating and safeguarding independence, c. strengthen the economic and cultural ties between the independent states, d. find ways of helping Africans still oppressed under colonial rule. The African leaders in attendance were resolutely and unanimously anti-imperialist, and agreed to coordinate diplomacy, mainly at UN level. Pan-African conferences had hitherto been held overseas. In 1958, Pan-Africanism had moved to the African continent, where it really belonged. 2. The All-African Peoples Conference held in Accra in December 1958. Representatives of 62 African nationalist organizations attended and discussed the various aspects of the liberation movement. The Organization of Unitary Action between African political movements was then launched. 3. The Third All-African Peoples Conference held in Cairo in March 1961, when the whole question of neocolonialism was brought to the forefront in discussions on the African revolutionary struggle. The development of unitary, anti-imperialist action between struggling peoples, and at the level of governments of independent states, constituted a two-pronged attack against imperialism. The imperialists acted accordingly, a. through diplomatic pressure, b. by granting sham independence to a number of states. The trick worked well. However, a clear prefiguration of later events was to be enacted at the Sunniquellie Conference held in Liberia in July 1959. Two views were expressed on the question of African unity. The first advocated the tightest binding together of our forces in political unity, while the second was in favor of a formula flexible enough to enable each state to safeguard its national sovereignty and personal identity. The latter views fitted in only too well with the objectives of the imperialists, who had already recognized the need to adapt their policies to the changing colonial situation. Hard pressed by the armed struggle of the FLN in Algeria and to avoid any further crystallization of revolutionary awareness amongst extremist African leaders, they decided to play their own version of nationalism. Accordingly, between 1959 and 1960, 13 independent states emerged, 11 former French colonies, and Congo Leopoldville, and Nigeria. A close analysis of the specific conditions under which each of the 13 states became independent reveals that neocolonialism was incipient during the movement for independence, and emerged fully once independence was acquired. Sham independence and the unity movement. Few were deceived by such a deliberate and obvious stratagem. Imperialism was merely using the device of sham independence to prepare the African terrain to suit its own convenience, and to avoid a direct and costly confrontation with the liberation movements. It was therefore not surprising that the divisions of opinion on the question of unity expressed at Sunniquellie were much more in evidence during the Second Conference of Independent African States held in Addis Ababa in 1960. At this conference, the pivot of African unity was seen no longer as a firm political union, but merely as a loose policy of cooperation between African states. Moreover, the concept of regional groupings between states was endorsed. 2. The principle of a collective foreign policy as agreed upon in Accra in 1958 gave way to the principle of a separate foreign policy for each state. In this way, imperialists gained more room for maneuver, for infiltration, and for stirring up difficulties between African states. 3. It was agreed that assistance to the Algerian liberation struggle was to take the form of diplomatic pressure on France, but was to bypass official recognition of the GPRA. In plain words, diplomatic shilly-shollying was to take the place of a genuine anti-imperialist confrontation. Therefore, as early as 1960, a wide gulf developed between those independent states which favored cooperation with imperialism, and those which proclaimed an unflinching offensive against it. The emergence of conflicting trends was not fortuitous but a logical consequence of the state of tension between qualitatively different situations, a genuine independence, the product of a mass political movement or an armed liberation struggle. 2. Sham independence, established by imperialists in an attempt to arrest the progress of the people's movement through a betrayal of its essential objectives. It is important to note that it was not the moderate policy of cooperation with imperialism which created the moderate American states. On the contrary, it was the deliberate creation of such states by imperialism which gave rise to moderation and cooperation. The will to compromise is but a reflection, at diplomatic level, of the neocolonialist character of certain American states. It is the external manifestation of the inner characteristics of neocolonial regimes. African peoples' wars and imperialist escalation, however, far from weakening the anti-imperialist struggle and the vanguard revolutionary states, such measures can only strengthen their vigilance and revolutionary determination. Since 1960, the struggle of the Mrican people and the more or less latent state of crisis inside many African territories have reached maturity. To counterbalance the growing revolutionary character of the African situation, the enemy's reaction has become more open and direct. Both the Algerian and the Congolese wars were born of the people's determination to free themselves at whatever cost, the only difference being that the Algerian revolt developed in an essentially colonial context, whereas the Congolese struggle is being waged in a neocolonialist setting, marked by major imperialist aggression throughout the African continent. From a practical point of view, the differences between the various segments of the liberation struggle in time and space are minimal. The only factors which render the Congolese, Angolese, or Rhodesian struggles, to take these examples only, more violent than others are, first, the escalation of imperialist action, and secondly, the more advanced nature of the people's organization, though the actual level of readiness to revolt may be just as high elsewhere. Significantly, it was the frenzy of imperialist repression against the Algerian and Congolese liberation struggles which led to the calling of the Casablanca Conference in 1961, to which the GPRA was invited. The Casablanca states, as they were subsequently named, i.e. Ghana, Guinea, Mali, Libya, Egypt, Morocco, and the Algerian FLN called for decisive action on the part of the independent states to support the anti-imperialist struggle in Africa. Further, a strong appeal for unity was made. For in unity lies strength. African states must unite or sell themselves out to imperialist and colonialist exploiters for a mess of pottage, or disintegrate individually. Meantime, two new groupings, alike in content and with similar policies, were being formed, I the Monrovia Group which met in Monrovia in May 1961 consisting mainly of English-speaking states whose loyalties were basically Anglo-American. 2. The Brazzaville Group made up of French-speaking states mostly aligned to France. Both these groups adopted a go-slow attitude towards African emancipation and unity, and pursued a policy of conciliation with imperialism. Their views were expressed at the Lagos Conference January 1962, when 20 of Africa's 28 independent states met to discuss ways in which cooperation could be achieved. They agreed that, a. The absolute sovereignty and legality of each African state must be respected. b. The union of one state with another should be effected on a voluntary basis. c. There should be non-interference in each other's affairs. d. Political refugees from one state should not be given asylum in another state. North America was unrepresented at the Lagos Conference because the Algerian provisional government was not invited. The Casablanca powers and the Sudan also declined to go for the same reason. Imperialist diplomacy appeared to have achieved its purpose admirably, in splitting up the independent states of Africa into separate and conflicting groups. The efforts of the militant Casablanca group were checked by a pro-imperialist bloc, which was in its turn subdivided into pro-French and pro-English branches. The Organization of African Unity, OAU. The militant African forces did achieve a certain amount of success when all blocs and groups joined together to form the OAU at Addis Ababa in 1963. However, appearances are sometimes deceptive. The dissolution of pro-imperialist groups did not mean that the interests they represented had also vanished. On the contrary, an examination of recent events exposes serious weaknesses within the OAU. The organization failed to solve the crises in the Congo and Rhodesia, both of them test cases, the former involving a direct challenge to neocolonialism, and the latter open confrontation with a minority, settler government. In fact, the OAU is in danger of developing into a useful cover for the continued, sterile action of conflicting interests, the only difference being, that in the context of one big brotherly organization reactionary tactics are camouflaged and applied through the subtleties of negotiations. This change of tactics works as strongly as ever against the fundamental interests of progressive forces in Africa, since it hides concessions to imperialism. Negotiations are conducted behind closed doors and surrounded by a mysterious cloak of diplomatic protocol, making knowledge of the proceedings inaccessible to the general public. However, 4 explosive issues discussed at the OAU conference in Accra in 1965, alerted progressive opinion to the dangers of continued compromise, I. The crisis in Rhodesia. 2. The struggle in the Congo. 3. The treatment of African political refugees. 4. The problem of Southwest Africa. In the first case, the African heads of state failed to agree on a practical way of checking Ian Smith's rebellion, and instead fell back on the feudal policy of negotiations with Britain combined with diplomatic pressure at international and UN level. Similarly, in the Congo, the fundamental issue of the crisis was avoided in spite of the tense situation resulting from the gallant stand of the freedom fighters carrying on the struggle in the spirit of Lumumba. On the question of the status and treatment of African political refugees, the OAU again failed to find a solution, and heads of state continued to regard them merely as outlaws or barter goods. The radical Mrican states in the OAU were confronted with the difficulty of finding effective expression for the aspirations of the broad masses of the people. The struggle seemed to unfold in two different spheres, the one in the streets, villages, workshops, and factories, and the other in the hushed and closed atmosphere of air-conditioned houses and offices. In this situation, the genuine threat of imperialism and its neo-colonialist agents tended to be underestimated, and the progressive states placed too much reliance on the OAU. In the meantime, the pro-imperialist states, although pretending to rally to the revolutionary elements within the OAU in order to avoid a direct confrontation, had been creating and expanding an organization after their own heart, the Organisation Commune Africaine et Malgache, OCAM, into a larger unit to include all French-speaking African states under the name Francophonie. As a result, the progressive states, failing to close their ranks, were left to fight inadequately and alone against the massive escalation of imperialism, and the active consolidation of its position through plots and a series of coups d'état. Some essential features of the enemy's offensive externally mounting imperialist aggression in Africa foreshadows a decline in the strength of imperialism, since the use of violence to maintain imperialist rule invariably sparks off a stronger explosion of revolutionary activity among oppressed peoples, and experience has shown that such movements can be neither destroyed nor contained. The American fiascos in Vietnam, Santo Domingo, and Cuba illustrate the point. So, also do the resolutions condemning U.S. imperialism passed by representatives from 3 continents, Africa, Asia, and Latin America, when they met in conference at Havana in 1966. Taken aback by the compelling reality of tricontinental solidarity, the U.S. imperialists hastened to condemn the Havana resolutions as subversive and resolved to take appropriate preventive measures, including military action against any popular movement considered to be a danger to the free world under U.S. leadership. At the same time, they predicted other coups in Africa during the ensuing year, and immediately set to work, with or without the collaboration of European accomplices, to help this prediction to come true. It was evidently felt that the resort to quick action was necessary because of the uncompromising stand against imperialist action in the hot zones of the world taken by progressive governments. The latter were succeeding in arousing world opinion against imperialist atrocities in Vietnam, and in drawing attention to the worsening crises in Rhodesia and the Congo, the South African military build-up, NATO's assistance to Portugal in her colonial wars, and interventions in Latin America and the Caribbean. Organizations will remain weak and subject to the same neo-colonialist pressures and domination, as long as they lack overall political cohesion. Without political unity, African states can never commit themselves to full economic integration, which is the only productive form of integration able to develop our great resources fully for the well-being of the African people as a whole. Furthermore, the lack of political unity places inter-African economic institutions at the mercy of powerful, foreign commercial interests, and sooner or later these will use such institutions as funnels through which to pour money for the continued exploitation of Africa. 3. The political union conception, that a union government should be in charge of economic development, defense and foreign policy, while other government functions would continue to be discharged by the existing states grouped, in federal fashion, within a gigantic central political organization. Clearly, This is the strongest position Africa could adopt in its struggle against modern imperialism. However, any sincere critical appraisal of past activities and achievements of the OAU would tend to show that, as it is now constituted, the OAU is not likely to be able to achieve the political unification of Africa. This is obviously why imperialists, although against the idea of political union, will do nothing to break the OAU. It serves their purpose in slowing down revolutionary progress in Africa. The state of affairs is mirrored both in the discouragement of freedom fighters in the remaining colonial territories and South Africa, and in the growing perplexity amongst freedom fighters from neo-colonized territories. The struggle for African continental union and socialism may be hampered by the enemy within, those who declare their support for the revolution and at the same time, by devious means, serve and promote the interests of imperialists and neo-colonialists. Examination of recent events in our history, and of our present condition, reveals the urgent need for a new strategy to combat imperialist aggression, and this must be devised on a continental scale. Either we concentrate our forces for a decisive armed struggle to achieve our objectives, or we will each fall one by one to the blows of imperialism in its present stage of open and desperate offensive. 2. Internally, the capitalist imperialist states face serious economic and social difficulties. Rising prices, balance of payments problems, widespread and repeated strikes are only a few of the symptoms of the general malaise. In the United States, the grave domestic situation is aggravated by the massive counterattacks of the African American revolutionaries. Almost everywhere, behind the smoke screens, the social and economic situation is unhealthy, and particularly in the second-class capitalist states. And these mounting economic crises mean heavier dependence on the exploitation of the peoples of Africa, Asia, and Latin America. The need for self-critical objective diagnosis: if imperialists are faced with so many external and domestic difficulties, how then can they afford to step up their aggression in Africa? To answer this question, it is necessary to examine the internal factors which make our continent so vulnerable to attack, and particularly to look closely at the whole question of African unity. For this lies at the core of our problem. There are three conflicting conceptions of African unity which explain to a large extent the present critical situation in Africa: the mutual protection theory, that the OAU serves as a kind of insurance against any change in the status quo, membership providing a protection for heads of state and government against all forms of political action aimed at their overthrow. Since most of the leaders who adhere to this idea owe their position to imperialists and their agents, it is not surprising that this is the viewpoint which really serves the interests of imperialism. For the puppet states are being used both for short-term purposes of exploitation and as springboards of subversion against progressive African states. 2. The functional conception, that African unity should be purely a matter of economic cooperation. Those who hold this view overlook the vital fact that African regional economic. Book 2. Strategy, Tactics, and Techniques. Preface. Revolutionary warfare is the logical, inevitable answer to the political, economic, and social situation in Africa today. We do not have the luxury of an alternative. We are faced with a necessity. Throughout the world, the escalation of imperialist aggression is making the issues clear, and exploitation can no longer be disguised. In Africa, a point of explosion against imperialism has been reached. But only a massive and organized will to fight can spark it off. Time is running out. We must act now. The freedom fighters already operating in many parts of Africa must no longer be allowed to bear the full brunt of a continental struggle against a continental enemy. The collective and continental nature of our will and our space, the urgency of conquering the initiative, and the protracted nature of a revolutionary war call for a united all-African organization of all freedom fighters on the African continent. We must coordinate strategy and tactics, and combine experience. Coordination requires organization, and organization can only be effective if each fighting unit is a disciplined part of the whole. Attack must be planned with diversion, retreat with consolidation, losses in one zone compensated for by gains in another, until the liberation movement is finally victorious, and the whole of Africa is free and united. As a continental nation we are young, strong, and resilient. The cohesive planning of our struggle and the combined strength of our will to win will do the rest. Africa won, and this battle must be fought and won continentally. Organization for Revolutionary Warfare. A. The military balance. The dimension of our struggle is equal to the size of the African continent itself. It is in no way confined within any of the absurd limits of the microstates created by the colonial powers, and jealously guarded by imperialist puppets during the neo-colonialist period. For although the African nation is at present split up among many separate states, it is in reality simply divided into two, our enemy and ourselves. The strategy of our struggle must be determined accordingly, and our continental territory considered as consisting of three categories of territories which correspond to the varying levels of popular organization and to the precise measure of victory attained by the people's forces over the enemy. Liberated areas 2. Zones under enemy control 3. Contested zones, i.e. hot points. Liberated areas. These areas may present minimal differences due to the varying ways in which independence was obtained. However, they can be collectively defined as territories where, a. independence was secured through an armed struggle, or through a positive AET-10 movement representing the majority of the population under the leadership of an anti-imperialist and well-organized mass party. b. A puppet regime was overthrown by a people's movement, Zanzibar, Congo-Brazzaville, Egypt. c. A social revolution is taking place to consolidate political independence by, promoting accelerated economic development 2. Improving working conditions. 3. Establishing complete freedom from dependence on foreign economic interests. It therefore follows that a liberated zone can only be organized by a radically anti-imperialist party whose duty it is, a. to decolonize and, b. to teach the theory and practice of socialists as applied to the African social milieu, and adapted to local circumstances. The People's Socialist parties take the necessary steps to transform the united but heterogeneous front which fought for independence into an ideological monolithic party of cotters. Thus, in a truly liberated territory, one can observe, political growth achieved as a result of discussions and agreements concluded within the party. 2. Steady progress to transform theory into practice along the ideological lines drawn by the party. 3. Constant improvement, checking and rechecking of the development plans to be carried out by the party and at state level. 4. Political maturity among party members, who are no longer content to follow a vague and general line of action. Revolutionary political maturity is the prelude to the reorganization of the party structure along more radical lines. However, no territory may be said to be truly liberated if the party leadership, apart from consolidating the gains of national independence, does not also undertake to, a. support actively the detachments of revolutionary liberation movements in the contested zones of Mrika. b. contribute to the organization and revolutionary practice of the people's forces in neocolonialist states, i.e. in zones under enemy control or in contested areas. c. effect an organic liaison of its political and economic life with the other liberated zones of the African nation. This implies a system of mutual servicing and aid between the various detachments of the liberation movements and the liberated zones, so that a continuous exchange of experience, advice, and ideas will ink the progressive parties in power with the parties struggling in the contested zones. Each liberated zone should be ready to offer the use of its territory to detachments of the liberation movements so that the latter may establish their rear bases on friendly soil, and benefit from the provision of communications, hospitals, schools, factories, workshops, etc. It is important to bear in mind that a liberated area is constantly exposed to the many forms of enemy action and attack. It is the duty of both the liberation movements and the liberated zones, to make objective and up-to-date analyses of the enemy's aggression. 2. To take action to recapture any base lost to the enemy, and to help correct the mistakes which enabled the enemy to gain temporary victory. In fact, the liberated areas of Africa do not yet come fully up to all the standards required of them. For example, in certain liberated zones, the level of economic liberation is clearly inferior to the high level of revolutionary awareness. But the main criterion for judging them to be liberated is the actual direction in which they are moving, since our assessment is of changing, not static phenomena. Zones under enemy control. The imperialists control such zones, a. through an administration manned by foreigners. The territory is then externally subjected. b. through a puppet government made up of local elements. The territory is then both internally and externally subjected. c. through a settler, minority government. In this territory, settlers have established the rule of a majority by a minority. There is no logic except the right of might that can accept such a situation. The predominant racial group must, and will, provide the government of a COUDTRY. Settlers, provided they accept the principle of one man one vote, and majority rule, may be tolerated, but settler-minority governments, never. They are a dangerous anachronism, and must be swept away completely and forever. A territory under enemy control therefore is governed against the interests of the majority. Such zones are economically, militarily, and politically alienated. It is precisely in these territories that the enemy has its military camps, aerodromes, naval establishments, and broadcasting stations, and where foreign banks, insurance firms, mining, industrial and trading companies have their headquarters. In other words, these zones are enemy nerve centers. Earlier proof of the neocolonialist and neoliberated character of these states is seen in the refusal of their governments to allow liberation movements to open offices, establish bases, or enjoy freedom of transit for troops and equipment on their way to the front. The strength of a territory under enemy control may be assessed by taking into account the following factors: I. The level of organization attained by the reactionary forces in control there. 2. The type and degree of repression exerted against the People's Liberation Movement, ill, the degree and modes of exploitation exerted upon the toiling masses. 4. The military means available to the reactionaries in power. v. The nature of the economic interests imperialism is out to promote in that territory and in neighboring areas, for example, strategic materials, important commercial and industrial complexes, etc. 6. The overall strategic advantages which imperialism hopes to gain from the subjugation of the territory. Such gains may be exclusively political. As far as our struggle is concerned, our most vital asset is the degree of revolutionary awareness attained by the workers and the masses in the zone under enemy control. The political maturity or immaturity of the masses constitutes the main difference between an enemy-held zone and a contested zone. The revolutionary awareness of the broad masses in an enemy-held zone must express itself in national boycotts, strikes, sabotage, and insurrection. It would be a mistake to maintain that the total of areas under enemy control is exactly equal to the sum of neo-colonialist and colonialist governments. Sociopolitical phenomena are less mechanical than that. In each case it is the level of the people's awareness and participation that counts. Contested zones. A zone under enemy control can at any time become a contested area if the revolutionary forces in activity there are either on the verge of armed struggle or have reached an advanced stage of revolutionary organization. In some cases, a spark is enough to determine the turning point from preparation to action. In other circumstances, the embers can smolder underground for a much longer period. Sham independence zones, where the awakened masses have placed the enemy in such a precarious position that a single spark can start a prairie fire, can no longer be said to be under enemy control. In such a situation, the enemy is only superficially in command, and relies exclusively on support in the police, civil service, and the army, where it retains control only as long as the force of habit remains unchallenged. It is to be noted that the army and police are never homogeneous forces in Africa, and that this factor is of obvious tactical interest in a revolutionary struggle primarily based on the workers and peasants, but also aiming to obtain the support of all other possible elements. In these zones of revolutionary transition, the population feels deeply in sympathy with the revolutionary forces in neighboring areas, and often gives them invaluable assistance. These transitional zones may, either be used to organize the liberation of another neighboring territory which is economically more important and politically more mature, for instance, where a party of revolutionary opposition is already operating against the government. 2. Or, in case of strategic necessity, be directly seized from the enemy through the organization and armed action of the dissatisfied masses. A careful study should be made of the range of possibilities offered by a territory under puppet, neocolonialist control. Full investigation will disclose that the puppet government is not homogeneous, and that it is therefore vulnerable. It will also be found that the people are often virtually liberated but that they are not aware of it because no one has organized them to act purposefully to seize what is their due, i.e. political control and the control of economic wealth. Between a zone under enemy control where the masses are awakening and a wholly contested zone, there is only one missing link, a handful of genuine revolutionaries prepared to organize and act. There are many more contested zones than liberated ones. In fact, the total area of contested zones covers most of the African continent. All the more reason why we should take vigilant care of our liberated territories. A contested zone is not only a zone of revolutionary activity, but it is also an area in which a people's party works underground or semi-clandestinely to organize the overthrow of a puppet government. For there is no fundamental difference between armed struggle as such and organized revolutionary action of a civil type. The various methods of our struggle, and the changing from one method to another should be determined mainly by the circumstances and the set of conditions prevailing in a given territory. The forces struggling in the contested zones are in the front line of the revolutionary liberation movement. They must receive material support from the liberated zones in order to carry their mission through to a successful end. This involves a development of the struggle until a people's insurrectionary movement is able to assume power. A political party operating in a contested zone may be said to be truly revolutionary if, it is actively organizing the people, training cadres, etc. 2. Its essential objective is the total destruction of the puppet government or the colonial power, in order to build in its place the organs of the people's political power based on mass organization and mass education. The latter objective can only be achieved through a policy of direct confrontation with the enemy, and not through devious negotiations and compromise. This is the only correct approach to the African situation if the problem of the revolution is to be studied in depth and from the people's point of view. Retarding factors. However, certain factors have retarded the final unleashing of anti-imperialist action and the unfolding of a people's revolution throughout the African nation. 1. The readiness of imperialists to exploit any cracks in our armor. 2. The undue emphasis placed on diplomatic procedure and negotiations to provide solutions. 3. The varying degrees of isolationism practiced by the cadres of ruling parties in spite of their recognition, on a theoretical level, of the necessity for a continental, anti-imperialist struggle and reconstruction. 4. The tendency manifested by certain ruling parties in the liberated zones to indulge in a slack, wait-and-see policy, merely toying with progressive ideas, and neglecting to analyze and resolve national problems in a positive way. This has created a dangerous climate of uneasiness, confusion, and discouragement for African revolutionaries, and fertile ground for neocolonialist intrigue and attacks. The existence of a more or less conscious opportunism amongst some leaders of the liberation movement both in the liberated and contested territories, which is symptomatic of a low level of ideological conviction. High Command. Africa will be liberated sooner or later against all odds. But if it is to be soon, by an accelerated revolution of the people, and a total war against imperialism, then we must establish a unified continental high command here and now, to plan revolutionary war, and to initiate action. If we fail to do this, and to lead the people's revolution, we are likely to be swept away one by imperialism and neocolonialism. It is no longer feasible to take a middle course. The time for reform, however progressive, is past. For reforms cannot hold the enemy at bay, nor can they convince the silent, internal agents of neocolonialism, eliminate the puppets, or even destroy the capitalist structure and mentality inherited from colonialism. The cancerous growths are proliferating at the very heart of our parties and territories, whether they emerge under the cloak of constitutionalism, parliamentarianism, bureaucratic etiquette, and imposing civil service, officers trained in Western apolitical tradition to maintain the bourgeois capitalist status quo by means of military coups, or if they appear in the more obvious guise of corruption and nepotism. The people's armed struggle, the highest form of political action, is a revolutionary catalyst in the neocolonialist situation. Peaceful political action to achieve liberation has been proved ineffective, a. with the accession of the majority of American states to independence and the advent of neocolonialism on a massive scale, b. with the increasingly continental dimension of our struggle. Pacific political action was, in general, potent during the national phase of the liberation movement, and in Bisa and America, where independence often developed a chain read one on. However, even then there were significant exceptions. In Kenya, for example, where recourse to peaceful political action was denied to the masses, the people's movement resorted to more direct and concentrated action in the form of Mau Mau. In Algeria, a 7-year armed liberation struggle was needed. Elsewhere, the independence movement pushed beyond the fringe of pacificism, as in Ghana and Guinea, where positive action was employed. The crystallization of a more concentrated form of political action is in fact to be found in the development of almost all African independence movements. The reason for this was the need to establish a new social order after nominal independence has been achieved, and the escalation of imperialist action. The latter appeared in the corruption of independence through neocolonialism and puppet regimes. 2. Direct imperialist aggression against liberation forces, for example in the Congo. Increased multilateral and bilateral imperialist support to a. remaining colonial powers, Portugal, Spain, b. fascist racist regimes, Rhodesia, South Africa, c. puppet regimes and local reactionaries to assist their infiltration and attempts to suppress progressive and revolutionary forces throughout the continent. In less than 3 years, from 1960, the armed form of struggle became a necessity of the African anti-colonial liberation movement, and the same process may be observed in most neocolonialist situations. From 1961 onwards, the armed form of political action reached another turning point with the creation of a united front coordinating the struggle of freedom fighters in all the Portuguese colonies. This organization, CONP, links up the politico-military struggle of I2,000 inhabitants over an area of some 0.2 million square kilometers. In effect, then, anti-imperialist pacifism is dying, and on a continental scale, because the political action which led to independence deviated to become the sole monopoly and privilege of a reactionary elite which deprives the masses of the right to political action, even in its pacific and constitutional form. 2. Neocolonialism has created a situation whereby the masses are exploited beyond the safe limits of exploitation. The ensuing massive explosion of pent-up discontent can be nothing but violent. The masses seize back their right to political action and make maximum use of it. 3. Imperialist action is escalating, a. to consolidate its position, military coups d'état in neocolonialist states. b. to gain ground and recapture lost initiative, reactionary coups d'état in progressive states. 4. Imperialism constantly infiltrates revolutionary opposition groups with agents, special police, and others, compelling such groups to arm even before they have attained the organizational stage of armed struggle. Whenever the pseudo-democratic institutions inherited from colonial rule are not used by its inheritors to build capitalism but are gradually remodeled or suddenly restructured towards a socialist line of development, imperialists intervene violently. 6. Violence clears the neocolonialist fog and reveals the invisible enemy and the subtle methods of camouflage employed by neocolonialists. The issues are made clear. As soon as the initial revolutionary units emerge, the puppet regime is doomed. A chain reaction begins. The puppets are compelled to break the promises they have made. They had survived in the teeth of opposition only because they uneasily preserved an outward appearance of progressive action. Now, they have to suppress and kill openly in order to survive. Once the first drop of patriotic blood is shed in the fight, the puppet regime is irrevocably condemned. Guerrilla points spread like oilskins. Not only have the internal contradictions of neocolonialism fully ripened, but the African masses have attained such a degree of political awareness that they literally force the struggle to break out into the open. The need for coordinated revolutionary action, the international balance of forces, and more particularly the existence of powerful socialist states, gave rise to the theory that in certain territories dominated by imperialism on our continent it was possible to take a Pacific road to socialism. But such reasoning is based on the false premise that the question of coordinating revolutionary action in Africa and the world has already been solved, and that therefore imperialism is no longer able to concentrate its forces to act decisively against the most threatening parts of the Popular Liberation Front. In reality, the situation is quite different. Imperialists are waging an all-out struggle against the socialist states, and the revolutionary liberation movements through unilitary means, and through insidious but powerful methods of psychological warfare, propaganda. 2. Imperialists have formed an international syndicate of unilitary and economic forces to achieve its aggressive aims. 3. Imperialists have, in recent years, assisted in the establishment of numerous puppet governments in Africa. The historical experience of the people of Asia, Latin America, and of Africa has shown that imperialism has often forcefully intervened to prevent the peaceful achievement of socialism. In the case of Ghana, a coup occurred at the very time a decisive turning point in socialist development was about to be reached. The continental scope now attained by popular insurrection in Africa is a reality. It remains for us to devise effective coordinating machinery. Our accumulated experience has shown that only practical and planned coordination on a continental scale will prevent the enemy from concentrating its forces on isolated and therefore more vulnerable targets. In our war, isolation is one of the greatest dangers. We have already been able to outpace the enemy in certain ways by increasing our means of production, 2. Bringing a higher level of organization to the people. Spreading the essential features of the African People's Revolution, 4. Unmasking neocolonialism and its puppets. We have succeeded in accumulating energy and willpower. But it is also true that we have not yet defeated either the external, or the internal enemy. For victory, a politico-military organization must be established to provide the machinery for a qualitative conversion of revolutionary action in Africa. B. Politico-military organization. The following measures should be taken. The formation of the All-African People's Revolutionary Party, APRP, to coordinate policies and to direct action. 2. The creation of an All-African People's Revolutionary Army, APRA, to unify our liberation forces and to carry the armed struggle through to final victory. APRP and the All-African Committee for Political Coordination, ACC, the formation of a political party linking all liberated territories and struggling parties under a common ideology will smooth the way for eventual continental unity, and will at the same time greatly assist the prosecution of the All-African People's War. To assist the process of its formation, an All-African Committee for Political Coordination, ACC, should be established to act as a liaison between all parties which recognize the urgent necessity of conducting an organized and unified struggle against colonialism and neocolonialism. This committee would be created at the level of the central committees of the ruling parties and struggling parties, and would constitute their integrated political consciousness. The ACC as the political arm of APRA would fulfill the following functions: ensure cooperation between the ruling parties of the liberated territories building socialism, and enable them to support each other in the fight against the internal enemy. 2. Promote widespread and collective ideological training for the cadres of parties teaching the theory of anti-colonialist and anti-neocolonialist struggle, the case for African unity and for the building of socialism. This would be done in ACC schools or in political training camps throughout the liberated territories. 3. Coordinate and harmonize all political effort and assistance given to the revolutionary movements in colonized or apartheid areas, and to the progressive forces in all the neo-colonized areas. 4. Provide an organic link with the peoples of Africa, Asia, and Latin America who are struggling against imperialism, organization of solidarity with the peoples of Africa, Asia, and Latin America, OSPODL. 5. Ensure permanent relations with the socialist states of the world. 6. Maintain and create links with all workers' movements in the capitalist imperialist states. Thus the OCK would emerge as the organizational instrument of a united struggle, and a centralizing and disciplinary organ providing permanent contact with the masses and with the scattered centers of their revolutionary activities. Such coordination would unify revolutionary action of the vanguard African territories and would enable them to exert decisive influence on the revolutionary liberation movement by allowing them to participate actively in it. The All-African People's Revolutionary Army, APRA, members of APRA will be the armed representatives of the African People's Socialist parties struggling against colonialism and neocolonialism. They will be the direct product of the African Revolutionary Liberation Movement and will be organized as in Chart 5, page 64. These revolutionary armed forces will be under the direction of a high command, made up of the THIRD leaders, RA, of various revolutionary movements Africa. This its turn will come under the All-African Committee for Political Coordination, OCC, which represents the political leadership of the entire revolutionary movement. Thus the military, i.e. the armed forces, will always be subordinate to, and under the control of, the political leadership. 33. Extracts from class struggle in Africa. In Africa, where so many different kinds of political, social, and economic conditions exist, it is not an easy task to generalize on political and socio-economic patterns. Remnants of communalism and feudalism still remain, and in parts of the continent ways of life have changed very little from traditional times. In other areas a high level of industrialization and urbanization has been achieved. Yet in spite of Africa's socio-economic and political diversity, it is possible to discern certain common political, social, and economic conditions and problems. These derive from traditional past, common aspirations, and from shared experience under imperialism, colonialism and neocolonialism. There is no part of the continent which has not known oppression and exploitation, and no part which remains outside the processes of the African Revolution. Everywhere, the underlying unity of purpose of the peoples of Africa is becoming increasingly evident, and no African leader can survive who does not pay at least lip service to the African revolutionary objectives of total liberation, unification, and socialism. In this situation, the ground is well prepared for the next crucial phase of the revolution, when the armed struggle which has now emerged must be intensified, expanded, and effectively coordinated at strategic and tactical levels, and at the same time, a determined attack must be made on the entrenched position of the minority reactionary elements amongst our own peoples. For the dramatic exposure in recent years of the nature and extent of class struggle in Africa, through the succession of retentionary military coups and the outbreak of civil wars, particularly in West and Central Africa, has demonstrated the unity between the interests of neocolonialism and the indigenous bourgeoisie. At the core of the problem is the class struggle. For too long, i.e., social and political commentators have talked and written as though Africa lies outside the mainstream of world historical development, a separate entity to which the social, economic, and political patterns of the world do not apply. Myths such as African socialism and pragmatic socialism, implying the existence of a brand or brands of socialism applicable to Africa alone, have been propagated, and much of our history has been written in terms of socio-anthropological and historical theories as though Africa had no history prior to the colonial period. One of these distortions has been the suggestion that the class structures which exist in other parts of the world do not exist in Africa. Nothing is further from the truth. A fierce class struggle has been raging in Africa. The evidence is all around us. In essence it is, as in the rest of the world, a struggle between the oppressors and the oppressed. The African Revolution is an integral part of the world socialist revolution, and just as the class struggle is basic to world revolutionary processes, so also is it fundamental to the struggle of the workers and peasants of Africa. Class divisions in modern African society became blurred to some extent during the pre-independence period, when it seemed THRE was national unity and all classes joined forces to eject the zero-lal power. This led some to proclaim that there weo class DL lawns in Africa and that the communalism and egalitarité d once move traditional African SCD made any notion of a class struggle out of the question. But the exposure of this fallacy followed quickly after independence, when class cleavages which had been temporarily subverted the struggle to win political freedom reappeared, often with increased intensity, particularly in those states where the newly independent government embarked on socialist policies. For the African bourgeoisie, the class which thrived under colonialism, is the same class which is benefiting under the post-independence, NCA colonial period. Its basic tearist lies in wrestling capitalist social and economic structure. It is therefore, alliance with international monopoly finance capital and neocolonialism, and in direct conflict with the African masses, whose aspirations can only be fulfilled through scientific socialism. Although the African bourgeoisie is small numerically, and lacks the financial and political strength of its counterparts in the highly industrialized countries, it gives the illusion of being economically strong because of its close tie-up with foreign finance capital and business interests. Many members of the American bourgeoisie are employed by foreign firms and have, therefore, a direct financial stake in the continuance of the foreign economic exploitation of Africa. Others, notably in the civil service, trading and mining firms, the armed forces, the police, and in the professions, are committed to capitalism because of their background, their Western education, and their shared experience and enjoyment of positions of privilege. They are mesmerized by capitalist institutions and organizations. They ape the way of life of their old colonial masters, and are determined to preserve the status and power inherited from them. Africa has in fact in its midst a hardcore of bourgeoisie who are analogous to colonists and settlers in that they live in positions of privilege, a small, selfish, money-minded, reactionary minority among vast masses of exploited and oppressed people. Although apparently strong because of their support from neocolonialists and imperialists, they are extremely vulnerable. Their survival depends on foreign support. Once this vital link is broken, they become powerless to maintain their positions and privileges. They and the hidden hand of neocolonialism and imperialism which supports and abets reaction and exploitation now tremble before the rising tide of worker and peasant awareness of the class struggle in America. Colonialism, imperialism, and neocolonialism are expressions of capitalism and of bourgeois economic and political aspirations. In Africa, under colonialism, capitalist development led to the decline of feudalism and to the emergence of new class structures. Before the colonial period, the power of the chiefs, which was generally not based on land ownership, was strictly limited and controlled. The stool and not the chief was sacred. Control was exercised by a council of elders. Colonialism reinforced the power iorchiastbi the system oath direct rule. They were given new powers, were sometimes paid, and became for the most part the local agents of colonialism. In some colonized areas new chiefs were appointed by the colonial power. These became known as warrant chiefs. Imperialists utilized the feudal and tribal nobility to support their exploitation, and this resulted in a blunting of social contradictions, since the feudal and semi-feudal strata maintained a strong hold over the peasant masses and inhibited the growth of revolutionary organizations. Relics of feudalism still exist in many parts of Africa. For example, in northern Nigeria and in North and West Cameroon, tribal chiefs live on the exploitation of peasants who not only have to pay them tributes and taxes, but who often have to do forced labor. But although feudal relics remain, the colonial period ushered in capitalist social structures. The period was characterized by the rise of the petty bourgeoisie, and of a small but influential national bourgeoisie consisting in the main of intellectuals, civil servants, members of the professions, and of officers in the armed forces and police. There was a marked absence of capitalists among the bourgeoisie, since local business enterprise was on the whole discouraged by the colonial power. Anyone wishing to achieve wealth and status under colonialism was therefore likely to choose a career in the professions, the civil service or the armed forces, because there were so few business opportunities. Foreigners controlled mining, industrial enterprises, banks, wholesale trade, and large-scale farming. In most of America, the bourgeoisie was, in fact, for the most part petty bourgeoisie. It was partly the restrictions placed on the business outlets of the American bourgeoisie which led it to oppose imperialist rule. The end of the Second World War, when the pressure for national liberation was increased, imperialists were compelled to admit part of the American bourgeoisie to spheres from which it had previously been excluded. More Africans were allowed into the state machinery and into foreign companies. Thus, a new African elite, closely linked with foreign capital, was created. At the same time, repressive measures were taken against progressive parties and trade unions. Several colonialist wars were fought, as for example, the wars against the peoples of Madagascar, Cameroon, and Algeria. It was during this period that the foundations of neocolonialism were laid. During the national liberation struggle, the petty bourgeoisie tends to divide into three main categories. Firstly, there are those who are heavily committed to colonialism and to capitalist economic and social development. These are in the main the officials and professional men, and agents of foreign firms and companies. Secondly, there are the revolutionary petty bourgeoisie, the nationalists, who want to end colonial rule but who do not wish to see a transformation of society. They form part of the national bourgeoisie. Thirdly, there are those who sit on the fence, and are prepared to be passive onlookers. In general, few members of the African bourgeoisie amassed sufficient capital to become significant in the business sector. The African bourgeoisie remains therefore largely a comprador class, sharing in some of the profits which imperialism drains from Africa. Under conditions of colonialism and neocolonialism, it will never be encouraged sufficient to become strong in the economic sphere, since this would mean creating business competitors. The local bourgeoisie must always be subordinate partners to foreign capitalism. For this reason, it cannot achieve power as a class ergovem without the close support of reactionary feudal elements within the country, or without the political, economic, and military support of international capitalism. Imperialism may foster liberation movements in colonial areas when capitalist exploitation has reached the stage of giving rise to a labor movement which seriously threatens the interests of international capitalism. By the granting of political independence to bourgeois parties, reactionary indigenous forces can thereby be put into positions of power which enable them to cement their alliance with the international bourgeoisie. In practically every national liberation struggle, there emerge two liberation parties. One of them is the genuine People's Party, committed not only to national liberation but to socialism. The other aims at political independence, but intends to preserve capitalist structures, and is supported by imperialism. In the majority of the independent African states there exist embryonic elements of a rural bourgeoisie. In Ghana, large farmers and cocoa brokers come into this category. According to the 1960 census, the rural bourgeoisie number 1.4 million, while the urban middle class was estimated at 300,000. This was in a population 24% of which was defined American Samoa urban. In most cases, both urban and rural bourgeoisie are not conscious of themselves as a class, though they are very much aware of their strength and importance, and conscious of the threat to their privileged positions in society by the increasing pressure of worker-peasant resistance. In the struggle for political independence, urban workers, peasants, and the national bourgeoisie ally together to eject the colonial power. Class cleavage are temporarily blurred. But once independence is achieved, class conflicts come to the fore over the social and economic policies of the new government. It is possible for classes to combine in the post-colonial situation, and the nature of the government is assessed by which particular class interests are dominant. Theorists arguing that proletariat and petty bourgeoisie should join together to win the peasantry, in order to attack the bourgeoisie, ignore the fact that the petty bourgeoisie will always, when it comes to the pinch, side with the bourgeoisie to preserve capitalism. It is only peasantry and proletariat working together who are wholly able to subscribe to policies of all-out socialism. Where conflict involves both political and economic interests, the economical waste prevails. The African bourgeoisie, in common with their counterpart in other parts of the world, hold the view that governments exist to protect private property, and that success is measured by wealth, acquisition of property and social status. They set up bourgeois organizations such as clubs and professional associations on the model of those existing in the bourgeois societies of Europe and the Americas. They want politics to be confined to the struggles between various propertied groups. It is common in Africa and in other areas of the world, notably Asia and Latin America, for there to be a succession of bourgeois coups d'état in a single state. The propertied fight the property for political supremacy. Free independent states of Africa, as and Amenka, have a similar historical past in that they have suffered from imperialism and colonialism, and after political independence have in almost every case been swept into the orbit of neo-colonialism. In this situation, the majority are governed by bourgeois elements who compete among themselves for political domination. For whichever group succeeds in dominating the political scene is in a position to enhance its property and status. Other factors such as regionalism and tribalism obviously enter into the struggle for power among the indigenous bourgeoisie, but the essential point remains, that these struggles take place among the propertied class and are not struggles between classes. The tribal formula is frequently used to obscure the class forces created in African society by colonialism. In many areas, uneven economic development under colonial rule led to a differentiation of economic functions along ethnic lines. This tendency is exploited in the interests of international capitalism. A distinction must be made between tribes and tribalism. The clan is the extended family, and the tribe is the extended clan with the same ethnic language within a territory. There were tribes in Africa before imperialist penetration, but no tribalism in the modern sense. Tribalism arose from colonialism, which exploited feudal and tribal survivals to combat the growth of national liberation movements. The formation of nationalities was retarded as a result of colonial conquest, when the imperialists carved up Africa among themselves, disregarding geographical, linguistic and ethnic realities. The normal growth of the economy and of the class structure of African society was hindered and distorted. Patriarchal and feudal structures were artificially preserved, and all possible obstacles erected to prevent the emergence of a class-conscious proletariat. Capitalist methods of exploitation inevitably gave birth to a proletariat, particularly in areas where mines and plantations were highly developed, as in South and East Africa, and in Congo-Kinshasa. Here, workers were kept in tribal or traditional structures, and in reservations, in an attempt to prevent the growth of class consciousness. At independence, the colonial powers again fostered separatism and tribal differences through the encouragement of federal constitutions. Genuine independence was prevented through the operation of diverse forms of neocolonialism. In the era of neocolonialism, tribalism is exploited by the bourgeois ruling classes as an instrument of power politics, and as a useful outlet for the discontent of the masses. Many of the so-called tribal conflicts in modern Africa are in reality class forces brought into conflict by the transition from colonialism to neocolonialism. Tribalism is the result, not the cause, of underdevelopment. In the majority of tribal conflicts, the source is the exploiting bourgeois or feudal minority in cooperation with imperialists and neocolonialists seeking to promote their joint class interests. Support has tended to be withdrawn from traditional rulers and transferred to the rising urban bourgeoisie who are, under neocolonialism, in a better position to maintain and promote the interests of international capitalism. The process assumes the appearance of a tribal confrontation, but in reality is part of the class struggle. The emergence of tribes in any country is natural, or due to historical development. Tribes, like nationalities, may always remain in a country, but it is tribalism, tribal politics, that should be fought and destroyed. Under a socialist union government of Africa, tribalism, not tribes, will disappear. Certain elements among the African bourgeoisie and traditional rulers, for example, revolutionary intellectuals, may dissociate themselves from their class origin and the ideology connected with it. These are revolutionary outsiders, who can be absorbed into the ranks of the socialist revolution. For the most part, however, in areas of the world where capitalist development is in its infancy, the bourgeoisie, heavily outnumbered by peasantry and proletariat, feel threatened by the rising tide of socialism. As a result, there is a close drawing together of bourgeois elite groupings, and special reliance is placed on the military. Neocolonialist, bourgeois military coups take place to forestall or to encouragement of discord in interests of international monopoly finance. Destroy the power of workers and peasants, and of socialist-oriented governments. Such coups are strongly supported by the machinery of neocolonialism. For imperialists and neocolonialists seek, in their own interests, to support the privileged class which emerged under colonialism. Both indigenous bourgeoisie and neocolonialists have common interests in prolonging their dominance by preserving the fundamental features of the colonial state apparatus. The bureaucratic bourgeoisie, in particular, is the spoiled child of neocolonialist governments. Many African states spend ridiculously large sums of money on their bureaucrats. For example, Gabon, with a population of less than 500,000, has a parliament of 65 members, each earning 165,000 francs a year. Yet the average worker in Gabon earns only 700 francs annually. In Dahomey, 60% of the national income is spent on paying the salaries of government officials. The bureaucratic bourgeoisie, the inheritors of the functions of earlier ruling classes, are closely connected with foreign firms, with the diplomats of imperialist countries, and with the African exploiting classes. Although not a cohesive elite, they are in general dedicated to the capitalist path of development, and are among the most devoted of indigenous agents of neocolonialism. Their education and class position largely isolate them from the masses. At independence, their position is strengthened immeasurably by the Africanization policies of the newly independent government, and by the tremendous increase of work entailed in the large-scale economic and social planning undertaken by the new government. They provide the administrative and technical expertise required. Further, they are able to select and organize the information to be laid before ministers responsible for the formulation of policy. In this way, they play a considerable part in actual decision-making. Many top bureaucrats assume responsibilities and powers for which they are not equipped. They tend to become arrogant and isolated from the lower strata of civil servants and clerks, and submissive to foreign, neocolonialist bureaucrats. When they exert influence on policy, it is likely to be along class lines. Their education and class position make them separate from the masses, and they become the willing accomplices of local capitalists, dishonest intellectuals, ambitious army and police officers, and of neocolonialists. Although subject always to the control of a political and military authority, they occupy an extremely strong position in the neocolonialist state apparatus, and exert their influence in support of the ruling classes. They become in some cases, particularly under military police dictatorships, the de facto policy makers, without being answerable to the public. This becomes particularly apparent when they act in league with foreign bureaucrats. When reactionary military coups take place, whether or not they have been involved in planning them, they readily support the bourgeois coup makers by carrying on the day-to-day work of administration, and by assisting in the drawing up and carrying out of decrees and regulations. Top bureaucrats sit on the innumerable councils, commissions of inquiry and so on which proliferate after a coup. In effect, the establishment of arbitrary military police rule. enhances their position since the reactionary new rulers are utterly dependent on them. Unlike civilian governments, military regimes are in a position to impose policies without having to obtain the consent of the people's representatives. They can, therefore, allow bureaucrats much greater freedom of action. Top civil servants assist in policy making in most countries. In the USA, they change with the change of government and are very much a part of the decision-making power elite. In Britain, they are supposed to be apolitical and to serve whichever government is in power. THIRD law. But in Africa, bourgeoisie as a woe cannot seen M180 non from imperialism, colonialism, and neocolonialism. While representing only a very small fraction of the population, it is nevertheless a great danger to the African masses because of the strength it derives from its dependence on foreign bourgeois capitalism, which seeks to keep the peasants and workers of Africa in a condition of perpetual subjection. It is, in fact, impossible to separate the interests of the African bourgeoisie and those of international monopoly finance capital. The weakening of either one of them inevitably results in the weakening of the other. The alliance between the indigenous bourgeoisie and international monopoly finance capital is being further cemented by the growing trend towards partnership between individual African governments, or regional economic organizations, and giant, imperialist, multinational corporations. African governments, some of which claim to be pursuing a socialist path of development and nationalizing key industries, are in fact merely participating in them. They are combining with collective imperialism in the continuing exploitation of African workers and rural proletariat. The African government shields the corporations from the resistance of the working class, and bans strikes or becomes the strike breaker, while the corporations strengthen their stranglehold of the African economy, secure in the knowledge that they have government protection. In fact, the African governments become the policemen of imperialist, multinational corporations. There thus develops a common front to halt socialist advance. It is the indigenous bourgeoisie who provide the main means by which international monopoly finance continues to plunder Africa and to frustrate the purposes of the African revolution. The exposure and the defeat of the African bourgeoisie, therefore, provides the key to the successful accomplishment of the worker. Peasants struggle to achieve total liberation and socialism, and to advance the cause of the entire world's socialist revolution. A modern proletariat already exists in Africa, though it is relatively small in size. This is the class base for the building of socialism, and must be seen in the context of the international working class movement from which it derives much of its strength. The emergence of the working class in Africa is associated with colonialism and with foreign capital. In most areas, the size of the proletariat remains small because of the lack of large-scale industrialization. However, in countries with most developed economies, such as Egypt and South Africa, a strong working class emerged. It was in these countries, in the I-92 where Africa's first communist parties, consisting of workers, peasants, and intellectuals were formed. At about the same time, communist parties linked with the French Communist Party, were founded in Algeria, Morocco, and Tunisia. By the mid-I-950s, Africa had more than 10 million wage workers. Some 50% of all persons in paid employment were engaged in agriculture, 40% in industry and transport, and 10% in civil service and in trading establishments. By 1962, it is estimated that there were million workers in Africa, representing about 6 to 7% of the whole population. While this percentage may appear very small, for example compared with Asia where workers are said to number approximately 100 million, it must be assessed by its performance and its potential, and in solidarity with world proletarian movements. African workers played an important role in national liberation struggles. By strike action they succeeded in disrupting economic life and caused great embarrassment to the colonial administration. There were general strikes in Kenya, Nigeria, Ghana, and Guinea in the years leading up to independence. In addition, there were throughout colonial Africa innumerable strikes which affected particular sectors of the economy.
the Rand miners' strike of 1946, and the strikes in the Tanganyika sisal industry between 1957–9 are typical examples. During these strikes, and others equally effective but far too numerous to list, mass feeling was awakened, and workers became to some extent conscious of themselves as a class. South Africa is probably the most urbanized part of Africa. In 1966 it is estimated that there were about 7 million African workers living in the towns. It is because of this that some theorists argue it is possible to bypass the stage of bourgeois democracy in South Africa and to proceed straight to socialism. An interesting consideration in this respect is the fact that in China, the industrial working class was only 1% of the population before the Communist Revolution. Liberation armies were based largely on the peasantry. At present, the industrial working class of China is only about 3% of the total population. It is the task of the African urban proletariat to win the peasantry to revolution by taking the revolution to the countryside. For the most part, the peasantry are as yet unorganized, and unrevolutionary. Large numbers are illiterate. But once both urban proletariat and peasants join forces in the struggle to achieve socialism, the African Revolution has in effect been won. For the African bourgeoisie and their imperialist and neocolonialist masters cannot successfully resist their overwhelming combined strength. In many of the African independent states, the absence of large-scale industry, and the relatively low skill and educational standards of the workers retards class consciousness. They are often non-revolutionary, and have a petty bourgeois mentality. Yet in Senegal, for example, where the working class is larger than in many other African states, and where there is 95% illiteracy among male workers, and 99% among women, there is a vigorous working class movement. Under colonialism, the workers' struggle was largely directed against the foreign exploiter. It was in this sense more an colonial than a class struggle. It has, furthermore, strong racial undertones. This class-race aspect of the African workers' struggle remains under conditions of neocolonialism, and tends to blunt the awareness of the workers to the existence of indigenous bourgeois exploitation. The workers' attack is directed against Europeans, Lebanese, Indians and others, while the indigenous reactionary exploiter is overlooked. In neocolonialist states where there are immigrant workers, and where unemployment is rife, a similar situation develops. The anger of workers is surreptitiously fomented and directed by the neocolonialist puppet regime not so much against its own reactionary policies as against the alien workers. It is they who are blamed for the scarcity of jobs, the shortage of houses, rising prices, and so on. The result is that the African immigrant worker is victimized both by the government and by his own fellow workers. The government brings in measures to restrict immigration, to limit the opportunities of existing immigrants, and to expel certain categories. The indigenous workers, for their part, are led to believe by the government's action, that the cause of unemployment and bad living conditions is attributable in large measure to the presence of immigrant workers. Mass feeling against them is aroused, and helps to increase any already existing national and ethnic animosities. Instead of joining with immigrant workers to bring pressure on the government, many of them strongly support measures taken against them. In this they show lack of awareness of the class nature of the struggle, and the bourgeois laissez-aller benefit from the split among the ranks of the working class. Workers and nationality, race, tribe, and religion are malavancles in the struggle to achieve socialism. In the context of the African Socialist Revolution there is no justification for regarding non-African workers as a hindrance to economic progress, and there is similarly no justification for the victimization and the expulsion of migrant African labor from one territory to another. In Africa there should be no African alien. All are Africans. The enemy wall to be brought down and crushed is not the African alien worker but balkanization and the artificial territorial boundaries created by imperialism. The migrant urban population can be a very powerful force for the spread of revolutionary socialism. The many workers who go to the cities and to other African countries to work for a period of time and then return to their homes,
link the revolutionary movements of the proletariat with the countryside and with the labor movements of other states. They are an indispensable part of the revolutionary process, and the permanent mobility of the Mrican labor force must be encouraged and organized. Large-scale migrations of people is a feature of Mrica. There is on the one hand, the migration of country folk to the towns, and on the other hand, the migration of labor from one country to another. Towns are largely the product of external forces. They developed, in the main, as a result of the market economy introduced by European colonialism. Among the reasons for the migration from the countryside to the towns, are the search for employment, the desire for cash to buy manufactured goods, and to pay for the education of children, and the wish to enjoy the many amenities of town life. There has in recent years been a great increase in the urban population of Africa. For example, the figures below show the rate of growth in 3 of Ghana's main cities. Year population, figures are approximate. Accra 1936 38,000, 1960 338,000. Kumasi 1921 24,000, 1966 190,000. Tamale 1921 4,000, 1960 40,000. Broadly, the class structure of African towns may be said to include the bourgeois class of professional, intellectual, bureaucratic, military, business, political and managerial elites, the school teachers, clergy, small businessmen, executives in government departments, shopkeepers, and the lower middle class strata of junior clerks, artisans, tradesmen and semi-skilled workers. Secondly, there is the working class, comprising the broad mass of petty traders, manual workers, market women, and migrant laborers. Finally, there are what may be described as the déclassés. These are the beggars, prostitutes and general layabouts who form the lumpen proletariat, and those, mostly young people, connected with petty bourgeois or workers' families, who go to the towns from the rural areas, and who usually do no work but live at the expense of their families. These young people may play an important part in the liberation struggle. They are in touch with both town and countryside, and may become effective revolutionary cadres. Members of the bourgeois elites mix freely in clubs and societies, which cut across race and emphasize social class. The existence of class feeling is shown in the desire of many to join associations which will enhance status. The higher the educational qualifications, the higher the status and opportunities for top-level employment, and overseas education being rated the highest qualification of all. The migrant laborers bring with them their own social strata, ideologies, religions, and customs. Some of them become completely submerged and absorbed within the local population. But relatively few settle permanently. The vast majority work for a few years and then return to their native home. According to the 1960 census in Ghana, only 25% of the population of Tekoradi were of local origin. In Kumasi the figure was 37%. In Sekondi, 40% only were of local origin. In 1948, over half the population of Tekoradi, and 36% in the case of Accra, had lived in those towns for less than 5 years. It is estimated that some 40% of wage earners in Ghana are migrants. Though the percentage of migrant labor among urban population elsewhere in Mrica may differ substantially, wherever immigrant laborers exist they represent a vast mobile force which can become a vital factor in the African socialist revolution. They can assist the integration of workers in the revolutionary struggle and infiltrate every sector of the neocolonialist and bourgeois economy. Under conditions of neocolonialism, migrant labor tends to retard the development of class consciousness and to hinder the growth of workers' organizations. Migrant laborers form their own tribal associations, which are mainly benefit societies. Yet there was a big expansion of trade unionism in Africa after the Second World War. In many countries, trade unions participated actively in the liberation struggle, organizing strikes, boycotts, and other industrial action. The development of trade union militancy was vigorously opposed by the colonial powers who tried, and sometimes succeeded in eroding the leadership by reformism, and the infiltration of right-wing socialist ideas. In May 1961, on the initiative of trade unions in Ghana, Guinea, and Mali, the All-African Trade Union Congress was held in Casablanca, at which 45 trade union organizations and 38 countries were represented. The All-African Trade Union Federation, AATUV, was set up, founded on the principles of proletariat solidarity and internationalism. A rival trade union organization, the American Trade Union Congress, ATUC, was founded in January 1962, as the result of a conference held in Dakar attended by delegates from African organizations affiliated with the International Confederation of Free Trade Unions, and 8 independent trade union organizations. No mention was made in the Charter of the Confederation of African Trade Unions of either foreign monopolies or proletariat internationalism. The African trade union movement must be organized on a pan-African scale, be genuinely socialist-oriented, and developed as an integral part of the African workers' class struggle. For this purpose, an All-American Trade Union Congress must be established to coordinate and direct trade union activity throughout the entire African continent. It must be quite separate from the trade union organizations of other countries, though work at the international level in close association with them. Urbanization is at the core of social change. Therefore, industrialization, which is the main cause of urban growth, determines the social pattern. With growing industrialization, the African proletariat will increase in numbers and become more class-conscious. At present, America is industrially one of the least developed continents in the world. It produces 1/7 of the world's raw materials, but only 1/50 of the world's manufactures. The share of industry in Africa's total income is less than 14%. This situation is a legacy of imperialism and colonialism, and the exploitation of America to serve the interests of international monopoly finance capital. But it is also a result of the continuing imperialist and capitalist exploitation of America through neocolonialism. Western monopolies still dominate about 80% of the volume of American trade. A significant factor in recent times has been the rapid development of U.S. penetration. 1950, 1960, 1964 investments, $287 million, $925 million, $1,700 million. Exports from $916 million USA to Africa, $494 million. Imports from $1,22 million Africa, $362 million. Between 1951 to 55, direct U.S. investments in Africa increased more than 2 feet 5 inches times, from $313 million to $793 million. Particularly deep penetration was made into South Africa, Rhodesia, and Congo-Kinshasa. The methods of neocolonialism are economic control, in the form of aid, loans, trade, and banking, the stranglehold of indigenous economies through vast international interlocking corporations, political direction through puppet governments, social penetration through the cultivation of an indigenous bourgeoisie, the imposition of defense agreements, and the setting up of military and air bases, ideological expansion through the mass communications media of press, radio, and television. The emphasis being on anti-communism, the fomenting of discord between countries and tribes, and through collective imperialism, notably the politico-economic and military cooperation of Rhodesia, South Africa, and Portugal. Neocolonialism, by its very nature, cannot overcome its own problems and contradictions. Imperialism is moribund capitalism. Neocolonialism is moribund colonialism. Both sharpen the contradictions in their nature, which eventually lead to their destruction. Neocolonialism cannot prop up the governments of the new bourgeoisie, and promote stable economic development when the objective is profit for the foreign investor. Therefore, the indigenous bourgeoisie can never become a really safe governing class, and the need arises for more and more forceful intervention from external interests, and repression from within. This state of affairs accelerates the emergence of a really revolutionary class struggle. The granting of economic aid from capitalist countries is one of the most insidious ways in which neocolonialism hinders economic progress in the developing world, retarding industrialization and delaying the development of a large proletariat. Only % of US aid to Africa is spent on industrialization, and most of this is in those areas regarded as safe for capitalism. In contrast, 70% of aid from socialist countries is spent on industrialization and the organization of profitable production. Interest rates on loans from capitalist countries vary from between 60 to 8%, whereas socialist creditors charge only 2%. Aid from socialist countries is used mainly for state projects. This again is in striking contrast to aid from the West, which is almost entirely in the private sector. France spends something like 2,000 million francs on aid to the francophone countries in Mrika. These 2,000 million are the means by which France maintains very close cultural, political, and economic ties with them, for they are large markets for French exports. In fact, the aid is considered by French governments to be good investment. A considerable proportion of money dispersed as bilateral aid from the West either does not leave the donor country at all, the aid being provided in the form of goods, or returns in a relatively short period as payment for additional exports, or in other ways. Of every pound IOO of bilateral aid dispersed by the UK in the period I-964-66, £72.5 was aid tied to the supply of British goods, or resulted in direct spending on British goods and services. Multilateral aid similarly serves mainly to improve the economic position of the donor countries. It has been estimated that the UK has secured export orders of over £6 for every pound IOO of its multilateral aid, due largely to the operations of the International Development Agency, IDA. For example, a recent Whitehall study on the subject has calculated that for every pound IOO contributed to IDA by the UK in I-964-66, IDA spent about pound ISO on UK goods. Indeed, many projects accomplished through foreign aid are designed to help the donor's balance of payments, rather than the recipient's economic development. The recipient is burdened NT only with a costly loan to repay, but also sometimes with Economelk projects, and with political and economic strings which hamper independent development, and positively retard economic growth. Credits are granted by capitalist states to countries of Africa, Asia and Latin America, so that they can be equipped with the structure necessary for their further exploitation by private monopolists. The aim is political as well as economic. It co block socialist advance by winning over the indigenous Bargo Isle, by giving them an interest in the business, and at the same time to extend the stranglehold of international monopoly finance on the economies of the developing world. The rural proletariat, small farmers and plantation workers producing cotton, sisal, cocoa, coffee, rubber, citrus fruits and other crops, which bring them within the orbit of international trade industry, are strategic links in the chain of African proletariat struggle. Imperialism in its neocolonialist phase, however, draws the bulk of its profits from its grip over the advanced sectors of production such as mining, manufacturing, commerce, retail trade, fisheries, and transport. About 90% of all Western capital invested in Africa is sunk into enterprises connected with these sectors, and it is in these key sectors where the industrial proletariat underscore the indispensable labor force for the continued existence of neocolonialism, is in a position to spearhead the socialist revolution. Attempts have been made to deny the existence of a working class in Africa. In areas where it has been impossible to ignore its existence, such as the mining areas of South Africa, Congo-Kinshasa, and Zambia, strenuous efforts have been made to integrate it within the neo-colonialist, capitalist system of exploitation. This is done by fostering the growth of trade unions under reformist leadership, and by granting a certain measure of welfare benefits. In some parts of Africa, especially in the highly developed mining areas, Africanization policies are pursued to placate work hours and wages and salaries of Africans are brought closer to expatriate levels. This has had the effect in some cases of making the workers less likely to indulge in revolutionary activities. The tendency in the transnational pendibit.capitalisd socialism is embourgeoisement. The working class vision of socialism during this period may be blurred by the corruption of the CE state. In these conditions, the worker becomes a well-fed Felicine, and turns towards reaction and conservatism. Socialist revolution then becomes a minor issue. Economically and industrially, Europe and the USA are ready and poised for socialism. There are the necessary material ingredients which could make socialism possible overnight. In the USA, when automation and cybernation aided by nuclear energy reach their highest form of development, the forces of production will have been developed to a point at which there could be the classless society which Marx predicted could come only under communism. But although the USA is at present one of the most affluent and industrialized countries in the world, it is at the same time one of the most socially and politically backward. A part of the working class of Europe and the USA had identified itself with capitalism. Strata of workers have become embourgeoised, and have thus weakened the working class forces for socialist revolution. In 1968, some 10 million French workers went on strike and practically paralysed the government, and yet, they were unable to achieve revolutionary change. Throughout the world, student protest has become an increasingly prominent feature of contemporary times. But students suffer a double alienation. They are alienated from the establishment, and in many cases from their own families, but more important, they are alienated from the working class which should make use of their efforts in the revolutionary struggle. In Britain, English manual workers who vote Conservative provide the party with nearly half its electoral strength. Economic affluence, or status aspirations, induce many members of the working class to claim middle-class membership. In the so-called welfare state, many working class live like the lower middle class. Economic satisfaction leads to middle-class identification, which in its turn results in conservative voting. In this situation, extension of voting rights to the mass of the population has not so much reduced the power of the ruling class, as caused the radicalism of the working class to decline. The tendency for some working class movements in capitalist societies to confine their activities only to trade unionism is a danger to socialist advance. While conditions of embourgeoisement exist among the working class of capitalist countries, an added responsibility rests on the exploited peoples of Africa, Asia, and Latin America to promote the world's socialist revolution. In this process, the African proletariat has a vital and strategic part to play as the African revolution gains momentum. In Africa, the peasantry is by far the largest contingent of the working class, and potentially the main force for socialist revolution. But it is dispersed, unorganized, and for the most part unrevolutionary. It must be awakened, and it must be led by its natural class allies, the proletariat and the revolutionary intelligentsia. At the top of the class structure in rural areas are the traditional feudal landlords who live on the exploitation of the peasants, and the capitalist landlords, many of whom are absentee, who are dependent on the exploitation of wage labor. Among the latter, who form part of the rural bourgeoisie, are the cl of us sects and religions who live on the feudal and capitalist exploitation of peasants. The rural bourgeoisie own relatively large own capital, exploit wage labor, and for the most part specialize in export or cash crops. The small farmers, who be classed as petty rural bourgeoisie, possess little capital and cultivate land which they either own or rent. They employ members of their family or clan and or wage labo. If the land is rented, the normal precept is for the petty farmer to retain about 2/3 of the proceeds of the farm for himself, and to pay 1/3 to the owner of the land. Below the petty rural bourgeoisie in the rural strata, are the peasants, those who cultivate negligible areas of land, and are often forced to sell their labor power to become seasonal workers. Finally, are the agricultural laborers, the rural proletariat, who own nothing but their labor. Thus the composition of the agrarian social strata consists of two major groups, the exploiting group and the exploited.
These groups can each be subdivided into smaller groups. The exploiting classes consist of I. Plantation owners, 2. Absentee landlords, 3. Farmers, comparatively large property owners, 4. Petty farmers. The exploited classes are 1. Peasants, 2. Rural proletariat. The plantation owners are for the most part Ns. UAC in Nigeria, Cameroon, and Congo-Kinshasa, and Hitman TETT1 in South Africa and Rhodesia. These plantatlans are extensions of monopolies in Africa. The system of exploitation here conforms to the basic law of capitalism. The farm or plantation laborers are exploited. This exploitation of African workers is made possible by the low level of the standard of living of the workers, which enables the monopolies to pay low nominal wages. But due to the ever-rising prices of consumer goods, the real wages of these laborers are always declining. Hence the conflict between labor and capital is always grave. The foreign monopolies are alien absentee owners. But there also exist local absentee owners. The local absentee landlords are mainly African land proprietors who live in the urban areas in luxury, while with the aid of capital, they control vast stretches of land in the rural areas. They live by exploiting the farm worker. The special peculiarity of exploitation applied here is that of payment in kind. Thus the farm laborer does not get guaranteed wages. He almost lives from hand to mouth. Hence the struggle between capital and labor here is as intense as that on the plantations. In many cases the absentee landlord also exploits the worker in the city through exorbitant house rents. Another class in this sector of exploiters is the farmer. The farmer is normally an indigenous landowner, sometimes as large or larger than the absentee owner. Unlike the absentee owner, he stays on the farm with his family. He is prosperous due to the fact that he owns fertile land, more farm implements, and is therefore in a position to hire the labor of others. Farmers are always outstanding personalities in their respective areas, and usually have large families. Mostly, they are semi-feudal in methods of production, and sometimes also practice the system of payment in kind. They often owe allegiance to another big village chief or elder. The cultivation of export crops preoccupies them. Just below the farmers in the rural social strata is the class of petty farmers. The petty farmer is a small property owner. He also owns a few implements and livestock. He is in the Marxist sense of revolutionary behavior, unstable and vacillating. He mostly uses the labor of his family, and hires seasonal labor during times of tilling and harvest. He also aspires to become a prosperous farmer, to be able to maintain regular laborers and to own large property. Mostly he is preoccupied with the production of local products for home consumption. The neighbor of the petty farmer is the peasant. The peasant is the smallest property owner. His life is governed by insecurity. He works a little land with or without livestock. He is largely dependent on natural forces. Good weather brings him a favorable harvest. Bad weather may ruin him and force him to become a paid agricultural laborer working on a large plantation or farm. Due to the ever-rising cost of living, for example, soaring prices of manufactured goods, the difficulties of the peasant grow. He produces pretty all he requires at home, and seldom requires exchange. The peasant can be a revolutionary class if led by the urban and rural proletariat. The rural proletariat are workers in the Marxist sense of the word. They are part of the working class and the most revolutionary of the African rural strata. It is the revolutionary potential of the rural strata of peasants and agricultural laborers which must be developed, for it is they who will provide the revolution with its main strength. It is the task of revolutionary cadres in the first place to awaken them to the realities of their economic potential, and to win them and the petty farmers over to socialist forms of organization of agricultural production and distribution. This may be done through the development of various types of agricultural cooperatives, which are essential if we transition from private agriculture based on small-scale production to modern mechanized, socialist agriculture is to be accomplished. Market operatives already operate in many African countries with great success. though credit cooperatives are less general, due to the shortage of funds. But by far the highest form of cooperation in agriculture is the production cooperative, which, or ESE administration and mechanism of agricultural production. This kind of cooperative is in its infancy, largely because of a lack of skilled personnel to operate it, and the scarcity of agricultural machinery. It can be abused if not supervised by a progressive government. Already, in neocolonialist states, the TIB movement largely serves the interests of the rural bourgeoisie and the monopoly capitalists. The neocolonialist elites exploit the relative isolation and cultural backwardness of the peasantry, and so induces it to accept their political dominance. It is in the countryside where those feudal relics which still exist are mainly to be found. In parts, the peasantry lives under conditions little different from pre-colonial and colonial periods. They bear heavy tax burdens, and in some areas are compelled to do forced labor. If they migrate to the towns, they usually fall victim to colonial and neocolonial exploitation. The African peasantry, like the peasantry of Asia and Latin America, has for a long time suffered from feudalism and from imperialist capitalist exploitation. From Cairo to Cape Town and from the Cape Verde Islands to Kenya and Zanzibar, the African peasants' situation and problems are practically the same. The peasantry must be liberated from semi-feudal and capitalist relationships. Agriculture must be developed from small-scale production to a modern agriculture based on production cooperatives able to utilize the latest machinery and techniques. At present, the African peasantry is, in general, based on the petty ownership of the means of production, except in those parts where there is subsistence farming and a system of communal land ownership. In West Africa, the prevalence of small-scale commodity production is the core of the agrarian problem. In Ghana, 97% of farms have a surface area of less than 4 hectares, and 60% of them have less than 2 hectares. Small-scale private farming is an obstacle to the spread of socialist ideas. It makes for conservatism and acquisitiveness and the development of a bourgeois mentality. Under colonialism, and also in neocolonialist states, the government makes great use of the peasantry to form the rank and file of army and police. They are said to be more loyal. In this, they exploit the illiteracy and qualities of submissiveness and conservatism characteristic of unawakened peasantry throughout the world. During the national liberation struggle, the peasantry are pro-independence and against feudalism when they are led by political movements created in the towns by trade union leaders, workers, and revolutionary intellectuals. For the peasantry, if it is to succeed in socialist revolutionary struggle, needs a class ally. In areas of the world where socialist revolutionary struggles have resulted in the successful overthrow of bourgeois governments, in China, Cuba, Vietnam, Korea, the peasantry, in alliance with other class forces, have been led by Marxist parties. The close links between the proletariat and peasantry are analogous to the links between the urban and the rural guerrilla. Each is an integral part of the socialist revolutionary struggle, and one cannot achieve final victory without the other. In Africa, the socialist revolutionary struggle must be based on the peasantry and rural proletariat. They form the overwhelming majority of the population and their future lies with socialism. Freedom fighters operate in their midst, and are dependent on them for recruits and for supplies. The countryside is the bastion of the revolution. It is the revolutionary battlefield in which the peasantry in alliance with their natural class allies, proletariat and revolutionary intelligentsia, are the driving force for socialist construction and transformation. The highest point of political action, when a revolution attains its excellence, is when the proletariat, comprising workers and peasants, under the leadership of a vanguard party the principles and motivations of which are based on scientific socialism, succeeds in overthrowing all other classes. The basis of a revolution is created when the organic structure and conditions within a given society have aroused mass consent and mass desire for positive action to change or transform that society. While there is no hard and fast dogma for socialist revolution, because no two sets of historical conditions and circumstances are exactly alike,
experience has shown that under conditions of class struggle, socialist revolution is impossible without the use of force. Revolutionary violence is a fundamental law in revolutionary struggles. The privileged will not, unless compelled, surrender power. They may grant reforms, but will not yield an inch when basic pillars of their entrenched positions are threatened. They can only be overthrown by violent revolutionary action. Great historical advance is seldom, if ever, achieved without high cost in effort and lives, and those who argue that the transition from capitalism to socialism can be accomplished without the use of force are under a delusion. The qualitative change implicit in the socialist revolution is far more profound than that which was involved in the transition from feudalism to capitalism. Socialist revolutionaries seek a complete and fundamental transformation of society, and the total abolition of privileged classes, whereas the decline of feudalism merely ushered in a new stratification of society in which money, and not titles and land, became the basis of power and privilege. Socialist revolution opposes all concepts of elitism, and ends class antagonisms and racism. The socialist revolutionaries are fighting for a type of state which really expresses the aspirations of the masses, and which ensures their participation in every aspect of government. Under capitalism, freedom is the right to do what the law permits, in the interests of the ruling bourgeois class. The more capitalism develops, the more anarchic it becomes, and socialist revolution is the logical and inevitable result. Where capitalist development and industrialization is in its infancy, and the bourgeoisie only represents a very small section of the population, socialist revolution can be achieved by workers and peasants seizing power by means of revolutionary action. Through socialist revolutionary leadership, Africa can proceed from bourgeois capitalist ownership of property to arrive at socialist communist ownership of property and the means of production and distribution. But in the revolutionary struggle, no reliance can be placed on any section of the bourgeoisie or petty bourgeoisie. Though these elements may join in revolutionary action during the struggle for national liberation, they will always, when it comes to the pinch, try to block the creation of a socialist state. They are committed to capitalism, and dependent for their very existence on the support of imperialism and neocolonialism. It is only when the bourgeois ruling class in neocolonialist states is overthrown by class-based socialist revolution, that fundamental changes in society can be accomplished. Certain factors advance the process of socialist revolution. Foremost among them is capitalist development and industrialization, which leads to an increase of urban workers, the sector of the population which generates the leadership of the proletarian revolution. Among other factors, are the desertion of the ruling class by the intellectuals, inefficient governmental machinery, and a politically inept ruling bourgeois class. The example and the help of other socialist revolutions also assist the process. Finally, bitter class antagonism, and race-class problems, have the effect of accelerating the advance to socialism. In the 20th century, most forcible seizures of political power have occurred in areas of the world which have a relatively low level of industrialization, namely areas which have a history of imperialism, colonialism and neocolonialism. These violent changes in the status quo cannot be explained in terms of the power struggles of elite groups. They represent actions of whole classes. In the case of socialist revolution, the seizure of power is by the working class, but in reactionary coups d'état, the bourgeoisie is further entrenched either by the ejection of a socialist-oriented government, or by a power struggle between different sections from within the existing bourgeois framework. The economic, political, and social ferment of Africa, Asia and Latin America, must be seen in the context of the world socialist revolution. For the world revolutionary process today unites three main streams: the socialist world system, the liberation movements of the peoples of Africa, Asia, and Latin America, and the working class movement in the industrialized, capitalist countries. The peoples of the less industrialized areas of the world are in a good strategic position to advance in the direction of socialist revolution as a result of their experience of imperialism, colonialism, and neocolonialism. They see the issues clearly, since productive and distributive processes are not obscured or blurred by the trappings and diversions of the capitalist welfare state, and capitalist corruption. The cause of international proletarian revolution is part and parcel of the liberation struggles of the developing world. The class antagonisms in the contemporary world are highly concentrated in these areas. They have become the storm centers of world revolution, dealing direct and deadly blows at imperialism. The embourgeoisement of certain sections of the international working class and the economism of socialist and working class leadership in some areas, has made the socialist revolutionary struggle in the developing world of even greater importance in the world's socialist revolutionary process. Thus, in some respects, the socialist revolutionary struggle has developed a class-race complexion. But while it would be harmful not to recognize the emergence of a racial factor in the revolutionary struggle, it must not be allowed to confuse or obscure the fundamental issue of socialist revolution, which is the class struggle. African Revolution. People's Victory Ybaratlan Unity Socialism al Afrikananton Government. The developing world is not a homogeneous bloc opposed to imperialism. The concept of the Third World is illusory. At present, parts of it lie under imperialist domination. The struggle against imperialism takes place both within and outside the imperialist world. It is a struggle between socialism and capitalism, not between a so-called Third World and imperialism. Class struggle is fundamental in its analysis. Furthermore, it is not possible to build socialism in the developing world in isolation from the world's socialist system. The African Revolution, while still concentrating its main effort on the destruction of imperialism, colonialism, and neocolonialism, is aiming at the same time to bring about a radical transformation of society. It is no longer a question of whether African independent states should pursue a capitalist or non-capitalist path of development. The choice has already been made by the workers and peasants of Africa. They have chosen liberation and unification, and this can only be achieved through armed struggle under socialist direction. For the political unification of Africa and socialism are synonymous. One cannot be achieved without the other. People's capitalism, enlightened capitalism, class peace, class harmony are all bourgeois capitalist attempts to deceive the workers and peasants, and to poison their minds. A non-capitalist road, pursued by a united front of progressive forces, as some suggest, is not even practical politics in contemporary Africa. There are only two ways of development open to an independent African state. Either it must remain under imperialist domination via capitalism and neocolonialism, or it must pursue a socialist path by adopting the principles of scientific socialism. It is unrealistic to assert that because industrialization is in its infancy, and a strong proletariat is only beginning to emerge, that it is not possible to establish a socialist state. History has shown how a relatively small proletariat, if it is well organized and led, can awaken the peasantry and trigger off socialist revolution. In a neocolonialist situation, there is no halfway to socialism. Only policies of all-out socialism can end capitalist imperialist exploitation. Socialism can only be achieved through class struggle. In Africa, the internal enemy, the reactionary bourgeoisie, must be exposed. As exploiters and parasites, and as collaborators with imperialists and neocolonialists on whom they largely depend for the maintenance of their positions of power and privilege. The African bourgeoisie provides a bridge for continued imperialist and neocolonialist domination and exploitation. The bridge must be destroyed. This can be done by worker-peasant solidarity organized and directed by a vanguard socialist revolutionary party. When the indigenous bourgeoisie and imperialism and neocolonialism are defeated, both the internal and the external enemies of the African Revolution will have been overcome, and the aspirations of the African people fulfilled. As in other areas of the world where socialist revolution is based largely on the peasantry, African revolutionary cadres have a tremendous task ahead of them. Urban and rural proletariat must be won to the revolution, and the revolution taken to the countryside. It is only when the peasantry have been politically awakened and won to the revolution that freedom fighters, on whom the revolution largely depends in the armed phase,
will be able to develop and to expand their areas of operation. At the same time, the two main internal props of bourgeois power, the bureaucracy and the police and professional armed forces, must be politicized. The ultimate victory of the revolutionary forces depends on the ability of the Socialist Revolutionary Party to assess the class position in society, and to see which classes and groups are for, and which against, the revolution. The party must be able to mobilize and direct the vast forces for socialist revolution already existing, and to awaken and stimulate the immense revolutionary potential which is at present lying dormant. But as long as violence continues to be used against the African peoples, the party cannot achieve its objectives without the use of all forms of political struggle, including armed struggle. If armed struggle is to be waged effectively, it also, like the party, must be centrally organized and directed. An all-African military high command under the political direction of the All-African Working Class Party would then be able to plan unified strategy and tactics, and thus deliver the final blows at imperialism, colonialism, neocolonialism, and settler minority regimes. Armed resistance is not a new phenomenon in Africa. For hundreds of years, Africans fought against colonialist intrusion, though these heroic struggles have received scant attention in the histories of Africa compiled largely by foreign bourgeois writers. Indeed, it may be said that Africans have never ceased to resist imperialist penetration and domination, though the resistance became for the most part nonviolent as imperialism intensified its suppression and exploitation. For a time, when colonialism was in its heyday, it seemed on the surface as though African resistance had been finally overcome, and that the continent would remain indefinitely under foreign economic and political domination. But resistance was always simmering just below the surface, and after the Second World War, re-emerged in a new active form in the struggles for national liberation. Though some of the liberation struggles were accomplished successfully without resort to arms, others were achieved only after years of bitter fighting. But political independence did not bring to an end economic oppression and exploitation. Nor did it end foreign political interference. The neocolonialist period begins when international monopoly finance capital, working through the indigenous bourgeoisie, attempts to secure an even tighter stranglehold over the economic life of the continent than was exercised during the colonial period. Under neocolonialism, a new form of violence is being used against the peoples of Africa. It takes the form of indirect political domination through the indigenous bourgeoisie and puppet governments teleguided and marionetted by neocolonialists, direct, internal, bourgeois reactionaries, feudalists, puppet governments, minority settler realms, imperialism, colonialism, economic exploitation through an extension of the operations of giant interlocking corporations, and through all manner of other insidious ways such as the control of mass communications media, and ideological penetration. In these circumstances, the need for armed struggle has arisen once more. For the liberation and unification of Africa cannot be achieved by consent, by moral precept or moral conquest. It is only through the resort to arms that Africa can rid itself once and for all of remaining vestiges of colonialism, and of imperialism and neocolonialism, and a socialist society be established in a free and united continent. In this the African masses have the support and assistance of the socialist world. The African revolutionary struggle is not an isolated one. It not only forms part of the world's socialist revolution, but must be seen in the context of the Black Revolution as a whole. In the USA, the Caribbean, and wherever Africans are oppressed, liberation struggles are being fought. In these areas, the black man is in a condition of domestic colonialism, and suffers both on the grounds of class and of color. The core of the Black Revolution is in Africa, and until Africa is united under a socialist government, the black man throughout the world lacks a national home. It is around the African people's struggle for liberation and unification that African or black culture will take shape and substance. Africa is one continent, one people, and one nation. The notion that in order to have a nation it is necessary for there to be a common language, a common territory and a common culture, has failed to stand the test of time or the scrutiny of scientific definition of objective reality. Common territory, language, and culture may in fact be present in a nation, but the existence of a nation does not necessarily imply the presence of all three. Common territory and language alone may form the basis of a nation. Similarly, common territory plus common culture may be the basis. In some cases, only one of the three applies. A state may exist on a multinational basis. The community of economic life is the major feature within a nation, and it is the economy which holds together the people living in a territory. It is on this basis that the new Africans recognize themselves as potentially one nation, whose dominion is the entire African continent. The total liberation and the unification of Africa under an all peoples of African descent, whether they live in North or South America, the Caribbean, or in any other part of the world, are Africans and belong to the African nation. All African socialist government must be the primary objective of all black revolutionaries throughout the world. It is an objective which, when achieved, will bring about the fulfillment of the aspirations of Africans and people of African descent everywhere. It will at the same time advance the triumph of the international socialist revolution, and the onward progress towards world communism, under which, every society is ordered on the principle of, from each according to his ability, to each according to his needs. The immense resources of America can only be fully utilized to raise the standard of living of the masses if our continent is totally liberated from all forms of oppression and exploitation, and if our economy is developed on a continental basis. The essential prerequisite is socialist planning within the framework of political unification. If the independent African states cannot come together peacefully into such a union, then armed force must be used to achieve our socialist revolutionary objectives. It must be directed against those states and elites which still resist the processes of the African Revolution. Colonialist and neocolonialist governments, racist settler regimes, and privileged groups in our society can be tolerated no longer. The neocolonialist puppet governments are even more insufferable than the governments of territories still under direct colonial rule, since they represent the exploitation and oppression of African by African, and the interests of international monopoly finance working through the indigenous bourgeoisie. The African Revolution has already entered the armed phase, but the struggle lacks a securely liberated and sufficiently strong territorial base, adequate political and military cohesion, and ideological clarity. Unified action requires an ideology based on a correct analysis of the 519 revolutionary situation. Top nonta throughout the struggle must therefore be given to mass ideological education and training. Just as national liberation can never be considered as an end in itself, so also must the struggle for the total liberation and unification of Africa never become merely an expression of bourgeois nationalism. Attempts by reactionaries, indigenous and foreign, who appear to encourage liberation and unification movements in order to gain control of them to perpetuate capitalism and to block the socialist transformation of our society, must be exposed and defeated. The formation of an all-American High Command, an all-African political vanguard party, and an all-African Executive Council as a first step in the establishment of a socialist all-African Union government, is more urgent than ever before to give unified political and military direction to our struggle, and to combat increasing imperialist and neocolonialist aggression. At the same time, and as an integral part of our Pan-African planning, the strategy and tactics of freedom fighter movements and organizations must be coordinated and combined, and their operations extended. Through the guerrilla camps, deep in the forests, may well emerge some of the new leadership which Africa so badly needs. The African people, in solidarity with comrades in every part of the world, have the means, the ability, and the determination to banish once and for all imperialism, neocolonialism, settler minority rule, and all forms of oppression from our continent. A unified and socialist society in which the African personality will find full expression can and must be constructed. There is victory for us. Bucharest, October 15, 1971.